Tonight we are going to learn some crucial life lessons brought to us once again courtesy of Papoose and Remy Ma, because nothing can actually happen in a civilized environment anymore. Everything is not real if it doesn't happen publicly, and weaponization of people's reputations is the way that folks deal nowadays. So they don't feel confident enough on their own. They want to see if they can rally as many other people against you, I guess. So here you end up with this, although as usual, this tactic backfires. It backfires horribly, and you're going to see why here. Now, if you want to watch all of this uninterrupted, he's got the videos on his Instagram, and she's got hers on her Instagram. What? Because of course they do. But there are lessons to be learned here, and it doesn't reflect very positively on the principles involved here. It really, really doesn't. Especially on Papoose, my man. I got to call it straight down the middle. Last time I did this, I talked about the upgraded, and there are elements to this, but this is just a big, messy situation. I've already gone over the video here. Everything should be playing properly with no echoing or any nonsense. And I'm going to go over this because I want you all to see what happened and learn some lessons here. This is him from his Instagram Live.
Let's keep it 100. Everybody who know me, you know I don't do this. I don't do none of this corniness. Can y'all hear me? All right, cool.
Can y'all hear him?
Everybody who know me, y'all know my style. She came on here claiming that, oh, everybody, I don't do this. Yes, you do. This is exactly the only thing you do. You know what I mean? Normally, I wouldn't even entertain this, but the fact that you mentioned my children, I'm not letting that ride. Since this whole situation happened, everybody know I never said nothing. The only time I said something was the last time when she tried to clout chase with the whole fake thing she tried to put on Instagram before. But ever since this
First of all, he says, I ain't never said nothing. Well, the last time I said something, so please understand when you're dealing with a couple of folks, they got their very abrasive, toxic relationship. And by toxic, I mean going public. If you got issues with each other, y'all keep that behind closed doors. That's what the old folks taught you. When you go out in the street, that's not just classless, it's reckless and it's silly. So when you got folks who want to bring you into it because they're trying to get the upper hand on somebody, you really have to reanalyze your whole relationship and whether or not there's any sort of sanity to be in there.
Despite, I never opened my mouth, never said nothing because that's not my style. And also, I would never want to disrespect her. You know what I mean? Actions speak way louder than words.
Very glad you don't want to disrespect her, and this video will certainly not be doing that, I'm sure.
Initially, when it transpired, which was 2022, when she started dealing with the lane. But that wasn't the first time I caught her cheating. I've caught her cheating numerous times since she's been home.
What? Nigga, what?
Okay. That's not even the first issue, because the issues start way before that. This ain't even the first time she was cheating. I caught her cheating before then. Are we supposed to be sympathetic? Oh, y'all don't understand. The lame. This wasn't even the first one. This wasn't the first one? Okay, folks, at what point are you the source of the issue? How many dudes get to rock them chocolate cheeks and you sit up here and give it a pass? See, this is the part of the situation that needs to be looked at a little more closely. It's like, okay, because first of all, did I call it or did I call it? That's the first thing. But second of all, it's never the first time. And what he's letting you know is that he was letting her rock like this the entire time. So it's not new that she was doing it. It was only new that he said something publicly, and it shouldn't be nothing to say publicly. You're supposed to vote with your feet. So it just lets you know that he been sitting there, oh, baby, you know you did me wrong. And then y'all sit up here and make up, and then next time she's unhappy with you, which is every day, because the reality is she's not happy 24 hours a day, well, you're just sharing her, so it never actually stops. You two make up, but she never stops talking to them dudes. She never stops texting them. She's got a nonstop supply of fellas who are beneath her in the rap world who just want their opportunity to slide between them legs. So no, forgiveness is not an option here. You cannot forgive. You cannot forget. You cannot let slide. You got to throw the whole world away. He was unfortunately unwilling to do that, and it has proved to be his undoing.
Respect her. You know what I mean? Actions speak way louder than words. Initially, when it transpired, which was 2022, when she started dealing with the lane. But that wasn't the first time I caught her cheating. I've caught her cheating numerous times since she's been home. With the lane, the reason, but hold on, let's get to the point. We're gonna get to the lane later. You had the audacity to mention my child, and you had the audacity to mention me not seeing my daughter, when ever since I left, she has not allowed me to see my daughter.
Okay, it's the year 2025. I don't want to hear any grown man anywhere on this planet talking about what a woman will not let you do with your child. If I don't see court documents showing that you took action on that, call it what it is. A man's connection to the children is no stronger than his connection to the woman. Fellas do that mess too. When fellas think that, well, she's not giving me enough play, she's got a wandering eye, she's giving other people too much attention, you figure, well, if I get her pregnant, if we have a baby, and you keep bidding the price up, and you start giving up more and more, figuring that that's going to trigger something that's not there already. And what you find out is it's a lie. It's not true. You're deluding yourself. So what happens when you do all of that and you give up all of that, and then when it's over, she still doesn't change? Well, now he's like, well, damn, I ain't going to do all this. Hell, the only reason I was doing all this because I thought you were going to give more. Now you're not going to do it? Okay, well, why do I have to go out of my way? So he gets him. She been had a boyfriend. This has been an open relationship the entire time, whether Papoose has wanted it to or not. And I'm not dissing him. I'm not kicking him while he's down. I'm not doing none of that. I just got to call it the way I see it. I got to call it right down the middle. If you knew this was happening the whole damn time, how the hell do we make it to 2025? How do we make it to 2025 if this was happening the whole time? Why was she being given leeway to make it to 2025 if this was happening the whole time? And no, I believe it was happening before she went to prison.
What?
No, I do not believe that this is an after prison thing. I think she'd been for the streets from day one. After all, she was a single mom when you met her.
Damn!
So that's just the way that goes. You can rock with her, you can fool with her, but you thought you were going to transform a single mom into a housewife. Okay, dude, you pay your money and take your chances. You pay your money and take your chances. And that's the way that goes. So to jump up later and claim you did everything right, bro, you were wrong from day one. From day one. If you were going to lay up with her, absolutely. Your name was attached to her. Why are we trying to make a permanent attachment to her? One that you can't walk away from, thinking that that's going to lock her down. Bruh, if she's not clearly, securely locked down from day one, stop thinking that, well, if I bid up the price, that will do it. No, it won't. Females like her, which is most females, hold this L, ladies, females like her, they think they're the greatest thing in the world. So she thinks she's doing you a favor by being next to her. And the more you bid the price up, all you're communicating to her is that it's true. She must be that great because you keep chasing. And the more you chase, the more you reaffirm to her, I must be that hot. And clearly my value is way above his because he's still chasing. That's what went wrong. And now you're having to sit up here with all these memories, all these dudes she done cheat with, and then you go off and go get a girlfriend, and you don't really want to fool with the kids because since the kids are not helping connect Remy to you any tighter, you're like, well, why do I got to go out of my way with the kids? Now, there's the reality is you're liking where you've been at, you want to move around now, and it's like, now she can say you haven't been to see your children either. Well, yeah, if the kids ain't helping him get between them legs, why does he have to do any of this? Baby daddy syndrome. This is baby daddy syndrome. If the kids ain't gonna help me get into bed with you, why I got to go out of my way for the kids? That's the only reason that I had the kids. Was thought we were gonna get us tighter. If the kids are no longer the lucky charm that they're supposed to be, and what do you know? Now he's giving you the sob story. She won't let me see my children. You don't let a damn thing. You tell her what's gonna be, and that's it. She try to get in the way of it. You get them people on her, and that's it. But he's not gonna be able to show you a paper trail of that, I promise. Y'all know how it is. It's 3:00 in the morning. Hey, can I come see the kids? I got an extra hour. Can I come see the kids? It's 3:25 in the morning.
She's been straight miserable. I'm going to say it again. All men out there who ever been through this type of situation, you know how it gets when you're dealing with a miserable individual. She did not allow me to see my daughter since this first transpired at the end of last year. Blatantly, I went to pick my daughter up from school. When I went to pick my daughter up from school, Diamond was picking my daughter up because that's who has my daughter all the time. And that was one of the biggest issues I had with her because all my daughter know is mommy and daddy. She was raised with both parents. That's all she know from day one since the womb. Our entire lives has been documented. What goes on with these celebrities is they like when y'all come on their page and y'all like their posts. They like when y'all spend y'all money on their concerts, on their music. They like when y'all make them rich. So y'all become fans and y'all follow the journey of these celebrities for years and years and years, right? As y'all follow the journey of these celebrities, you basically become a part of their life because you've been following them for 10 years, 15 years sometimes you've been a fan of a celebrity or artist. But soon...
But Pap, that was you.
Damn!
But let's keep it honest, that was you too. You were a fan. And she treated you like a fan. She's the star, you're the fan, and she was treating you like it. Being a hopeless romantic does not help men. The men today are the hopeless romantics and the females are the heartless gangsters. The males think they got a cheat code by being hopeless, sensitive romantics, and they go grab a chick who got a heart of stone before you ever met her. So you treat her like a fan, and she's doing you dirty like a star.
As soon as something happens, the first thing they say to the fans is, you don't know me, right? As soon as something get out there bad that they don't want you to know about, the first thing they say is, oh, you don't know my life? Yes, they do. They know you y'all know us very well. And the reason why I'm saying that is because don't allow none of these celebrities to fool you.
Very glad you confirmed that, yeah, y'all do know us well. Hell yeah, we know you well. All your business is on the damn internet. Blow by blow, day by day, of course we know you well. No, folks, these are not publicity stunts. So many people have been indoctrinated by the internet that nothing is real to you. You think that everything is fake. No, everything's not a publicity stunt. And when you can no longer distinguish between reality and fiction, yeah, that's a bad spot to be in. But yeah, of course we know it. You all have shown us everything.
When you hear a rumor that comes out, is true. We are human, just like y'all, the audience, the supporters, the fans. So now you have a person here who life has been documented for decades through the fans watching us, seeing when she got incarcerated. Watch me visit her every day for a year straight. Watch me bring her 35 pounds of food a month. Watch me hold her down. Watch me in the courtroom getting into altercations with court officers over her. Witness when she came home. Witness me go build the anticipation for her to come out of prison. Had a different artist do a drop every single day. Oh, the queen is coming. The return of the queen. Right?
And how'd that work out for you? Where did that get you? All of this relentless grouping, I'm going to call it what it is. By the way, how did that work out? Where did that get you? That slavish devotion, where did that get you, by the way? How'd that work out? She was never that serious to begin with, but you made her the center of the world. What I'm saying is that when you made it where, and she's always said that she told him not to keep coming up to the prison all the time like that. If y'all remember in other interviews, she was talking about she was telling him really not to do that. So what do you do when you spent years doing that? Bruh, here's the big mistake, and I need every man out there listening right now to listen to me. He was much more invested in this single mom than she ever was in him.
And deal with it, nigga.
I'm not beating up on him. I got to tell the truth and shame the devil. He was far more invested in her than she was in him. And it was clear from day one. He went in with his nose wide open. It's too late for him, but for you other fellas out there who haven't screwed up your lives just yet, he was a fan from day one. He was head over heels for her from day one. It was obvious to everyone else from day one. She never showed that kind of energy for him. That's the problem. The healthiest relationships and the only ones that can actually last harmoniously are the ones where the female looks up to the man. If the female does not value you at a higher level, because you will be required to put your life on the line, if her emotional enthusiasm for you isn't equivalent to you putting your life on the line literally, this ain't gonna work. Because when she treats you like putting your life on the line is a entitlement, then she got a right to that. And from there, it goes to the next step. I'm doing you a favor just being here. And how has she treated him for the last 20 years? She's doing you a favor just being here. So she goes out and understand first thing. How the hell did she end up going to prison in the first damn place? She got a man. She got a kid. She don't care about that more? No. That was your first clue right there. Cut it off. She's going to prison. She don't give a damn what she's giving up. Oh, well. To do what? To go show some other raggedy broad who's the baddest hood rat? So she wants to go sit up in a place where there's nothing but females? Pause. And then you going over the top. Oh, I'm showing up. I'm bringing food. I'm putting money on the books. We're at the commissary. I'm getting into it with folk at the court. Brother, let's just call it what it is after all these years. Let's just keep it on the bricks. That was performative. You were trying to fan signal to everybody that you I ain't left her, y'all. She going to prison. Because let's just be honest. For rappers, going to prison is resume enhancement.
Oh, please.
For rappers, going to prison is resume enhancement. especially if the career ain't popping like it should be or whatever. Ever since Tupac, that's been resume enhancement. Oh, that's street credibility. Oh, I really lived that life. The rest of you are just fans. I've actually been behind bars. So it's resume enhancement. And as long as they're not going to be in jail for like 20 years, when they come out, they might still be young enough to have a career. Okay, she got to go do 7-8 years. All right, well, she may be young enough to still have a career. We'll see how it goes. And he stuck around for that, thinking that when she gets out, she'll be an even bigger star. The queen, remember we covered this before, it was barely a year or so before she got locked up. How are you the queen and you only had one album put out and then straight to prison? How are you the queen on one album? So he bought all the way in, and she showed him it's not really like that. She doesn't see herself that way because that's not what it is. You overvalued her, and now she undervalues you. And that's the reality of what really happened. So all of that performative affection to show the streets that we're rap's power couple, all that performative stuff that I'm holding it down for, to show the people on the streets who don't give a damn, by the way, but to show the people on the streets, oh, I'm real about it. By the way, how did that work out? How did that work out?
All the fans witnessed her come home, witnessed us have the big wedding ceremony, followed our entire journey. Never trust a celebrity who erased their Instagram.
Never trust one who clout chases. So he just confirmed what I told you all. Quote, culminating in the wedding, that's the story. He was the one chasing a fairy tale. Him. All she had to do was sit there and lap up the attention because females love to do that. But he was the one chasing the fairy tale.
You ever notice I never erased nothing on my page? All you gotta do is scroll down. The same page that she utilized today to lie for an hour straight and tell all these fabricated stories, the same page I created. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. We'll get back to that later. I went to pick my daughter up from school. There's a young lady who was picking my daughter up from school. And I notified her, hey, I called her, I said, hey, I'm coming to pick her up. I picked up my daughter, gave her a hug, gave her a kiss, and show things you do when you see your child. Embrace my child. And I had to go take care of something that day. So after I see my daughter, I just wanted to see her and hug her because everything had been going on. I hadn't seen her in a little while. After I left, I think the next day or next two went by. She contacted me. Hey, you haven't seen your daughter since New Year's. I said, excuse me? I just seen my daughter yesterday. I just picked her from school. What are you talking about? She didn't even know that I seen my daughter. You know why? Because she's never there with my daughter. She is never there with my child. And it's crazy that you...
Is that supposed to be dirt kicking on her? Because, bro, I'm like, okay, and you got kids with a chick who's never there for her kids, because take a look about her son. And remember my language here, her son, because it gets worse here for Papoose, y'all. It gets worse. But, by the way, she didn't just start doing that last night, bro. It's been like that. And you've been sitting right there. She been cheating. She been drinking. She been smoking. She been going to prison. She is not trying to be mom of the year. And you sitting right there and you gonna come to us and thinking you kicking dirt on her name? When you sat there and watched it, you were fine with it. As long as she threw them chocolate thighs around you and would be seen in public with you and you could peacefully, you all could pretend everything was okay and you could attach your name to her. Well, yeah, she was fine. She wasn't all this before she went to prison. She wasn't all this in prison. She wasn't all this after that. She only became this when she decided to pop out with Easy the Block Captain, AKA Easy the Blockhead. Damn! But now she's all this. When all of us were calling it years ago, now she's all this. Nah, bro, it don't work that way. It don't work that way.
You have the audacity to open your mouth and say that I haven't seen my daughter, not only due to the fact that you didn't allow me to see her, since I finally got tired of your lies, tired of your narcissism and moved on. But the fact that while you was running out here cheating with this lame, not only cheating with this lame, you allowed him to destroy your entire life.
Okay, a woman don't allow anybody to do anything. Y'all are grown adults. So you see where he's psychologically still covering for, you allowed this lame to destroy your whole life, bro. You're projecting. You're projecting. Oh boy ain't got no kids with her. He didn't marry her. He's not financially obligated to her. He didn't give up his best years for her. He's still a free agent. You're projecting, dude. Furthermore, even if what you just said was the truth, who picked up the damn bill? You. You're the one who's picked up all the liability and picked up the bill. Seeing this the whole time, and Easy wasn't the first. So you bypassed all the rest of those red flags and all the other dudes and talking about she let this guy do that. Bro, a grown woman don't let nobody do nothing. A grown woman does what she wants to do. You talking like a kid trying to redeem her in your mind. Well, she didn't really mean to do it. Yes, she did. This is how we know you're part of the problem. You're still sitting up here trying to make excuses for her. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knows exactly what she's doing today. It's her doing it. She brought Easy over. She's not a victim of his manipulation and machinations. She's the one who asked for this. This is her request. And it always was. He sounds like one of the females. I'm not going to roast you too badly here, Papoose, but I got to keep this straight, bruh. This is the way the hoes talk, man. Damn. The hoes talk like, oh, he don't know what he doing. Grown men don't talk like that. She didn't really mean it. That's what you trying to say. She didn't really mean it. This other fella here, he had manipulation. Yes, she did. She really meant to do it. You can't overlook that all these years, this was the real thing that you refused to accept because you're desperately trying to hold on to the idea that this fantasy you created, that's the reality. And that all the obvious fiction that you've been feeding yourself, oh, that's not true. No, what you're seeing, this is the reality. You need to accept that. Easy didn't do nothing that she didn't ask for. She's the source of it. And you don't want to accept that because to accept that means that what you were hoping for was never real in the first place. Not real to you the same way. Let me be clear. It's real. Let me be clear now. It's real, just not in the way you tell yourself. Remy Ma can be with you, Papoose, so long as you allow her to have a break with other men.
And deal with it, nigga.
Now, there's the reality. It is not that Remy Ma does not, quote unquote, want you. It's that she can't really tolerate you unless she has other options to spend her time with because you are not enough. She's still for the streets. She's still for all that griminess. And she's okay with you being the wannabe family man. But she can't, that's not who she is. So she needs a break from you. And that will never change. She is always going to want to have her cake and eat it too. She will never see you as the man. You're always going to be the fan. And a star can never fall in love with a fan. They can fall in love with a co-star. They can fall in love with a leading man. They cannot fall in love with a fan. She can like you. She can be cool with you. She can little bro you, but she cannot look up to you. So she sees your good sides and your values, but it's not enough. You will never be everything she wants, and she will never stop wanting everything she wants and feeling entitled to it. So she wants you, which is why she goes round and round about this, because she realizes you're that stability that she isn't. And you've been trying to leverage that. Okay, but she doesn't want stability. She wants freedom. Wrap y'all's heads around that psychologically. She doesn't want, quote, stability. She wants freedom. That includes the instability, recklessness, the risk, the excitement. She wants all of that. And you don't deliver it. She also wants to prove that she's still sexually viable. She cannot do that with you. So she wants you, but you're not enough. So what happens during the time when she wants you, but she wants more than you? Now what? That's the way it will always be. And you trying to deny it and rationalize it and fight with it, that's not changing it. The fact is she gives you the hey boo text and the what are we doing text, and I didn't really mean that text, and y'all break up to make up. You go around in that circle and you're telling yourself that you're the one because she's willing to do the break up to make up thing. That doesn't mean that. You're not the one, you're just one. Now he's got his microphone covered, so he must have put it on the table or something.
Because I know a lot of people, I don't want to come across as I'm upset. But you know what? I am upset. You know why I'm upset? Because you mentioned my children.
I don't want to come across as upset, but you know what? I am upset. People, please, social media is not therapy. Social media is not therapy. Talking to the world is not how you resolve things. Throwing your business in front of the world is not how you resolve things. This is what happens when you don't have another person to talk to. Find you somebody. Listen to me, folks. Find one person. If you got to crash out and vent, find one person. Your mama, your daddy, your brother, your sister, your best friend. Find one person. And if you just want to fall apart and gush and go to pieces, do it with that one person. Don't sit up here and get a megaphone and broadcast it to the world. If you're gonna crash out, if you're gonna vent, if you're gonna gush, if you're gonna unravel, okay, understood. Find one person to dump that on. One. Just one. But don't go to the internet and make that your therapist. Because it ends up with folks like me making videos about it.
You had the audacity to mention my children, and you had the audacity. Can y'all hear me? Because some people complaining about the audio.
Yeah, you keep putting your phone down.
Let me know if y'all can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Work in progress.
If you can hear me, let me know. There's a few people saying they can't hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me.
Okay, he's doing a Verizon commercial.
Those who just came on the live. Everybody who know me, and I'm talking about speaking with my actions, I don't do this. I don't clout chase. I never come on social media talking about anything. Even when I got stabbed in my back. Even when I got stabbed in my back by the person that I moved mountains for. Fought battles. Did everything. Was super loyal to. I still didn't slander you. I still didn't say nothing. I just kept it moving. But you had the audacity to mention my children. So since you want to mention my children, and that I can't let ride. A lot of people like, yo, Pat, that's not you. Don't entertain it. You know what I'm saying? People see through it. She's bitter. She's miserable. Yeah, that's a fact. But you mentioned my children, and that I'm not letting ride. So with that being said, you abandoned my child for months. I'm sorry, for days at a time. Knowing she had to go to school the next day, knowing I had to go to work the next day, since you want to get up on you and say, oh, you don't have a job. Because, you know, when I got the executive position at TuneCore initially, knowing I had to go to work the next day, knowing my daughter had to go to school, you stayed out with the lane.
When I had the executive position at TuneCore initially, I'm just going to keep it on the bricks. You know, I had the executive position at TuneCore initially. A man shouldn't have to inflate his resume. He shouldn't have to remind folk of what he did. It don't sound good when you yank out some title like executive position and then you still don't have it. You know, that sounds like a fella sitting with the Xbox trying to say, well, you see what happened? Well, you know, I be doing things. It sounds like that. So you're trying too hard. When you do that, you're trying too hard.
You stayed out with the lame. You want to talk, and you stayed out with the lame while your daughter was crying for you. Tears. Also, she wanted to talk about all of this money talk and all of this and what I don't got and what I got. Since I met her, I have written 90% of the rhymes that came out of her mouth.
Name them. If you're not going to name them, then don't do this. Don't talk like this now because folks were inferring that before. If you're not going to give a discography, then this part right here is pointless for street cred. So if you're not going to name the tracks, if you ain't going to give a rundown, stop this. You're not helping yourself. Now, this is about rap. This doesn't help you if you ain't going to name the tracks.
And with me saying that, I want to say this to y'all. Anyone who has an iPhone, you know how iPhones work. When I was younger, I used to be able to write rhymes in my head, create rhymes in my head, and remember them. Just like that. As time went on, I got a little older, I started to write rhymes in my email draft. Now, if you have an iPhone, you go in your email draft. If anybody come around me, and we're in the flesh next to each other, I can type in any word from one of her songs, and her entire rap will come up. The entire verse will come up. I never asked for a penny. I never asked for credit. She was my wife. I didn't want anything from her.
How'd that work out? All right, fella, if that's not an issue, why you bringing it up now? How'd that work out? Very clearly, you got an issue with that. Let's just call it for what it is right quick before I go any further. The issue with Papoose was always that his wife had a bigger name. She had a bigger name. Papoose was always respected. He's always been respected as a lyricist. He's always been respected as a writer. He's always been respected as a battle rapper. He's always been respected in the streets. But his woman became a bigger name. And that was a problem. Yeah, you have more talent and ability, but she got more shine and progress. So what does that say for your, quote, talent and ability when she was able to make more of it? Notoriety-wise. So that's always been an issue for him. That's always been an issue for him publicly. Reputation, that's always been a problem. That he has more ability, but it never translated into more name, status, success. It never did that. That's the problem. And all this right now is trying to reinforce and compensate for what didn't occur. Because the bottom line is she's supposed to be running around crashing out talking about you. You're not supposed to be talking about I wrote all this stuff for her and never asked for credit. Because by the way, if you built Remy, build another one. Damn! I talked to Dame Dash. Jay-Z said, you say you built Hov, build another one. Kanye. So, yeah. Something to be said for it.
I wanted to see her win. Like I said, I have written 90% of the rhymes that came out of her mouth since I met her. Y'all said it. Y'all said it numerous times. Oh, we know that's Pap behind that pen. Did I ever agree with y'all? Did I ever put it out there? I never said I wrote her rhymes.
Okay, then if you didn't say it then, you shouldn't say it now. If you didn't say it then, you shouldn't say it now. If you were quiet about it then, and it wasn't worth mentioning then, okay, then it's not worth mentioning now. Furthermore, you provided no evidence and no proof. So if you didn't say anything about it then, don't say it now. And if you're not going to drop all the invoices, there's no point in saying this now.
Left it. I didn't need the credit. All I wanted her to do was win. Wrote the rhymes, did the contracts. security, the whole shit.
Okay, and she won. I just wanted her to win. Okay, and she won. And the only thing it cost you was your dignity. So as a rapper and performer, congratulations. Mission accomplished. You wanted to elevate her. You succeeded. Then you're surprised when after you elevated her, she sees herself as way bigger than you? Imagine that. He elevated her. Now he's shocked that after doing that, she sees herself as bigger and more important than him. Okay, bruh, fellas, I've been telling you forever, this is what happens. If you want to go play that game, you're going to drop unlimited benefits and you think that you're leveraging that. Well, if I make a star of her, then she'll be forever grateful to me. She'll be forever grateful for where she got to. Okay, how's that work out? How the hell does that work out? By the way, no, this is baseball cap. We'll come back to that.
So you fabricating these stories, and it's very weird that you're talking all of this money talk, but in your background, it's everything that I bought. All of the utilities are in my name. So all of this fabrication about, oh, he don't pay no bills, oh, he don't do this, he don't do that. If you analyze her life, the whole thing is about all of this money talk. Why? Because she wants y'all to think that she's this big shot. I don't need to come up here and perpetrate no fraud like I'm a big shot, like I'm this and I'm that. For the simple fact that I speak with my actions. You want to talk about black love? Anybody who follow me, they know I've always been pro-black and had knowledge of self since I was a teenager. So I've represented that since I came in the door before I even knew you.
Okay, how about her, bruh? I was always pro-black and knowledge of self. Okay. And did you get a woman who was equally yoked? Did you get one who values that as much as you? Or did you get the hottest thing the streets was looking for and figure you would compromise on that? And that, don't worry, we'll work it out in the end. It'll all come out in the wash. So if that was a priority, by the way, did you get a female who prioritized that and valued that as much as you did? Since you're bragging on it now.
The fact that I speak with my actions. You want to talk about black love? Anybody who follow me, they know I've always been pro-black and had knowledge of self since I was a teenager. So I've represented that since I came in the door before I even knew you. Okay? So don't ever talk about black love and what else she said? I gotta remember. So, first and foremost, very bipolar, very delusional. This is a person who will sit in front of you. She will post that live, and she'll say later, I didn't do that. I wasn't on live. You'll be sitting there like, huh? She will say something to you, and 10 minutes later say, I never said that.
Nigga, what?
Crazy women have the best sex. Crazy women give the best sex. Crazy women are the best in bed, hands down. You will never have as spectacular, explosive sex as you will with a crazy broad. It ain't happening. All you nice, sane, square, balanced chicks, and y'all just like hoes. Need a little excitement. Yeah, y'all are just, it's a little boring over here. There's no seasoning, there's no nothing. It's just bland chicken. Why y'all keep going over there? Because it is popping. It is popping. It's lit. Stuff that you got to sit up here and negotiate for is like, you be sitting there, she's sitting there searching her soul. Oh, I don't know if I can do that. For y'all square broads, no disrespect, but I don't know if I can do that. The hoes? Okay. All right, so y'all did the hoes. A crazy broad, throw it down. That's just it. That's just it. I've told you this now going on 2 decades. I've never lied about it. Square chicks, yeah, they're the most stable and they're also the most boring. Don't know if I can do this the rest of my life. Oh, I don't know if I can do this the rest of my days. Oh, I don't know if this unseasoned oatmeal and this unseasoned chicken, I don't know if I can do this the rest of my days. Oh, the man that also didn't tell me about this part. Forever, ever? And here's my issue, Pap. I'm not upset about that. Dude, you think I wouldn't have? Are you kidding? I'm coming off the top rope like Eddie Guerrero. Frog splash. Are you kidding me? I've told y'all that. If I had met Remy back in the day, are you kidding me? New York broad like that from back in the day, are you kidding me? I think I wouldn't when I would. Oh, all day, every day. Not every day, every day. Believe that. Give up my Louisiana passport for a minute. I ain't gonna give it up for life. Fight with the New York, Department of Motor Vehicles. There's a nightmare. But think I wouldn't when I would? Of course. Are you kidding me? Them mocha chocolate legs will have niggas doing flip-flops. I understand. I'm not gonna marry her. I'm not gonna get her pregnant. I'm not gonna allow her to have any permanent attachment. No power over me. Nothing in the system. Go ahead, toss her up and send her home. And keep you a sane chick that you're gonna entrust your future to. Give the crazy broad tonight. Give the sane chick your future. He gave his future to the crazy broad and figured he could make her settle down. Does that sound like every female you know? Let me get the exciting guy. Okay, if I can just get him to turn this volume down a little bit. You see, when a man is young, he goes for that mess and all them problems. As we get older, we start pushing that out the frame. We ain't trying to do that. Not trying to do that. So he's confirming everything I told you. Everything I told you. Crazy chicks don't have inhibitions. Crazy chicks don't have limiters. Crazy chicks don't have brakes. It's all gas, no brakes. Crazy chicks don't have those problems. Okay, fellas, keep the little crazy broad in her place. Keep the little crazy broad in her pocket. Don't elevate her to a position she don't belong in, because she gonna bring the crazy to that too. Now you got screwed up kids. Your damn legacy is screwed up because you handed to a crazy broad. You want to know what a female's value is? Take a look at her kids. You got screwed up ass sons. He's sitting there with the damn Xbox. Why the hell are we trusting her with your genetic legacy? She's already messed that up. Folks up here and spend too much damn time looking at people's rap careers, looking at people's vocations. There's a whole bunch of single mom hoes in college chasing PhDs, messed up kids all damn the place. Don't ask what's happening at home. Don't ask what's happening with the kids. The daughters are getting stretched out. The sons are worthless. Nobody's asking about that part. Oh, I'm sorry, with Remy Ma, we don't ask that either. So I am not sitting here saying don't go roll with Miss Dynamite in bed. What I'm saying is Dynamite will blow up your damn house if you keep it there. Take her to the Intercontinental, take her to the Kimpton, take her to the Conrad, take her to the Maldives, and then send her home. Send her back where you found her. Don't make some permanent attachment that you can't get away from and walk away from. She might key the car. She might try something outlandish. I can't guarantee that will not happen, but every female will do that. What she will not be able to do is lock you down for no 20 damn years with alimony or a kid that you're going to be fighting with her with over for the next 2 damn decades and really for the rest of your damn life, because she's going to screw up the kid and no matter what you do. When you got the kid, things might be okay. When she got them, she's putting all kinds of poison in their heads. And you're going to be fighting with that for the rest of your damn days. When if you're just gone ahead and had a chick who about some sense, I'm saying, fellas, I need the men today to stop acting like soap opera broads. Y'all need to learn how to have hot dripping sex and send her home. And if your daddies and your granddaddies never laid it on the line for you right now at half a century old, I'm saying it to you. I need you fellas to recognize how to have sex with a female and send her home. We got so-called rappers, ball players, celebrity stars, and they don't know how to do this. They're so damn emotionally deficient and dependent. They don't know how to do this. Got sexual options all over the damn place and making one female who is obviously monosyllabic. Look it up. A female who only has one talent. You need several. She only has one, and you're making her your everything. Okay, well, you tell me, but Jason, she is a supernatural, spectacular expert at this one thing. Okay. One of my mechanics, he is a damn savant. I've got a mechanic. You roll up with him. If literally, he can literally, I got one of these guys. He can literally look at the car without it running and tell me why I came. He can literally do that. I'm not gonna move the nigga in with me.
Nigga, please.
He's a fantastic mechanic. He's phenomenal. I'm not moving him in with me. I'm not doing that. Hey, bruh, fix the damn car. Here's your money. Bye. That's the way you do that. Jason, she is a sexual specialist. Understood. Okay, she ought to be here about an hour or two. And then bye. So that she can unleash unlimited havoc back where she is. That's the point.
Everybody, and I don't want to talk bad about her, man. That's something that I never wanted to do.
While he's talking bad about her, I don't never want to talk bad about her. You know she bipolar and crazy, right? And I don't want to talk bad about her while she's sitting there talking bad about her.
And I don't want to talk bad about her, man. That's something that I never wanted to do. That's why when this took place, when she first got caught cheating with the lame, I brought it to her attention. I said, first of all, I couldn't even believe that she was stooped that low because he's such a cornball. Y'all see it, y'all say it yourself. I'm like, yo, it's no way it's this nigga. Because I'm trying to figure it out. Like, damn, who is this nigga? Because,
bruh, your wife, not your woman, your wife is such a grand dime piece that by your own admission, a quote unquote lame wasn't just able to knock her down. He was able to knock her down and drag her around for a couple of years now. What does that say about the quality of your wife? What does that say about the quality of you knowing this and sitting there? By your own admission, he wasn't the first one, and you've known about him Easy the whole time, and Easy wasn't the first one, and you still sitting there until 2025. What does that say about you? While you're trying to drag her and talk about, brother, at the very best, what you're saying is that your wife is available to be the mistress to lames. That's the value of them draws. I don't care how many albums she sells and who she features with. Remy Ma will lay up with a lame. And you married her. The other fella is laying up and getting benefits. She's a come up for him. You married her. So what does that say for you? While you're trying to do the dragging, I mean.
You know, we were living a normal, peaceful life, raising our child like we planned to. And she started to move real strange. So in the process of her moving strange, it became stranger and stranger, worse and worse. So I said, damn, I got to see what's going on. What the hell is going on? I started to do my research. As I did my research, I found out she was cheating with the lame. So once I find out, I brings it to her attention. I said, mind you,
He had to do research, bruh. If you have to go to Google to find out who your wife is sleeping with, this ain't no marriage. What research did you do? Because if you found out after the streets found out, that's a problem.
I didn't knock him out because he slept with my wife. Like I told y'all before, the reason I knocked him out was because he shook my hand and then slept with my wife. It's a difference. But let me tell y'all this.
Okay, so the lame is the problem. The lame shook your hand and slept with your wife. That got him knocked out. What'd that get Remy? Because she's the one who orchestrated it. Y'all explain that to me. So his wife is cheating on him with another man. He proceeds to try to knock the other man out. And the wife goes diddy bopping off over the hill. So he knocks out the other dude who shook his hand. Meanwhile, he's going to go home and get between her legs, and she's going to shake more than just his hand. Damn! So let me get this straight now. Another man shaking your hand after he slept with your woman, that's completely unacceptable and out of bounds. But you having intercourse and following up behind him with her, you and him sharing the same space, well, that's okay. You are more upset with him than you are with her. Okay. All right. I'm trying to understand this and it ain't working.
So I bring it to her attention that I found out that she's sleeping with the lame. She tells me, him? Why him? Why him out of all people? Not Goods? Not Hitman? My word is my bond is my life. I should give my life before my word shall fail. This was her exact words. Him? Why would I deal with him? I said, Rem, I know you're dealing with the lame. I know it. First and foremost, how it first fell on my radar that she was cheating with the nigga, he was running his mouth and it came back to me. They said, yo, Pat, this nigga out here telling niggas he fucking your wife. I said, word.
If she was spending an inordinate amount of time away from home, bruh, she can't be sleeping with him sitting next to you unless y'all got that kind of relationship. So you knew she was spending time away from home. You already knew that. You thought they were just in the studio juking it up? If you thought that, you're sillier than we thought, but I don't think so. This is all starting to sound kind of cuckish, I'm not going to lie. It really, really is. I'm going to try to give him the benefit of the doubt for being a fool in love, and I'm like, bro, we are heading straight in the borderline cuckish behavior here. Because Easy wasn't the first one, remember? He wasn't the first one.
So I did a little bit more research, connect a couple more dots, I finds out. She tells me this. Okay, I finds out. Mind you, it's not the first time she cheated. You know what I mean? I continued the marriage because I live by my wedding vow. I try to live by my wedding vows. Richer for poor, sicker for health, sickness and health, you know what I'm saying? Better for worse, death do us part. So you try to work through things.
Okay, folks, fellas, you don't work through another man getting your woman naked and doing the wang dang doodle. You don't, quote, work through that. You don't work through that. That's not something you try to work through. You don't work through a woman getting legs cocked open and dominated by another male. You don't do that. That doesn't belong to you anymore. Jason, why do you say that? Okay, to all the sissy-fied mama's boys out there who've been raised with tampons in your ears. When we say that a woman submits, by definition, a woman must submit for sex because that sex is invasive for a female. Sex requires a female to allow herself to have something invasive occur. That's why submission is so important. Okay, but submission happens between her ears, not between her legs. Sex is very risky for a female. Once again, True Detective Season 2. The difference between the sexes is that one can kill the other with their bare hands. When a woman gets, there is no more you cannot be more vulnerable than to be naked in the dark with another person who could kill you with their bare hands. There is nothing more vulnerable than that position. To be naked and in the dark with somebody else who may be on top, that you're going to allow on top of you, and that they have deadly intentions with you. There's nothing more vulnerable than that position. So for a female to go somewhere with a male and get naked and allow in the dark and allow him to have his way, it doesn't get more vulnerable. That's it. So mentally and emotionally, she has crossed a line that you can't back her away from. She has given her allegiance to another man. She has given her vulnerability to another man. You can't recover that. You can sit there and suffer in silence, but you can't recover that. You can't reverse that. If she does that, what the problem isn't that she slept with the other man. The problem is she does not see you the same way anymore. She has given her allegiance to another nation, or at best, she no longer has the allegiance to your nation that she used to have. She's not a citizen of your nation anymore. She's not a member of your family anymore. She has left. And if she comes back apologizing, she's just in survival mode. Bruh, she's left. This is like somebody going to the cops and snitching on the whole damn crew. They've left. That wasn't a fluke. They've left. They've left. And because you might be more convenient on some evenings than other evenings, that doesn't change the fact that she's left. She's left. So when a female sleeps with another man, you got to throw the whole broad away. You cannot keep her. It's not what it means to us as men. Because it can't be what it is with us. It can't be. She is showing you that she wants to be a part of what somebody else is doing. And if you're not her everything, then you're nothing. So he's sitting here, notice, he's not naming the other dude. Damn! Did you all notice? He keeps saying that this wasn't the first time that she cheated on him. But you notice he's not naming the other dude. I wonder why. Is it because that's a name that we would recognize? What? He's not naming the other guy that she cheated on him with before. Easy. So why isn't Papoose saying this guy's name? He keeps bringing it up, but he won't say the other fella's name. I don't know. Was it Fat Joe? I don't know. I don't know. 2 lames in a row, at least. Damn! But, oh boy. Somebody said Diddy. I hope it didn't get that far along. But oh yeah, by the way, 720 degrees of analysis you receive absolutely nowhere else. He keeps bringing up that she slept with somebody else, but he won't say what the other fella's name is. He just keeps reminding you that, by the way, Easy wasn't the first. Easy wasn't the first. Hey, bruh, why are you leaving that part out? Go ahead and say old boy's name. Unless it would do more damage to you to say the other fella's name than it would for you to keep inferring, well, she just slept with other folk. Oh boy.
Anybody out there who's married, y'all understand.
How many of my men who are married understand that? When you know something, your woman sleep with other men, not one man. Not one man. This isn't even just one man. She done slept with men, multiple, plural. And he's saying, for the folks out there who are married, you understand. I want to know how many married men are like, well, you know, Jason, sometimes you got to let your broad sleep with 2 or 3 men and work through it, Jason. Your woman sleep with 2 or 3 men, but Jason, you gotta, Jason, you ain't never been married, Jason. Folks say, you ain't never been married, Jason. Okay, so I don't understand marriage if I don't understand that. So if I don't understand 3 or 4 dudes sleeping with my woman, I don't understand marriage. You damn right. If that is what it requires me to understand marriage, hell no, marriage makes no sense to me. I don't understand marriage if I have to understand that. I don't understand, quote, black love, your definition of black love. If this is black love, no, I don't get it. I don't get it. I ain't trying to get it. I'm never gonna get it. Don't want to see it. Don't want to hear about it. Yeah, if that's what it is. Yeah, if you and me gotta get on the same page, we ain't never gonna get there. We in 2 totally separate libraries. Forget being in a different chapter or a different book. We're in 2 totally separate libraries. Forget about it.
You know what I mean? I continued the marriage because I live by my wedding vow. I try to live by my wedding vows. Richer for poor, sick and for health, sickness and health, you know what I'm saying? Better for worse, death do us part. So you try to work through things. Anybody out there who's married, y'all understand.
Y'all understand?
So, I found out she cheating with the lame. I bring it to her attention. Of course, we have an altercation, like basically argument back and forth or whatever transpired, right? Okay.
Whatever transpired, what he's saying is they got the blows up in there is what he's saying. So y'all know Remy gonna knuck up in a minute. One of them New York broads, New York ladies got to hold this. Y'all got to hold this. New York women, y'all know how y'all are. Everything's a fight with y'all. Hoes be ready to fight at the damn bodega. They ready to fight at the DMV. So when he said that, I'm like, okay, that's code for, yeah, we had to knuckle up. That's what that's code for. No wonder Remy keep talking like she can beat Clarissa Shields, because she's probably like, if I can beat your man, I can probably get you too. But if it's New York females, okay. One who been to prison? Damn! A New York chick who been to prison? Oh, when he says altercation, it's, oh, she knuckle up. That's what that means. She knucking up, she pulling a blade, she picking up something, picking up a golf club. That's what he mean by that. We going at it. She's like, okay, we going at it. I'm through talking. That's what that, we had an altercation. A New York broad, that means I'm done talking. I'm not trying to talk to you no more. I'm going to say everything I got to say now with my knuckles. I'm done talking to you. Since you're not going to let me have my way, I'm done speaking. I'm going to let these feet do the talking.
She decides, and I decide that we're going to go to therapy. But she brings it to my attention, to be honest. She said, I think we should do therapy. I said, okay. Even though I'm private and I don't like to speak to people about my personal business, that was a very, very...
Nigga, what?
I don't like to talk to people about my personal business. You're on Instagram Live. This video has almost 1 million views. You're on Instagram Live, sir. He's on Instagram Live and telling people almost 1 million views on Instagram Live. I don't like to talk about my personal business. You're on Instagram Live. Made 3 videos, not 1, not 2. This is just the first one. Not 1, not 2, 3. But he doesn't like talking to strangers about his personal business. I'm losing my mind over here.
Difficult thing for me to do. But I said, you know what? Let's do the therapy. We go to the therapist. The therapist's first question is, do you guys want a divorce or do y'all want to work it out? Me and her both said we want to work it out. So when she comes on live and say, we haven't slept in the bed since 2022, and to make it seem like and fabricate a story like we had some agreement, you such a liar. There was no agreement. When I found out you was with the lame, you denied it. You shitted on him. Basically said, yo, why would I be with him? Why do you think I would be with him? And then you wanted to go to therapy. So check it out now. Check it out. So when we go to therapy, the therapist says, do y'all want to get a divorce or do y'all want to work it out? Me and her both said we want to work it out. I'm going to be honest. Because honestly, I didn't want to not live under the same roof as my 5-year-old. I love all my kids the same. But when you have children, and everyone knows that about me. Everybody who know me, y'all know my character. Y'all know her character. Very rude, very disrespectful.
Why would you not be under the same roof with your children? You can be on the same roof with your kids and without her. As a matter of fact, you just said she doesn't even want to take care of the kids like that. So why would that even be an issue, man? Whose roof we talking about? Holes in the story.
Not just to me, to everyone. But that speaks volumes. I didn't want to we planned to raise her with both parents. That was the plan. So I did not want to not live under the same roof with my little girl. I was there from the moment.
He married a single mom. He married a single mom. He married a single mom. This guy is a walking encyclopedia of contradictions. Then he wonders how the hell he ended up here. Bro, you married a single mom. She doesn't raise children under the same roof with a man. I want to raise my kids under the same roof. Who you going to get married to? A chicken don't raise kids on the same roof. What's in the water in New York, man?
The moment she came out of the womb, and I intended, and I always told her, I want to be there to the moment we take her to her prom. So when she graduates high school, college, get her degrees, I want to be there to take my daughter to her prom.
This is romanticism. This is romantic talk, and I mean in the pure sense of romance. He built this whole romanticized Disney fairy tale fantasy that he's going to be this respected street rapper and he's going to marry this other well-known rapper and they going to be the king and queen of New York and they going to be lighting it up everywhere they go. And Charlie Wilson, Life of the Party. If y'all never heard that song, go check it out. We're going to be Charlie Wilson, Life of the Party, and all eyes are on us. And oh, we're going to have the kids, and oh, I'm going to give them my name, and oh, I'm going to take her to kindergarten, and then middle school, and then high school graduation, and then prom, and walk her down the aisle. He's romanticized an entire fictional life with a woman who never demonstrated she had any respect or regard for that. This was his dream he was living out. This was his. So if he's trying to drag her in that regard, I'm like, hey, brother, you're already telling on yourself here, man. That's the issue.
And I told her that. So I never wanted to leave from under the roof of my baby. That's why I stayed around for this nonsense. And I don't want to go away from the point. Okay, so we did the therapy. The therapist gave us that option. We both said we want to work it out. She said, this is the plan. I'm going to give y'all a plan to work it out. She said, Pap, because like I told y'all previously, once I seen that she was cheating, like she was moving real strange, I'm talking about leaving for hours at a time. Every time I questioned it, it was a lie, just strange behavior. So once I noticed that,
Okay, folks, he just told you what I just told you before. It wasn't the streets told him. He already knew. She's the typical telltale signs. You can't cheat in front of the person. They have to be gone for significant amounts of time that are unaccounted for. They're unreachable. He's admitting, yes, she was gone for big amounts of time. Well, after that, then I started looking into it. You already knew. Remember, this wasn't the first time she cheated on you. This was behavior you had seen before. Now he's coming to the internet to smear her name. I'm like, okay, even if you're telling the truth, hey, bruh, fool me once, shame on them. Fool me twice. Wait a minute. This wasn't the first dude she cheated on you with. That's how you knew, because this was all behavior that you had seen before. Okay, you had seen it before, then how did she get this damn far along? And this is the preferred option to have kids with?
She was moving strange. I started to do my research. So the therapist said, because she told the therapist, mind you, she got all these lies to y'all about me. The only thing she told the therapist was, oh, he doesn't trust me. He's going to keep looking behind me and trying to, find out what I'm doing. But the only reason why I was looking behind her is because she was moving strange. So I agreed to, not show distrust or whatever. And the therapist told her, Remy.
Nigga, what?
I agreed not to show distrust. How many times you gotta cheat on a nigga before he becomes suspicious and distrustful? New York. How many times does a woman get to cheat on you in New York before you become distrustful? I'm asking for a friend.
Since you're saying that it's only business with this dude moving forward, but y'all have a last event coming up, after this event, you're going to cut all ties with this individual. This is what the therapist said. She said, Pap, because I told Rem back then, before I even clipped him, I said, when I catch son, I'm putting him down. I'm putting him down. He violated, you know what I'm saying? And what I noticed, when I found out, I noticed that every time me and her stepped out and made an appearance, he'd go post on his gram, do little sucker shit.
So if you see him, you gonna put him down, and meanwhile you walking around with her. This unresolved, unrepentant cheater, you upset with the dude, but yet you holding hands with her walking down the street. The fellas have become the new broads.
He'd go make a post on his story about us. So I'm watching this. Mind you, y'all, I'm not saying nothing the whole time. I know this nigga sleeping with my wife, but I ain't saying nothing. Feel me? I'm like, I'm gonna be quiet. I ain't saying nothing. Son doing sucker shit on the gram. That's cool.
I know he's sleeping with my wife, but I ain't say. New York is not a real place. New York is not a real place. It's not. It's an alternative timeline. It is an alternate timeline. New York is not a real place. Which borough is this, y'all? Brooklyn? Which borough is Pap? Brooklyn or Harlem? Which one? I know she's straight Bronx, but which one, y'all, is? There's got to be Brooklyn or Harlem. Gotta be. Gotta be. Okay, they say Brooklyn. Brooklyn hold his L. Brooklyn hold his L. It ain't been the same since Biggie. Hold his L. I know he's sleeping with my wife, but I'm going to stay quiet. I'm going to keep it cool. Hi, my name is Jason Black. I'm from Louisiana. I ain't keeping it cool. No, absolutely not. No, I'm turning up right here in the Range Rover. I damn sure am. Oh, absolutely. I'm going to keep it cool. Damn cool. I'm from Brooklyn. We keep it cool. I'm from Shreveport. We nut up. We nut all the way up. No. Nope. Damn that.
I ain't paying that no mind. We go to therapy.
He say he ain't paying it no mind.
With my wife, but I ain't saying do little sucker shit. He'll go make a post on his story about us. So I'm watching this. Mind you, y'all, I'm not saying nothing the whole time. I know this nigga sleeping with my wife, but I ain't saying nothing. Feel me? I'm like, I'm gonna be quiet. I ain't saying nothing. Son doing sucker shit on the gram. That's cool. I ain't paying that no mind. We go to therapy. The therapist come up with the plan. We put the plan together. The therapist said she has this event coming up at Sony Hall, which was the battle between him and Hitman. She said, you can go to the event, right? But don't knock him. Don't do nothing to this individual. She said, I said, I'm going to go to the event. I'm going to fall back. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do nothing. After the event, she's supposed to leave the dude alone. Right? I go to the hold on a second, man. Give me 1 second. I know what I'm going to do. 1 second. It's the battle with him and Hitman. Everybody there. Everybody remember that event. Y'all notice I never came on the stage, right? Never came on the stage, stayed in the crowd, fell back. Watched the entire little week battle, whatever, you know what I'm saying? On his behalf, because he trash. Watch him do his little trash battle. You know what I'm saying? So as I'm watching it, I never did nothing. When we left the battle, I went home with my daughter. She went home with the lame.
Oh, please.
People, does he think he's running her name down right now? I'm just asking, does he think that he's hurting her reputation right now? Is he even listening to himself? He thinks he's running her name down. He thinks he's exposing her. He thinks he's airing her out. He thinks he's airing her out. This is literally what he's doing. I'm letting y'all know what's going on right now. I went home with my daughter. We both came there together, but I went home with my daughter and she went home with him. But I told my therapist, hey, I kept it cool. Hey, Miss Therapist, though, I kept it cool. Welcome to New York.
Went home with the lane. Okay. She came home. She went home with the lane, stayed out all night, came home probably like the next morning. When she came home, after that, the baby is there. I ain't tripped. Kept it moving, kept raising my daughter, kept it pushing. A couple days go by, things a little peaceful around the crib. I reach out to the therapist, let her know what transpired. We went to the event, everything was everything.
So, well, just things are peaceful for the next few days. Peaceful. He is describing an open relationship now. He is not describing a troubled marriage. This is not a troubled marriage. He is describing an open relationship at this point. He just told you, my wife went home with another dude. Now he knows it. Before he was saying he didn't know. At that battle rap thing, remember the other rapper called out Remy Ma and said, hey, you cheating on Papoose. What kind of woman do that? Okay, he knew that night what was going on. It was peaceful after that. This is just an open marriage. This is just an open marriage now.
After those couple days, me, her, and my daughter, we all sleep in the same room. We go to bed. I'm saying it's bedtime. We sleep together in the same bed every night.
What? Nigga, what?
Back up.
Couple days, me, her, and my daughter, we all sleep in the same room. We go to bed. I'm saying it's bedtime. We sleep together in the same bed every night.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard. I thought I heard that. People, why is it these other YouTubers and all your favorite blog sites are not saying this? Remember, everybody remembers the rap battle. Okay. Well, you claim you didn't know before then, but by the time you get to the battle, you know for certain she left and went home with Easy the Block Captain. A few days later, you two we're all in the bed together, me and her and my daughter, because we all sleep in the same bed. And he knows where she was that week, but she was able to come back under his roof, his in quotations, and crawl, slither into bed with him? Nigga, you know. You just admitted, you know. New York, this how y'all giving it up. This is how New York is giving it up now. Then they wonder why the rap battle crown went to the South. This is how New York's giving it up. We need real niggas back in New York now. We need real niggas on the block in New York. We need it. We ain't got it. Clearly we don't got it. Even the luminaries y'all look up to. This is what's representing New York. You need real niggas back on the scene. You do. You do. It was never supposed to get this damn far along. New York needs the real back on the scene, back on patrol. They need to be back on their beat. This is ridiculous. This is insane. Everybody in the world saw the damn rap battle, and then now he's admitting, a few days later, she was crawling back into bed with me and my daughter because she's not going to be in bed with me alone if she can help it. This is an open marriage. This is an open marriage. No, the Bronx is probably not going to tolerate this. That's why I say because I'm like, the Bronx ain't going to do this. The Bronx is going to make New York 1. The Bronx is going to end up on New York 1 or New York 2. That's where if this happens in the Bronx, it's straight to WABC. Straight to WABC, breaking news if this is the Bronx. And Queens. I'll give it to Queens too. Bronx and Queens. Harlem, Brooklyn, you might be able to get that done over there. The Bronx, straight to SWAT. Straight to SWAT. Straight to breaking news. So, Yeah, he's letting you know what happened after the rap battle. Oh boy, these are all the details that were unfit to print.
As we sleeping in the bed, I fall asleep. My daughter's in the middle of us. So it's 2 beds in our room now at this time because she started doing weird things around the crib or whatever. So me, her, and my daughter in the same bed. It's another bed over there. I wake up. It's just me and my daughter in the bed.
She started doing weird things around the crib. Your daughter or your wife?
Because she started doing weird things around the crib. As we sleeping in the bed, I fall asleep. My daughter's in the middle of us. So it's 2 beds in our room now at this time because she started doing weird things around the crib or whatever. So me, her, and my daughter in the same bed. It's another bed over there. I wake up.
Now, I'm wondering if he's talking about the daughter. And that's a whole separate conversation. I don't want to get into that one right now, but that's a whole separate conversation. I'm going to assume that he means that his wife wanted 2 beds in the room. And I'm like, that's real weird because only a real California king-size bed could fit 2 adults and a child together. This must be they must have turned one of the living rooms in New York. New York is already cramped for space. So how you fit 2 beds in a bedroom in New York? You must have cleared out a living room or something. So something here doesn't compute very well. But what I will say is that if you got 2 beds in the same damn room, I'm assuming what he's saying is that his wife was demanding to have a separate bed. That's what I mean. If that was his wife. Now, if that's the daughter, okay, I don't even want to get in that conversation, although I should say, all right. But that's a separate conversation, one worth having, but we'll keep it moving for now. But if that's the case right there, hold on. So she's there, what I told y'all from the beginning, so she'll have you so long as you're not her only option. She can sleep next to you so long as she's not required to do so. She doing weird things. Bro, why is she doing weird things next to you is the issue. She can do weird stuff. She shouldn't be doing it next to you.
It's just me and my daughter in the bed. So I get up. I see her in the other bed. So I go over to the other bed. And as I go to the other bed, I notice that her phone is on. When I pick up the phone, I see the lame on the phone. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay. She on the phone with the lame. So after that, I woke her up. Hey, what's going on? This what you doing in here? This is what we doing? She started lying again, fabricating, this, that, and the third. Long story short, she kept cheating with the lame. Okay.
She never stopped. What do you mean she kept cheating? At what point did she stop? At what point did she ever even say she was? At what point did that occur? He just said that she left the rap battle and went with Easy. She never quit. Brother, the only person deluding themselves into saying that she ever quit is you. She literally never said that. This is your fantasy now, not hers.
Okay. Move forward from that.
Move forward? Move forward? Okay.
Another battle comes up. The lame not on the card. He not on the card. It's just another event. But mind you, like I told y'all previously, I'm there for my daughter. I'm there being the father. I'm not going to allow this situation to take me away from my child. So what I did was kept raising my daughter. Even though I know that she's a narcissist, very contradictive, very bipolar, I said, you know what? I'm going to keep raising my daughter. I'm not going to let this situation to remove me from under the roof of my child. I kept raising my daughter, take my daughter to school every single day, doing everything a father's supposed to do. In the process of me raising my daughter, another event is coming up later on down the line. The lame is not on the card. Okay. She has the event. I'm going to the event because I go to all the events. I'm going to the event, but I'm hoping the lame ain't there. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to have to really put my hands on them. Cool. I'm getting dressed. She leave. They start the event. I'm still at the crib. I get dressed. I go to the... Matter of fact, I can't even put that out there. Anyway, let me just say this. I found out the lame was there. I said, she got to be kidding me, man. I done told you I'm going to put this nigga down and you bring him to the event. I done told you numerous times, when I catch this nigga, I'm going to put him down. Mind you, I finds out she got an apartment 40 minutes away from our crib where she lays up with the lame.
Nigga, what?
Now, in New York, y'all, 40 minutes could be like 10 blocks in New York City. Let's just keep it. 40 minutes could be getting from Harlem to Queens. That could be 40 minutes or more. So it may not actually be a very long distance. In New York, 40 minutes, that could be 10 or 15 blocks in New York. Yeah. So glad to see that she's making proper use of her money. I pay all the bills over here. That's good. That frees her up money to go pay the bills where she want to pay them. So while he was bragging about he pays the bills there, congratulations. So that frees up her money so she can do better things with her money.
Leaves and say she's going to work. Leaves, say she's going to do this and do that, but she goes to the crib. Which I've been there. I can actually give y'all the address. So she got this. She got another crib and shot.
He said he's been there. People, this just keeps getting worse. It keeps spiraling. I've been there. Nigga, all right.
I don't even want to put this nigga under the bus, man, but this another individual who was married and got a crib not too far from the home of his family, but I ain't going to put him out there. But she did the same thing, which was weirdo shit. So anyway, I go to the event. Now, I already know I'm coming there. I'm putting this nigga down. I'm going to be honest with you. Truthfully, I really wanted to really hurt him. But I decided at the last minute, I said, you know what? I'm going to just put my hands on this nigga. I get to the...
He keeps fighting with his audio. Okay. Man, you are invisible and unheard, so that was number one. I'm not going to play all three of them. I just wanted to do number one and number two because there was something I wanted you to hear in number two. Let me see if we can skip forward a little bit here. At least I'm going to try.
Already know. One in his mouth. I see the lane. Y'all already know. One in his mouth. Off the muscle. What happened was, he thought I came to talk. He thought I was about to talk. Ain't none of that. We don't do that. Mom! Right in his mouth off the muscle. Whooped him out. Dead on his feet. Hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. I know. Everybody telling me I shouldn't talk about this, but this nigga's a lame. Do what you gotta do. He hit the floor like a...
So, the guy who was laying up with the crazy married chick, but wouldn't get her pregnant and wouldn't get her married, and he's getting all the benefits with no payout, he's the lame. But you, Mr. Side chick in his own marriage, I mean, so you're not the lame. He is. You paying all the bills and going out of your way and overlooking every other man she slept with, because Easy ain't the only one by your own admission during these videos. So you're not the lame. The other guy who's treating your wife like the hood chick she is, that guy is the lame. He is. You're the stand-up dude. The other fellow who's accepting your wife for what she is, he's the lame, and you're the stand-up dude. I want to know who the hell's making these definitions up there. That's being a stand-up dude in New York? That's a stand-up dude? That's somebody we need to emulate. We need more black men be like you. Really? So this is what we need to be doing. We need to promote this. This is a stand-up dude. All right.
Sack of potatoes. Stomped them out and all that. Bad. Hole in my knuckle, everything. But like I told you, I didn't do that because he slept with my wife. I did that because you shook my hand and then slept with my wife. But the part I didn't tell y'all is, through this entire ordeal of her cheating with this lame, I started to notice that he had something on her. And I felt like he was blackmailing her. I always felt like he was blackmailing her. What? Just because the way she was moving and behaving. So I'm gonna play an audio for y'all of him basically, in his own words, admitting to blackmailing her.
Nigga, please.
So he's back on that again. It's the mind control. Oh, she didn't really want to do it. He was blackmailing her. You don't go buy an apartment to go lay up with a fella blackmailing you. So this is how far he's stretching reality. Hey, bruh, no disrespect, Papoose. It sounds like she's not the only person grappling with mental and emotional issues. Very clearly, y'all two rock together because, she's not the only one. She isn't the only one dealing with these issues. Clearly, both of y'all kind of deal with reality in your own novel, custom ways. All right, now he's got some audio he wants us all to listen to here.
Listen to this. So this got sent to me because he's on the phone with one of his people running his mouth. They recorded it and sent it to me. But this is him on the phone. Let me just play it. Hold on.
Now I want to say this real quick before he plays this to the other fella. Whoever it was who sent him the audio, I guess you're being a stand-up dude because you got some integrity about you and you don't want folk with no integrity around you and you don't want to be sitting on that. What y'all didn't know is that Papoose already knew. That's the issue. Folks, he already knows. Niggas know. I'm not even going to say men. Niggas know what kind of female they got. You know full damn well if you got the low-hanging fruit. You know full damn well if it didn't take much work. You know full damn well you feel like it should just get dropped in your lap. Okay, you got the broad who was dropped in your lap. You know full well if you got a chick who ain't solid. A chick who all her rap music is by niggas talking about hoes and sluts. You know full well if that's all she got on her phone, that's all she talk about, that's what she about. A song come on and she comes shaking her ass in the middle of the grocery store. You know what you have. You know what you got. You know she low rent. You know it. So another person bringing you the quote hard evidence. I want y'all to know this is all it meant. It didn't change anything. You brought him hard copy and hard evidence, and now you find out all these years later, because this would have been years later, he already knew. You weren't breaking news. You weren't alerting him to something he didn't know. He already knew that she was out there. He already knew this dude and her that he was sharing her with another man. And if you're playing this psychological mind game that, I think he blackmailing her. Now you just crashing out along with him. This is just playing silly along with him. Can you all imagine what will happen if you allowed this to catch on? Well, I only cheated on you because I was being blackmailed and I didn't go to the police and I didn't come to you. I just said, for the sake of our marriage, I'm going to keep sleeping with this man who blackmailed me. Baby, I was trying to hold our marriage together. For the sake of our marriage, I had to keep sleeping with him. I had to keep our marriage together. Either that or he's telling himself that she's bipolar, so she's very easily prone to do really crazy, outlandish stuff. Because one of the things to say about bipolar women, for example, or bipolar people, but specifically bipolar women, is that, they're prone to a lot of sexual promiscuity. That's one of the official diagnoses of that. Are they sexually promiscuous? Okay. Well, first of all, that would be 90% of the female population at this point right here. What? If you say that. But my point is, so you start trying to rationalize to yourself. I've seen this before in your red pill videos and your black pill videos. I've seen you guys trying to do this. If y'all don't quit trying to diagnose hoeing, you got a hoe. I don't give a damn how many albums she made. I don't care how many times she got played on the radio. You got the hoe with the most spins on the radio. That's what you got. Leave it at that. But we ain't gonna do that. Oh, well, she bipolar, so that means that she is very easily emotionally dominated. Okay, why do you need a female who's easily emotionally dominated? If this guy can do it, every guy can do it. So if this tells you he's coming with a rationale that allows him to sit there and stay, although he's dealing with some issues his damn self from what I can tell. But okay, let's go ahead and spin this misery.
It's lame.
Oh, the other thing is he's walking around with this in his phone, y'all. Or is it on his phone if he has it on the computer or something. If he's walking around with these recordings on his phone, oh boy. You thought you were carrying burdens in your life. If he's walking around with this on a phone all the time, I'll be damned.
Now, when I started to feel like he was blackmailing her, I brought it to her attention. I said, listen, is it because this dude got something over you? Like, what's going on? She's staying out on days my daughter got to go to school. She's, my daughter's calling, she's not answering the phone. I'm calling, she's not answering when she with this lame. Then she's with this lame for days at a time. It's like crackhead behavior. I'm like, yo, something is wrong. Are they using drugs or something? Like, what's going on with her and this lame? So I brought it to her attention. I said, yo, listen, if he's blackmailing you, if he's holding something over you, let me know, and we can handle that. We can handle that too. I brought that to her attention. But everything I'm telling y'all is not in order. It's just throughout the situation. So I bring it to her attention. I say, yo, let me know if this dude is blackmailing you. We can. Why is she doing the recording right now? Holding stuff over her head.
Yeah, wrong. So far, she's saying she fuck with me. I believe her. You know what I'm saying? So I want to go with that. But you're right, though. Anything can happen. So that shit gonna be 3 months, nigga. I don't know for how long it is. I got pictures, the texts, the videos of her. That shit gonna blow whenever I say it's gonna go. I'm talking about where I'm saying that news of cheating and all of that shit go anytime. It don't matter if it's a week or whatever. Like, the only reason why it's spark is because you do all these shit.
Oh, let me play this again. Can y'all hear the audio?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, wrong. So far, she's saying she fuck with me. I believe her. You know what I'm saying? So I want to go with that. But you're right, though. Anything can happen. So that shit gonna be 3 months, nigga. I don't know for how long it is. I got pictures, the texts, the videos of her. That shit gonna blow whenever I say it's gonna go. I'm talking about where I'm saying that news of cheating and all of that shit go anytime. It don't matter if it's a week or whatever. Like, the only reason why it's spark is because you.
Now bear witness to this. You just heard this lame who she was dealing with since 2022 say in his own voice, I got videos and pictures of us. That's going to go whenever I say so.
So you're saying that he took pictures of them together and probably took pictures of them having sex, and Papoose, you don't really want to see your wife. You don't want to see your wife porn hubbing another man. Damn! You really don't, bro. Some of you fellas here, y'all start eroticizing your women, getting dogged out by other dudes. Bro, you don't want to see another man sitting in your parking spot. You don't. Don't do this to yourself. He most likely already has. He's probably already seen every XXX rated everything. He probably already has. So he's just psychologically wrestling and grappling with this to make peace with it. But no, dude, if old boy got pictures and video, that's irrelevant. That means all that confirms is she was already cheating on you. Well, he's going to expose that she's cheating on you. He's blackmailing her. He didn't have to blackmail her to get her in the bed. No, he's blackmailing her to keep her there.
Nigga, what?
That's what he's saying. You can't say that he blackmailed her to get her in the bed. So how do you explain that? She crawled in the bed with him on her own volition. Yeah, but he keeping her there now. It's New York. What is going on with New York now? What is happening? Can't just lay up with her and send her home. And this is the same damn thing I was talking about here just last week, man. I was talking about this just last week. What the hell is worth all this? Alex Fine with Cassie, what the hell is worth this? You gonna take one of Diddy's freak off rejects? What in the hell is worth all that, man? You got to have a marriage where, a quote, marriage where you have to sit up here and forget about all the ghosts of hood rats past? You can't just have a nice clean slate that ain't got none of that. We got to take something that's real grimy. We got to do that. There's nothing you could be getting from that marriage that's worth this. And so now he wants to run around talking about he's with Clarissa Shields. Clarissa, you ain't got no man. You don't have one. He's doing Instagram lives, going back and forth with his damn wife, not even baby mama, with his wife, and you sitting right there smiling? What the hell? And then the women are going to tell us men about we need to be monogamous. Okay, well, they're not. They're not. I wish I could tell you that the foolery was over. I'm not going to play the rest of this because it goes on for another 20, 30 minutes. And then there's a third video. So Papoose was up all night working through his issues. No, I'm only going to play one other, and I'm not going to play the whole thing of that. But ladies and gentlemen, Remy Ma heard. And of course, Remy Ma went live, veneers gleaming, and take a look at his cap.
Come on.
And take a look at hers. I'm not going to beat up on New York. New York is my spot. New York is my people. New York is my biggest demographic of my audience. New York is my biggest demographic of my audience. New York knows I am 10 toes down for the town. I've always loved it. Hate the traffic. I despise New York traffic. But if y'all could ever get that traffic situation fixed, traffic, taxes, tolls, I'm oversimplifying it, but if y'all could fix a few of these issues, okay, about a dozen of these issues, it'd be the place to go. But first of all, take a look at their caps. That's the first thing I'm going to tell y'all is, by the way, you take a look at their caps up there, and couldn't help but notice there's a lot going on in that regard. So they represent New York, y'all. Is that what it is? We're representing New York now. So New York, does it look great to y'all? Okay. He's letting you know. All right. So I just thought birds of a feather. I thought it was birds of a feather, and I thought it worked like that. So when you listen to her while he's sounding off, I want you to notice that you see a lot of parallels. Oh, he looks like Easy the Block Captain. They're wearing matching New York hats. This is a parallel toxic relationship. It really is. Where they do, you want to talk about trauma bonding? This is trauma bonding right here. They are bonded by the evil little things they do. It's that kind of situation. I'm sorry, the evil stuff she does and he sits there taking it. I can't say the evil stuff that they do, the evil stuff that she does and he sits there taking it, because she loves him, but she doesn't respect him. That's the problem. If you all want a classic illustration of why a man must be respected, that matters more than anything, this so-called marriage right here, this is it. Remy Ma loves Papoose. She loves him, but she does not respect him. And he's been trying to get love to take the place of respect. She does not respect you at all. She just loves you. But she loves a bunch of the people, first and foremost, herself. So this is why the number one hazard of that word love is it can mean anything you want it to mean. Anything. And he's wrestling with this because he's trying to tell himself, well, she loves me. He's being deceived by that. She loves me. Well, yeah, she does, but she doesn't respect you more than she loves you. So she loves you while she's doing all this garbage to you. If she respected you, she could never do something that would endanger losing you like this. She doesn't respect you, and now she's become sadistic with the disrespect. So she's at some mall somewhere, so I'm assuming that's over there. Is that big malleria heading out to JFK and LaGuardia? I don't know if she's over there in Queens or not, but I'm not sure where that would be at. I don't get around the spots like that in New York. It looks like she's at the mall because it's got several floors to it. So maybe my New York people can tell me exactly where she's at there. I want to play some of this because I want you to understand. You're going to hear this and you tell me if this woman sounds like she respects him or whether she's just dripping with venom for him. By the way, she's doing the Cardi B thing right now. You can hear her go, So she's not even impersonating herself. She's impersonating Cardi B now. That's what you married, bruh. That's what you married, as a Cardi B knockoff. Actually, from this other video here, I wanted to actually play more of it because he was talking about his son.
He come in my email drafts right now, which has I seen a video where she looked outside of herself. I'm not accusing her of anything. This is not my style.
I want to just see if I can find that.
She's
real
very
quick.
angry at me because she says that if I would have never knocked him out, none of this would happen. So one of the reasons out.
I get dragged on both sides. You're right, though. That ain't that.
So
back to you.
they got more
Oh, you want
recordings.
to go in here and say, oh, I was making music before him. You was.
She was saying that he wasn't taking care of his son. He was like, I always take care of my son, my Papoose. You don't have a son. What? Remy has a son, currently incarcerated on a murder charge. Remy has a son. You don't have one. I'm not going to play it. I'll have to go looking for it. I didn't actually timestamp it because there were too many to go through. But, so it's either video 2 or 3. I don't even remember this point. But he said that. Talking about my son. You talking about I don't see my son. Yeah, he got some issues right now. He dealing with some situations. He's calling that grown man his son. His son. No, from what the way he was describing it was like the first one. No, he's talking about in a situation. Yes, Ace, I know about the... Please calm down. If you haven't watched the videos, you don't know what I'm talking about. So, okay. If for the slow bus children, if you did not watch the video, you don't know the context. So, I didn't timestamp it, so I don't have it right here to show you on the spot. But it's on his Instagram, on his Reels. But by the way, when I say he doesn't have a son, I'm talking about with her. Because he was talking about, he's in a situation. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? To me, what that's saying is that, let me go ahead and claim the single mom's kids, and that'll show her that I'm more concerned for her than she is for me. And what could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? What could? Now you find out what could. All right, so like I say, that happened too. We're just going to gloss over there right now. Let me go ahead and pop through here on Remy's video right quick.
Woo! What you doing now? You live? Oh, I'm never posting nothing because people don't understand. When I type shit out and when I write shit in, people don't understand. Turn that camera on, ugly, and tell your lies.
Now she's talking about her husband right now, Papoose. This is who he married. Some men like that. In New York, I understand the fellows who like their Latinas, the fellows who like their Italians, and especially from the Bronx, they like their gutter chicks. They like them with an edge. In New York, fellas ain't happy if they ain't got a female talking noise in their ears. If they're young with perky breasts, that helps it a whole lot better. So fellas get used to that. That's the culture. And I've explained this before. You figure that you're in a very aggressive city. So you figure that she's built for that because she's aggressive too. And so when you're young, that's one thing. But as you get older, it gives you no peace. That's the problem. They get so acclimated to that they're not peaceful anymore. Now they're just making mess because they're used to living in that messy, aggressive, conflicted environment. Now you're a part of the damn conflict. So here she is coming off the dome, calling him out of his name and you ugly and this, that, and the other, with no respect whatsoever, and she's just coming off the rip with it. So you know what she's like behind closed doors. If this is how she starts a video, you know what she's like behind closed doors. And she didn't just start being this way 5 years ago or 8 years ago. She was this way the day you met her. How the hell did you think having a kid with her, much less a marriage, was going to be a bright idea?
Don't type your lies. Tell them. Speak while people talking to you. You reading comments, you can't keep up with them if you do that, right? I'll wait. Because I've been sitting by my phone all fucking day because I know you can't take the L. You can't take the public people not on your dick. You can't take that, right? Every time you come up, mentions me, says anything or do anything that I don't like, every time your current come up situation, I'ma drag you. And every time you bring your little girly self on here and saying something, I'ma drag you. Every time, Willie.
And this is the nature of their relationship. She's just told him that if you want me to come around, we gotta fight. I can't be around you if we're peaceful. Because you're not someone I can be peaceful around or want to be peaceful around. So the only thing that turns me on is aggression, and I can't be around you if we ain't got some aggressive energy. So she's saying it. If every time your girlfriends show up, they ain't got nothing to do with you. So this is what keeps dragging him back, is the fact that this gets her to respond to him. Instead of cutting it off and there ain't no contact, oh, this will get her to respond. So he keeps doing what's necessary to get her to respond. That's the dysfunctional part of this. That's the part that he mistakes for genuine desire. The fact that she wants to fight you. She wants to fight everybody. She went to prison for fighting. Damn near went twice. So this is what keeps deluding him and confusing him. He thinks that her coming at him with this aggressive energy means she really wants me. Like the little girls in elementary school, she punch you in the back. She really wants me. You know, that's just the way she is. She really wants me. So now you all see how it works, or should I say how it doesn't work.
I'm going to drag you every time, Willie. Every time. I was just trying to get back with you yesterday. Get back with what?
This part right here. Take a look at her face. Nonverbal communication. I'm freezing this for those of you who are watching this live or recorded. Get back on your phone and take a look at that. Look at her face. Do you see that she is absolutely dripping with contempt? That's not I'm unhappy. That is I've been sitting on a ball of venom. That right there, that is you're my enemy. What are you talking about?
Get back with what? Get back with what? Why the fuck would I be trying to get back with you, sir? Stop time, Willie. I'm gonna drag you every time, Willie. Every time. I was just trying to get back with you yesterday. Get back with what? Get back with what? Why the fuck would I be trying to get back with you, sir? Stop lying to these people. Did y'all look at the date? I'm gonna drag you. And every time you bring your little girly self on here and saying something, I'm gonna drag you. Every time, Willie. I'm gonna drag you every time, Willie. Every time. I was just trying to get back with you yesterday. Get back with what?
That is just sheer hatred. That is not, we're a little off. That is not, oh well. That is just pure venom. That is not, I'm playing with you. That is, if I had fangs, I would sink them into your throat. You take a look at her face. That is nonverbal communication. She is letting you know. Y'all say in the chat room, look at her eyes. Bruh, she ain't even speaking with her tongue anymore. Look at her eyes. Look at her face, man. That's not playing. She's not joking. That's not putting on a front. That's disgust. I don't care how rocking and rolling the sex is afterward. Very clearly, you're not the only person that she rocks and rolls with. By the way, she's not the only one you rocking and rolling with. When she sits there and screws up her face like that, that is serious. Like if you were in front of me, I would punch you. She's like, if you were in front of me, I would punch you. I'd sock you. Fellas sit up here and play around with that. It's like, oh, she's fiery. She got a temper. They get off on that kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, well, this right here, this is the non-joking part. No, she really means this part right here, bruh. I don't care if you find it exciting, stimulating. Oh, you like a chick with an edge on her? Okay, well, this right here, this edge she got for you, this ain't no joke. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Easy to block captain. Same thing for you too, bruh. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And that's what I'm saying. This part right here where she says, why the F would I want to get back with you? She said that in as venomous and nasty a way as she possibly could. If she could kill you with words, you'd be dead.
Get back with what? Get back with what? Why the fuck would I be trying to get back with you, sir? Stop lying to me. Get back with what? Get back with what? Why the fuck?
This is what you married. You take a look on her face. That's not joking. And this is what you sleeping next to? You're sleeping next to this now. You're sleeping next to this. I could play the whole thing because they've been calling out receipts on each other. She's been showing pawn shop slips and they've been really going super messy here. This is something for Judge Judy, but I just wanted to go here and say, by the way, hey, bruh, she was a single mom when you met her. This is the way she been acting since you met her. This isn't new. She was doing this back in what, 05, 08, 07? She was doing this then. This isn't new. And she does this with Easy the Block Captain. She does this with him too. Y'all niggas get off on that. And what I'm saying is New York. I am not going to attempt to fix New York tonight. There is no fixing it. New York is a big dysfunctional mess. I mean, it just is what it is. And they are beloved for that. They love their dysfunction. They really, really do. I'm just calling out for what it is. And so if there are, to the 3 men in New York who don't want this to be a permanent fixture in your lives, that edge and that sauciness and that sassiness, and I've had a few New York girlfriends. Sometimes they are the bee's knees, and then other times it's this. Other times it's this. So don't nobody sit up here and talk about Jason hating on New York. I got 2 chicks in New York I dig right now. But I also know the underbelly. I also know that. And this is not a bug. This is a feature. This is not she don't know what she doing. This is a feature. I want to say a word right now to the women of New York. To the women of New York, here's Jason beating up. You're my biggest market. No, I'm not. But ladies, New York, I'm just saying the masculinity. You can have a cute face and big breasts, and damn it, you the most butch thing in the room. If you want to know why it is, y'all don't even have to wonder. Y'all already know what it is. Y'all are trying to figure out how to get a man to accept Tinkerbell and Timberlands. What? You want to be Tinkerbell and Timberlands. And that's the problem, man. The masculinity portions in New York, like y'all, the ladies there, sometimes you all can be so straight, so on point, so put together. They're knowledgeable, they're savvy, they're quick, you know, they're I don't want to say slick, but definitely knowledgeable, you know, and that's a wonderful attribute to have. It is. It really, really is. But you get one who's a fitness chick and she wants to sit up here and go plate for plate at the gym with you. Like there's always this compensation, and it's not compensation on feminine terms. It's compensation on knuckle up nigga terms. That's what it is. So ladies in New York, if you want to know why it is that the fellas up there are like, hey, let me get something that ain't from here. This is why. This right here. If y'all want to fix something in New York, hey, man, to the ladies, the dudes done had enough. It's really not cool, man. It's not. Doesn't matter what the salary level is, the age level is. It's all that roughness and gruffness and hot and cold and soft and hard. And she can be soft one minute and then rougher than the niggas the next minute. Okay, that's gotten old, man. Yeah, and now he's dating a fighter. What I'm saying is that she's not the only one with the issue. That's what I was saying from the beginning. He's trying to put it on her like she the one with the issues. And bro, you got a type. He's got a type. So to the women in New York, I'm bringing it to your attention. If you want to know why the marriage rate is plummeting, done fell off a damn cliff. Y'all already know why, man. The softness ain't there. That stuff was cute and sexy back in the 80s and 90s with MC Lyte, but even MC Lyte was more soft than she was street. Today, y'all more street than you are soft, man. It's a wrap. It's over. It's over. Everywhere you go, it's a running gun battle, and you get on the subway, ding, let's get ready to rumble. Here, why don't you make a life with me? And on top of that, the other thing is, hey, y'all bringing niggas, other kids in tow. Damn. You're bringing other niggas kids. You're bringing other niggas problems. You're bringing other niggas bills.
Oh, please.
And you think having a degree is going to compensate for that. Y'all got to clean it up, man. You got to clean it up. Gotta clean it up. And then they're coming over here. It's not like in Florida, like in Miami, they get down there and they're looking to go ahead and, you know, get on a yacht in a bikini. In New York, even if they come from somewhere else, literally they get contaminated within one generation. You think you're gonna go find yourself some little Dominican chick and she gonna be cool? If she's here for 5 years, New York is like a vampire. New York just turns you. It doesn't matter where your chick is from. She can be Dominican. She can be Asian. She can be Middle Eastern. New York does things to people, particularly to women. It takes soft women and turns them edged out. So I'm within 5 calendar years. I don't give a damn where she from. Within 5 calendar years, she got that New York edge on her. She does. I mean, and she won't even be able to tell it. Within 5 calendar years, New York has turned it into Night of the Living Dead and the whatever for zombies or vampires. It turns them. It turns them. She becomes one of them. Take a look at the way she's wearing that baseball cap. That's not even how a woman wears a baseball cap, man. What are we doing? Narrow sidewalks, my ass. You want to see narrow sidewalks? Come to the rest of America. New York has some of the broadest sidewalks in America. What are you talking about? New York has the broadest sidewalks in America. And I'm not just talking about Times Square. New York has some of the broadest sidewalks. You can drive a car down the sidewalks in New York. No, it's just it's the environment. It is the environment. So they made that part of their beloved culture and they've been inculcated with it. Yeah, but it's turned the females, man. They're too rough. They're too raw. They'll lie in a heartbeat. It creates a bad environment. You can't be surrounded by that many people with that many bills under that much pressure, compressed and compacted that long, and in a hyper competitive environment where survival dangles in the balance and think it ain't gonna change them, man. It costs too much to keep a female soft in New York if she's expecting to live a soft girl life. You're going to have to take her somewhere else. You cannot give her soft girl fantasy in New York. And you can't indulge your soft chick fantasy in New York. You can't do it. New York won't let you. It won't let you. It's physically impossible. It's contradictory to where you're standing. It's contradictory. No, if you're a man making $1 million a year in New York, you might be able to make that part fly. You might be able to thread that needle if you making $1 million a year. You making $100,000 a year, nigga, you working class. You making $250 a year, you're as a single man with no children. Oh, you got it made in New York. If you're making $250 a year as a single man in New York City with no kids, you got it made. Now, you're going to be stressed a little bit because taxes is going to eat you alive. But if you're single with no kids in New York, you're making $250,000, $300,000 a year as a single man, you good. If you're making $500,000, oh, you're golden. You're golden. You might be able to start a family. Maybe. But as far as having a female and being able to get her to resist the poisons of that place and that environment, if you ain't making $1 million a year so that she can have her G-Wagon fantasy, because she going to be next to other chicks, and if you're not performing at that level, she's going to be giving you the Remy Ma. Why do I have to give you submission? Am I living good enough to get submission? And then they want to wait till they're done aged out. Okay, I'll submit now. It's like, okay. So, yeah, if you ain't pushing 7 figures so that she can live her Birkin bag, Chanel bag, G-Wagon, Bentley fantasy, if you can't comply with that, so she can go to her favorite bodegas and her yoga studios and, Carlo's Bakery in Hoboken, if you can't do all of that, so that's the only way in New York culture, that's the only thing that will disarm hypergamy. Now she doesn't feel like she's missing out on anything. Jason, I'm not so sure you mean that. I put together the video roll for it. There she is. Knicks game. She took pictures at the Knicks game or whatever. I got the roll in there. She was there with Fat Joe, I think it was. She took pictures and things. It was what it was. Is my thing moving? No, it's not. Okay. She's giving y'all a bird's eye view. So, all right. She wants to make sure you got a bird's eye view. So if they can't do this, especially if it's there, man, especially if it's there, there's too much. They have too much proximity to things. Too many Ferrari dealerships, Lamborghini dealerships, sports stadiums, expensive stuff. They have too much proximity, too much of that. They want to live. They got Instagram. They want to be able to have a taste of the stuff that they see there. And if they don't have that, they ain't looking for it. Mom of the year on your screen right now, though, by the way. Mom of the year. Hey, Papoose. Mom of the year, bruh. Wife of the year. Oh, you want the kids to get picked up by this? Okay. Hey, there's your mom of the year. Hey, bruh, it seems like she's through with men. By the way, take a look at y'all's screens. It looks like she's through with men. Looks like she's had enough of men. Yeah, she done been run through by enough men. She ready for some gals. By the way, where did she go? To prison? Some of you fellas sit up here and fool yourselves. Oh, Jason Black is going there tonight with it.
And deal with it, nigga.
Oh, yes, I said that. Oh, some of y'all didn't see these videos here yet, by the way. Okay, do you think it's a mistake? She got into it with a female. The person who ignited the most aggression in her was another female. She goes to prison. She ran a bunch of females. She back out here on the streets, not the streets, the streets. And oh yeah, by the way, she's rubbing money up other women's butt cheeks here. Is this an act, Papoose? Is she still acting? Hey, Papoose, is she still acting? Is she being blackmailed? Is that blackmail she doing that for? Is she being blackmailed for this? Or is she showing you blatantly what she about? And you're trying to make up some fantasy that's not what she really wants. She don't really want this. This isn't who she really is. Hey, Pap. Okay, and speak of the devil, hey, Joe Crack. Speaking of crack. Oh, no, I'm going to keep repeating that so you can see this right here. Tell me that this is a fluke. Can you find the single mom whose son is facing murder charges? It looks like she doesn't want a man anymore. It looks like men don't do it for her anymore, if they ever did. But it looks like men don't do it for her no more, if they ever did. Okay. Oh, Papoose, you never did name who the other guy was. By the way, hey, Papoose, you never did name who the other guy was. By the way, courtside seats. Hey, Papoose, you never did name the other guy. You keep saying that there was another guy. You never did say who the other guy was. Couldn't help but notice your woman been spending quality time. By the way, you never did say who the other guy was, Papoose. You never did say who it was. I can't quite figure it out. I can't quite put my finger on it. I can't quite figure out why it is you won't say who it is. I just can't figure out who it is, though. Maybe the guy who she wants to say did something for her. Oh, this is the guy who really raised me up. Okay. I can't quite place my finger on it. Hey, Joe from the Foundational Black Authority. But I couldn't help but notice. Because Fat Joe was ragging Joe Budden, don't say Buttons, about having courtside seats. He was ragging Joe Budden about having courtside seats. So, okay, is that Remy? All right, is that them courtside seats? Okay, that he was bragging about? Are those the courtside seats or another set of courtside seats? You all tell me, oh boy. Okay, they put you on artist row. Okay, you up on the big screen. Take a look at her cheese and Papoose. I'm not dragging you, bro. I'm just saying stop with the nonsense. And she looked pretty giddy up there. By the way, she looks pretty girly. She looks really girly, doesn't she? Oh, I couldn't help but notice she looks really girly right now, don't she? Not having to fight to get the girliness out. Oh, well, is it another target? Oh, man. Oh, boy. Papoose, did she come straight home or was she delayed? Did she come straight home or was she delayed? Oh, this doesn't end well. Hey, bro, they making a sandwich out of your wife.
And deal with it, nigga.
Hey, bro, they making a sandwich out your wife. Yeah, you might want to just go ahead and file them papers. You might want to just go ahead and file them papers. They are making a damn Subway sandwich out your wife over here. So it's getting bad. It's getting bad. Oh, okay. Wait a minute now. By the way, speaking of fresh out the freak off, is that Lori Harvey? Speaking of fresh out the freak off, is that Lori Harvey? Oh boy. That looks like Lori. Was that Stephen A. Smith? All right. You want to talk about lames? Okay, she's living her best life. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, just asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. I'd like to tell you that was it. I'd like to tell you that was it, but tonight I got to give some life lessons. I got to give some life lessons, and one of the lessons right here I got to do this, unfortunately. I got to do this. A life lesson from a man, Rod Wave. Damn! Oh, my man, Rod Wave. Rod, I got to talk about it for a minute. I'm not going to rag you too long, brother. I got to talk. Y'all know Rod Wave. Even though the music does tend to be very, 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 very repetitive, if you've heard one Rod Wave song, you've heard pretty much 95% of his catalog, and I'm not kidding. 4 beats per measure, but only 3 notes. So every song he makes is basically the same song. It's got 3 notes for the melody. 4 beats per measure, but 3 notes to the melody. And that's it. So if you heard one Rod Wave song, you've really heard 95% of his catalog. It's the same song over and over again. I can even tell you the 3 notes they're going to play. It's the same one. However, Turks and Caicos, if you have not heard Rod Wave, Turks and Caicos, go rent you an exotic with a nice sound system in it. Go hit the freeway. That song is perfect. So Turks and Caicos, I can put the gold stamp on it. Cuban Links with Kevin Gates. Cuban Links with Kevin Gates. I can throw my stamp on that one too. Everything else, Everything else, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's going to be the same song. So Rod Wave. So I'm not no hater. Turks and Caicos, as far as I'm concerned, that's the best thing he's ever done. Got to give it to him for that. But on your screen is a picture of Rod Wave with his girlfriend, although now I suspect ex-girlfriend. What? All I'm going to say is that's Rod over there on the left. That's her over there on the right. And that was Rod over there on the left, and this is her. This is old girl, so yeah. This is her. That's her with him. So this is her. I'm sure it's true love. I'm sure it's true love. All right. Long story short here, Rod Wave got himself arrested. Hard to figure out what happened now, but the police are saying that there was a break-in at his mansion down there in Georgia. She was apparently there, but it's not really clear what the case was. They're not saying that she stole something. All we know is that apparently there was a break-in of some kind. He had his realtors there. They were there first. And he wasn't there yet. She got there, I guess, and they got into it. We don't know why. It's not really clear why. They had his cameras. They showed that him and her got into it. Apparently, they're having an argument. And he takes out a gun and starts shooting up the G-Wagon. What? So this G-Wagon that she's there at Quick Trip.
Oh, please.
You know, the G-Wagon that she's there at Quick Trip with. Yeah, they got into an argument after the place gets broken into. So I'm not sure if he's thinking she was an accessory or she was just saying something he didn't like. But she pulls up in the BMW. He bought that G-Wagon for her as a present. That's why it's got the bow on it. But not just the G-Wagon, all this other, we're going to come back to it, but he got this G-Wagon for her as a present. And he starts shooting up the G-Wagon. He takes out a gun and starts shooting up the G-Wagon. She runs off running. He doesn't shoot her. He shoots the truck. He starts shooting it up. Anyway, the police show up, and apparently in Georgia, you can't shoot your own property. So she went to a neighbor, and the neighbors called the police. So he went to a neighbor, called her mom, and then somewhere along the line, they called the police. So Rod Wave has been arrested. You know, he's a felon, by the way. So he ain't really supposed to have a gun on him, actually. Although he's met that charge before. But anyway, So that was what happened there, but that's not the life lesson. That is not actually the life lesson. The life lesson is actually something else here. The life lesson I want to talk about with you all here tonight is actually something else, because I don't want a situation where you are deceived about exactly what the problem is. The problem here is one that's probably as old as time and will continue to be so. When you are a mismatch and a man thinks that he can leverage resources for affection and attention, it becomes that kind of situation. I could show you many things. You can see what she about, BBLs and everything else. You can see what she's about. I could show you many things, but I'll only show you one. This is the post from December 25th last year. So 6 months ago. This is her post. Take a look at the wording here. For those of you who can't read it because it's too small. It says, "Merry Christmas from the Barbie to you." She's talking to, quote, her fans. "Thank you. I just got my dream car, Birkins, all types of stuff. I'm literally screaming." Now, this looks like she's actually at Rod's house. This looks like she's at his house from the aerial pictures, because we know she ain't got a garage like this. So this actually looks like she's at his house. She is thanking her fans. She didn't say a word about the guy who bought it. What? She ain't saying nothing about him. He's the one who bought it. And she said not a word. Now, if you take a look, he went and bought all this stuff. All this stuff. Cash money. All this stuff. So, and they got the brand new. This is the 2025 G63. This is the 2025 because now it's got the little screens on the steering wheel. It's got the new buttons and stuff on the steering wheel. So I know it well. This is the 2025 G63. So he went all the way out. All the way out. They actually have a touchscreen now. What? So, okay, they actually got the damn touchscreen. So she's getting way better than she deserves. Way better than she deserves. Now, the only thing I'm wondering about is this red tag on there, but I guess that's fresh from the dealership if they have the red tag on it, although usually those are different from Mercedes. Usually it's different, but I can't really make out what's on it. But then you got the Balenciaga and the... Can't make that out. It's too far away. Louis Vuitton, I see that. I don't know what this means. If he got her like a custom perfume or something, not really sure. But notice she didn't say a word about Rod. He's the one paid for all this. She didn't say a word. Second post over here. She wants to go flossing, so she goes to Quick Trip. Baby, what your name is. So she's pretending that other people want to get her attention. Not a word about the dude who bought it. And she flossing at Quick Trip. She didn't even go to Lenox Mall. Chanel bags, showing off where future tramp stamp. Although she got enough tattoos up and down her to begin with. Rod. Bruh. Come on, man. You got to be part of the game. Fellas, if you're going, I'm going to say there's no disrespect, Rod, because you know it's going to get back to him. No disrespect, brother. I got to call it the way it is. Dude, you knew what this was. Look at all them tats on her, man. Y'all don't even see them down there on her feet. She got tats on her damn feet, bruh. Tats on her chest, collarbone, right arm sleeve, on her feet. Bruh, she belonged to the game. What the hell did you think she was? Somebody in the chat room says he's paying a fat tax. Damn. I'm just going to say, because the police are saying that Rod bent the fence when he jumped over it. What? So the police are so damn foul. They said that Rod Wave bent the fence when he jumped over it. They said that Rod Wave, when they showed up, he tried to get away from the scene, that he jumped the fence and that he bent the fence jumping over. I'm like, okay, he 300 pounds, but y'all wrong for that. So, and what I'm saying here is, bruh, come on now. Now, here's my question. Rod, is that truck in her name? If that truck is in her name, bruh, you failed the test, dude. You failed the test. You failed the test. If the truck is in your name, what the hell you doing shooting it up? But, bruh, if you actually put that thing in her name and she was driving a BMW. So are you out just buying luxury cars like that? And fellas, income does not diffuse hypergamy. Women don't just want one thing. Yeah, Rod, she gets shined by being next to you, but other than the money, what do you bring, bruh? You can't just be a walking ATM. You can't just be a walking paycheck. That's not attraction. That's transaction. Which means she goes to the highest bidder. The other problem is, fellas, it doesn't do you any good to give a young gal who's on the come up that damn soft life thing. It doesn't pay because she's sitting around living an idle life. And we all know that idle hands are the devil's workshop. Y'all are letting these gals sit around. She doesn't have to do nothing. Her life is being paid for. Now she believes that she's entitled to that. Okay, but now she's bored. Do you realize that not only does she not earn what she's getting, now she's bored. And she's going to go looking for things to fill her time. That's how they end up with other dudes who make way less money than you. He makes less money, yeah, but he's more available. So she's going to go entertain herself and amuse herself. And she doesn't value what you've done. She doesn't value it. Because she didn't have to earn it. She knows that you're just doing that because she's cute. So now she tells herself that her looks are worth more than your productivity. That's what she's telling herself. Rod Wave don't actually qualify for a chick that looks like that. And I'm not saying because she's classy or whatever. What I am saying is that in this trick environment we're in, we are in a pinch and pimp, salary simp world right now. Trick culture is the culture. So if she's young, if she's in her 20s and doesn't have any kids, so she's a size 6 and doesn't have any kids. Most of the females are so damn throwed off and messed off today and run through and run over. Fellas will sit up here and pay a premium. Well, I mean, she's a size 6 and she doesn't have any kids. I mean, okay, and she kind of light skinned. All right, throw it. Can you all imagine? She's got like 1 million followers on Instagram. She's got 1.4 million followers on Instagram. Has her post office box. So, yeah. I mean, and she's like the rest of them. She's not making no money from Instagram. Instagram doesn't pay you. What it does do is allow you to advertise for men who will. Instagram is like the want ads. It's the want ads for thoughts to sit up here and see if they can get free tricks on them. That's what Instagram is. It's a great big want ads. And take a look what it does. Fellas, if you want to know why it is we can't get the game fixed right now. Niggas is out here buying G63s on a wing and a prayer, hoping that the chick ain't gonna drive his truck to another dude's house to get down while he out on tour.
And deal with it, nigga.
This is where we at right now. Fellas, I'm talking about anything and everything she wants. The Balenciaga, the Louis Vuitton, the Birkins, the cars. She ain't got to do nothing but just walk over and hop into it. And this isn't New York. This is Atlanta. Listen to me. This ain't New York. This is Atlanta. So the fellas in Atlanta are now being hit with the same problems the dudes in New York, except the chicks ain't wearing Timberlands, but they still on the make and still on the take and still looking to get a jackpot. Walking in the door. You are never going to convince her or any of the other slutty bros. These ain't slutty bros. I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
You are not going to convince her or any of the other slutty broads out there that they don't deserve this walking in the door. They don't have to do anything for you. They don't have to earn it. They don't have to give you years of time. They don't have to build anything with you. They don't have to build nothing with you. She don't ask what I bring to the table. I am the table. I just walked in. That's what they're taking away from this. That their, quote, contribution is being present for class. Not even present on time. They showed up today before lunch. I am present. Therefore, I have fulfilled all my obligations to you. Now, drop it off. Do you think that you're ever going to be able to tell her for the rest of her damn life that she should not be singing her butt cheeks in exotic vehicles till the day she dies? Do you think that you're ever going to convince her that she should have anything less than a Chanel bag for the remainder of her days as she walks this earth? Do you think you're ever going to convince her that she shouldn't just get free money? That money is free? That it should just be given to her? That's just the way it is. Money is free. Dire Straits, money for nothing. And the chicks are free. Do you think you're ever going to be able to impress that on her till the day she dies? That she shouldn't just get it? No, it's not a fair exchange. No, it isn't. Well, depending on the terms, what I'm saying though is that, wait a minute, you're bringing, in Rodway's case, what, $10 million of productivity? Cuteness is common. 10-figure niggas is rare. Being a cute chick is common. Hell, you can buy cute. They got surgeons for that. Although, don't do that either. He didn't go above board. He went overboard with it. And that's the lesson I'm trying to instill tonight. Fellas, it's one thing to pay. It's another thing to overpay. This is overpayment. And what did you get for it? You damn sure didn't get no ride or die. At least Remy Ma would have been okay with a nigga shooting guns in the place. What? At least Remy Ma wouldn't have called the cops on you. At least we know Remy Ma wouldn't have did that. So, Remy, you winning on that one. Maybe Rod Wave need a New York chick. Okay, so the chick you went and bought a G-Wagon for and went and bought all these luxury handbags for and throwing stacks of money at, and what she showed you is that don't mean nothing to her. Nothing. Nothing. He did all that and she ain't even ride or die. This is hundreds of thousands. I would not be surprised if he spent $1 million that Christmas. I wouldn't be surprised if he spent $1 million. I would not be surprised if he spent $1 million. Tell me where he got $1 million of loyalty, love, honor, respect, commitment. Tell me where he got $1 million of that. Hell no, it wasn't equal. Hell no, it wasn't. And let me tell you, you got a chick like that, ain't no sex worth this. There's no sex in the world worth this. Oh yeah, another thing, this dumb goofy broad threw all that damn me away. What? Tell me who you think gonna be the next nigga who gonna sit up here and do all this for her and she done got Rod Wave locked up. Who's gonna be the next dummy to sign a fellow who actually got not the bag, but got the bank? Who gonna do that when she's prone to this kind of behavior? So You get a goofy ass female, and not only does she blow up her own life. I posted this on Facebook. The problem with being with hoes is that hoes are willing to throw away decades of their lives, and they're looking for a gullible male who'll do the same damn thing. And this is where you end up at. You bring extraordinary productivity, and she's telling herself, well, don't worry, there'll be another one. She's going to go looking through her DMs and tell herself, well, just like she said yes to Rod Wave, I'll go get me another one. Yeah, I mean, I got Rod Wave. I'll go get me another one. And what I'm saying is, and Rod, brother, I got to lay this at your feet, bro. Y'all niggas is making this too damn easy. These females bring nothing but their body. They bring nothing. And you are giving benefits that are the worth and amount of 100 women and dropping it in the lap of just one who didn't do anything. No, Rod's Caribbean, but quite frankly, this is a male issue. Quite frankly, this is a male issue. Go take a look at any sports league. Take a look at any sports league. This is a male issue. These fellas sit up here and drop the value of 100 broads on just one. 'Cause he got it. And as a result, when they meet a real nigga who lets them know, baby, you ain't worth all that, she's sitting, the hell I ain't. And so then she ends up getting slutted out by, there's where the body count comes from, because she got flued out one time, or she was the side chick or the girlfriend of a 7-figure dude who didn't know what to do with it. And he needs convenience. So he values his money less than he does his loneliness. So he'll just, whatever she wants, just throw it. Did she answer the damn phone, brother? You trying to purchase affection. It don't work that way. She didn't build nothing with you. She ain't committed to the process. She's not committed to the work. She doesn't respect what you do. She just wants what you got, but she doesn't respect you. And you didn't make sure of that first. What did she sacrifice to be with you? What did she sacrifice to be with you? Academics said otherwise, so you can look into it. Don't blame me. Academics said that. However, you might disagree. You might disagree. Let me go ahead and throw the Zoom link open here. Let me go ahead and throw that open. Let me go ahead and throw that up here. Go ahead and pin that to the top of the chat. New York, stand up. I know we've been a little bit long here tonight. I had to go walk through that. I know I had to go walk through that. I know I had to walk through that. Let me explain something here. Women are the same all over the world. To the folks in here who are caught on where these folks are coming from, the trick economy is international. I don't know why folks are trying to act like that's some secret sauce, man. The trick economy is international. What are you talking about? Fella, we got too many folks who think they're going to talk their way into comforting themselves on the way things are going down. This ain't nothing to be proud of. The trick economy is international. That's not confined to any geographic location. It really isn't. It really, really isn't. I don't know why folks are trying to act like there's something special. There's ain't nothing special and new under the sun. It's the same everywhere. So if you think that's a bargaining chip where you can brag about that or something, it's like, okay, it's not like it's better anywhere else. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Got too many folks sitting up here trying to psychologically soothe themselves. It doesn't help. You need solid facts. You need solid results. You need solid information. You need solid information. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. Where is Jordan at over here on Zoom? There you go. All right, Jordan. I'm waiting for him to connect his audio. All right, Jordan, what's on your mind?
Hey, quick question for you as a creator. Do you ever get annoyed by the amount of guys that continue to, I guess, simp out just over and over and over?
I mean, hell yeah. I mean, it would be different if they were off on the planet by themselves, but they're not. They're sitting right here with the rest of us. So what they're doing is skewing the numbers and throwing things out of whack across the board. You know, when men act in unison and have discipline, that's what changes a society and changes expectations. When you've got so many males who are willing to give up everything they got for that one female right there, that leads all females to believe they have similar value. There's the problem. It leads all of them to believe they got similar value. So that's where the issue comes from.
Do you think there's going to be a change here soon, that the men will get the power back, like as a majority?
Good question. The short answer to your question is yes, but that comes with a caveat. The caveat is, please remember, betas and simps are willing to work harder and give away more than you are. That's the problem. So whereas you may outcompete them in everything else, they're willing to sacrifice on a level that you aren't. They're willing to be the last stop. They're willing to be disrespected. They're willing to be abused. They're willing to be walked on and stepped on. They're willing to do that. And there's always going to be a female who messes off her 20s, rags herself, deletes her value, and she's looking for a break glass in case of emergency. If you're not willing to be that, just remember the betas are telling themselves that gives them the edge. They're not doing it subconsciously. That is not subconscious. They know what they're doing. And they figure that as long as they're willing to simp out, they got the edge. As long as he's willing to give up everything he got, he's got the edge. So that's the headwind that's really against us. The fact that, yes, ultimately, as far as the majority of males buying into that behavior, you're already seeing the pendulum swing back the other way. Which is why you're seeing the marriage rates go down and whatnot, and females are trying to consolidate on the top 10%. That's showing you that, yeah, the numbers are already going, the results are already going back the other way. But the simps are like, okay, well, if I'm willing to just cash out and be a walking ATM, because their levels of desperation are higher than yours. Their ability to be bought off for sex is higher than yours. That's where the problem comes in. So you're going to see a bunch of guys getting liquidated.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Two more things. I guess before I started really listening to you, I used to think I needed to tell women, like, not going to do this, not going to do that. But after listening to you for a while, I've started to just lead by my actions instead of just my words. And that has saved me a lot of headache, time, and energy. And I'm just so much more confident now because I just walk away if it's not working out the way I intended, instead of just beating it down with my words, So now I just lead by example.
Well, here's where the issue comes from. The issue comes from the fact that most males are not being conditioned to encounter rejection or failure and then overcome it. So that's where you end up in a situation where you treat this one female like she's the last one on earth. That's the issue. So of course you would liquidate everything you have if that female is the last one on earth, but she isn't. So why are we responding like she is? Because you haven't formed the scar tissue from going out and proving you can get another one, or I recommend another 2 or 3. When you demonstrate that it's not a fake and it's not a front, you really can get 2 or 3 simultaneously. When you do that, then you're not going to be vulnerable and susceptible to believing that you can only get that this chick is the last one, and however badly she treats you, you got to accept it because she's the only option. I've taught y'all for years now. It to be totally honest, it really, you want to know what sickens me more than simps? The fellas out here talking with the damn, cupcake stuff. You don't see females ever talk about men as if we're the last one. To the married fellas, your wife ain't never been on social media and told the world that you're the only one. Never. Kiss my ass. She talks about how lucky you are to be with her. She might talk about how, quote, great you are, but you're only great for what you give her and what you do for her. You're not great for what she does for you. You ain't never seen the fella's profile show you that. It's all about what she gets, and that's what makes you great, is what you do for her. Women don't pedestalize men. I've been saying this now for going on 2 decades. Men pedestalize women. The women never pedestalize men. It's never that she's lucky to be with you. She never goes out and publicly proclaims how lucky she is to be with you. She talks about how great her life is, how lit her life is. Don't y'all wish y'all was like me? She doesn't say, this man over here is the reason my life is lit. Without him, I wouldn't be nothing. I never would have made this without him. You don't know a single female's profile you ever read that on. She got it by herself. She achieved it by herself. She got her degrees on her own. She started her business on her own. She got the kids on her own. She got the #1 platinum album on her own. You don't see in her profile, I never could have done this without him. It's the men who are the hopeless, shameless romantics, and the females are the heartless gangsters. Men are pedestalizing women. And what I'm saying is, fellas, number one, it ain't working. Y'all doing that ain't working. You're buying houses and cars and trips and cruises, and she's not pedestalizing you yet. You're still pedestalizing her. That's the ingredient that's missing right there. So number one, it's not working. And number two, the reason it's not working is because that never works. If the value is not in you, then you start transacting instead of looking at it objectively. And there's the other thing. When a man has experiences with a number of females without trying to leverage money, then he actually learns what real value is. Then he starts leveraging that. And when that occurs, that changes things. When that occurs. But until he does that, it don't work. It doesn't work.
100%. One more thing. I have been told I'm very, very picky, and I need to lighten up, I guess. And people tell me, they ask me, why am I still single? And essentially, no one's perfect. That's what they tell me. So they tell me I should be settling down by now. And I give them my reasons, and then they say, well, so you're just going to die alone then. And I've gotten that recently, really from my family, friends, just acquaintances and stuff. So I'm not going to settle, but those brainwashing is in the back of my mind. So just your advice real quick, just how to stay confident in yourself to not listen to that type of stuff. What would you say to that?
What you all are lacking in experiences. You don't listen to one. When you have a mix of experiences, you become a lot harder to fool. You don't get pigeonholed. You don't lock into monotony. You don't just believe one philosophy, one ideology, because you've seen more. So this is why you have to get out. And get out doesn't just mean go to a different geographic location. It means meet other people, try different things, run your head into a few walls, be ready to fail, be ready to have some hard knocks so that you won't just take people's word for it. You can go by your experiences, not what somebody told you. You can become the source and authority of what you know, not somebody else. So there's the difference. You become the source and authority of what you know, not what somebody else told you.
Understood. I would just want to thank you. Since I've been listening to you, I think you probably remember me, but
of course, you and your sister.
Oh, you remember Madison? That's awesome. Anywho, I was just with her today. But anyway, so we're doing great. She's doing good. I'm getting close to finishing my master's. I got a great job. I'm just trying to keep leveling up. Just keep trying to level up. Appreciate your help.
Thank you very much. Give us a call. Yeah, like I say here, man, folks don't understand. They do not understand. You have to have experiences. Don't liquidate every damn thing. Don't liquidate every damn thing. You have that kind of stuff there going on. You liquidate every damn thing that you have. You start transacting. You start sitting up here spending. You start thinking that you can negotiate your way. Start thinking you can negotiate your way. What do you think's going to happen? I'm going to tell y'all right now, I want to go back to the subject in hand here. Papoose. Papoose, what are we doing? What are we doing? There are lessons to be learned here, specifically where he was concerned. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but Papoose in particular here. Fellas, let me give you some warning signs. If you are saying, the second time my woman cheated on you, this relationship is trash,
And deal with it, nigga.
So I go on the spot.
if you are telling me that this is the second time that your woman has cheated on you, the relationship is trash, you are not supposed to have that coming out your mouth. You are not supposed to have that coming out of your mouth. You are not supposed to have it coming out of your mouth that, the second and third time, why cheat on me? You're not supposed to have that. That's not supposed to be what you got. Sitting up here talking about my woman left the damn concert and went home with another man. Few days later, we was in bed. Okay. I'm just trying to hold the family together, brother. You ain't got a family. When you got some kids, you don't have a family. Not with her. That's tough medicine. You know what? Now I think about it. That's going to be hard medicine to take, man. That's going to be hard medicine to take. I recognize that. I recognize it. That's gonna be a tough one. That's gonna be a tough one to swallow right there, especially when your heart and soul is in it and you're all committed to it. I get it. I get it. You go all the way in. You go all the way in and things don't work out, okay. You go all the way in and you're telling yourself, this might work. Hey, I've got my own ideas. If I'm committed to it, they'll be committed to it. Fellas, I don't want to say that a woman doesn't owe you anything. I don't want to say that. What I will say is that a woman doesn't believe that she owes you anything. That's the problem. A woman doesn't believe that she owes you anything. Just because you were able to do something, just because you contributed something, she doesn't feel like she owes you for that. She doesn't. She doesn't. A lot of fellas want to believe that just because you're committed to her, or you did this, you bought this, you spent this, you fought this nigga over here, you did that, man, you think that she feels like she owes you for that? You feel like she owes you for that? Okay. Biggest lie you can tell yourself, fellas, you're going to get what you earn here. And if you do not make sure she's solid, it's going to go bad. All right, we got Ian here on Zoom. Ian, what's on your mind?
What up, Jason? First of all, I just want to say out the gates, just shout out to Papoose. He is one of the boom bap hip hop New York era, one of their greatest artists. But I do have to say that he fell into the black love trap, and Nas is another artist that's kind of like that. And Nas, on his album Life is Good, the one where he has the white tuxedo on and he has the green sash hanging over him, it looked like he was at a wedding. He had a line in one of those songs when he was talking about his wife Khalees. And one of the lines was, you know, at least I made an honest woman out of her. At least I tried it. You know what I'm saying? And I think Papoose is cut from that same cloth. You get what I'm saying? So they took a chance. So I can't fault them for that, but it just didn't work out in their favor.
Well, here's the thing. I got to fault him for that, bro. I mean, you're responsible for the woman you choose. You are responsible for pulling wool over your own eyes. You are responsible for feeding yourself a story. Brother, she was a single mom when he met her. She was hood when he met her. She went to prison right after that, bro. She didn't become that in 2025. She'd been in her 40s. She was that way when he met her. Okay, that's the environment they come from. It's rough and rugged. Okay, but be honest with yourself that that's what it is. Be honest with yourself that that's who she is. And this idea that she's going to be a battle cat in the streets and a, kitten at home. What the hell are you doing? That's a fantasy you're feeding yourself. Be honest with the woman you are with. And by being honest, I mean be honest with yourself. If you like hoes, that's what I'm saying. As men, we don't get to have honest conversations about that because males want to either go around being simp-ass liars or, otherwise shadow boxing because they don't want to offend anybody. I'm like, okay, get the hell out of here. I'm just going to tell the damn truth about it. If you like hoes, say you like hoes. If you like XXX rated chicks, say you like XXX rated chicks. There's no shame in it because these females out here having abortions and got men talking about they don't like hoes. They're killing kids. The women are killing kids like Dachau and Auschwitz, and the men are scared to say that, well, sometimes I like some XXX rated sex. This is insanity. This is basic Freud, basic Jung. If you suppress the subconscious, then it will eventually manifest itself in the conscious and you'll call it fate. Papoose keeps suppressing the subconscious. This is basic Carl Jung. He's suppressing the subconscious. He likes hoes. He likes street chicks. He likes them with the edge. He literally went from Remy Ma, who he's been fighting with for 15 years, to Clarissa Shields, who fights for a living. That's not coincidence. He's the common factor. And oh yeah, he has also sown the seeds by which he will come into conflict with Clarissa. What? He's already sowing those seeds now. You can see this one coming. Them two are going to break up over Remy. If not for something that Remy does, for all the garbage that Clarissa has had to go through and tolerate to be with him in the presence of all of this. That's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back at some point. So he's already doing what's necessary to repeat this cycle again with Clarissa. He's probably going to try to hang in there with her long enough until her boxing career is over and then get her pregnant. And then the circle will be complete. Now, that ain't accidental. That's not an accident. This is a pattern. This is unresolved issues. And as a man, you're responsible for that, brother. Like I say, he's threw away his 20s, 30s. Now we're going to your damn 40s. He's setting up a game plan to throw away his 40s, 50s, and 60s now. For what? For what? So I gotta put it on him, bro. I can excuse you for something you didn't know. I can't excuse you for choices. I have to hold you responsible for choices, but I can't excuse them.
Now, I will say this. When he got with Remy, just being an armchair quarterback, we can say, yeah, he made a bad choice. But when he was in it and he kind of saw what it was, in golf terms, he had to play the ball where it was. Okay, he hit the ball in a sand dune, but he still had to finish the hole. You get what I'm saying? He still had to see it through. And I commend that brother for seeing it through, or for at least for the sake of his daughter. Because me, as a father of a daughter with a baby mother, very similar to Remy Ma, I'll say that. I tried to, just speaking for myself, I myself tried to mold myself and be more, how you say, malleable to the situation as a whole for the betterment of my daughter. And I conceded, and so as a man, and that's why I take issuance with you when you try to make it out that a man is only connected to a woman, or connected to the child as far as he has sexual access to the woman, because I take issuance with that, because it's not about the sex, especially if you are a father of a daughter or a child, period. You want that connection with that child. So that's why, you get what I'm saying?
Well, certainly, I think it can get to that point, absolutely. But the bottom line is that bypasses something. A man's connection to a child is no stronger than his connection to the woman if his desire is to have the woman, because you don't need the child to have her. Now, if your relationship with a woman is contingent on having children with her, that she makes that that's a requirement, you might want to be checking a few things. If her primary motivation for being with you is not to be with you and she's already got you, if she is adamant that there must be more, that you are not enough, that's an issue. Well, the inverse is also true as well. If you tell me that your purpose for being with her was to get a child and that her value can be zeroed out, then what were we with her for in the first place? And the inverse of that is true. Here we go back around again. If a female got with you and all she wanted was the child, yikes. Oh boy. So I'm not saying that what you're saying cannot be accurate. What I'm saying is that it can be, but now we would do ourselves a favor to question ulterior motives. I am not questioning your affection, allegiance, or care and concern for your child. That is not in question, and I'm not disputing it because it's not up for debate. I can't speak on that. I'm going to assume that every word you've told me is accurate. For somebody I don't live with and can't confirm, let's just take you at your word. So I'm not disputing that. But what I am saying is that your purpose for having a child, unless the explanation is, Jason, I wanted the child, I didn't want her. I wanted the child, I didn't want the woman. Oh, okay, well then that makes sense. Jason, I wanted both of them. Okay. Well, that child is only going to bind you to her even more.
Well, the thing was, and a parallel with Papoose, that's why he forgave her. And I can't speak for him. I'm just outside looking in. That's why he forgave her the first time that he said he allegedly found out that she was cheating. Because he was bound to her by the child. So he was trying to make it work for the child. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I mean, men come up with all kinds of excuses for staying in bad situations. Furthermore, this was a fantasy he created for himself, so of course he's rationalizing it. Well, yeah, those were his motives. Let's be honest. We already know what the deal is. This isn't a mystery. Papoose, when he got with her, everybody was already giving them the, first family of hip hop stuff. They were already gassing it up from the beginning. So, of course, he bought into it. Why wouldn't he? As far as he's concerned, New York, which as far as they're concerned, they think that's the whole world was telling him that. So why wouldn't he buy into it? He doesn't feel delusional. How can it be delusion when everybody around me is saying it? How can I be the delusional one and everybody around me is saying it? He wanted to believe it. Hell, most of the folk around him wanted to believe it. But it was very obvious if you actually took a look under the hood that that's not who she is. She can rap, sure, but she ain't wife material. And y'all are trying to say that she is. And that was the problem. And he bought in. She was a great rapper. She's probably great in bed. And that's about the extent of it. Other than that, she's a bunch of problems. And you could see that from the beginning. Like so many men, he wanted to believe that wasn't it. He wanted to believe he could have his cake and eat it too. He wanted to believe this will work out because don't we belong together? Didn't ask if we make a great couple. Don't we belong together? Well, on paper from career-wise, sure. And that's it. But as a man and a woman, no. No, you're both going to be volatile. You're both going to feed into each other's dysfunctions, which is exactly what they've done. This woman has been cheating on him since day one. He's making it worse by staying. He's staying, and all it's done is exacerbate her worst instincts and her worst behavior. That's all he's done. He hasn't actually fixed anything. He's just enabled it to get worse. Now she's doing all this sexual exhibitionism in front of their daughter. And this goes back to what you said there before. I have to go in a different direction with that, brother, because what good does it have to have a daughter raised by a woman like that because you can't intercept it? You go 2 steps forward, she going 2 steps back just to spite you. So the child is in a tug of war and you're just hoping for the best because you can't prevent some of this contamination that's occurring. It's got nothing to do with how righteous you're thinking or how, quote, good a place your heart is in. She is still going to be exposed to that, and there's literally nothing you can do to stop this contaminated interference, external interference from messing with the situation. So would I really want a child raised under that?
Well, let me say this. And rest in peace to my father. My parents, they divorced when I was 12, right? And one thing that I noticed about my father told me this. He said he never wanted us to grow up, my brother and I, my younger brother and I. He never wanted us to grow up, he wanted us to grow up under the same roof as him, to witness him on his day-to-day operations, right? To instill in him, because what I've learned as a parent myself and what my father meant when he told me that is that there's a lot of unsaid things and a lot of nuances on the day-to-day that you observe from your parents and a particular parent that you pick up, that you take with you on a day-to-day. And it stays with you. So that's why, in my opinion, That's why Papoose is sticking in there to be close to his daughter, because he's trying to, upload as much information on her as possible. Because let me tell you this, my grandmother, my father's mother, may she rest in peace. One thing about her that always sticks out to me is that when I went over my grandmother's house, she would go to the library and get books on tape, and she would listen to books in the kitchen while she was doing little things. And that always, like, I would go into the kitchen, she would be in the kitchen, and she would have a book playing on tape. And as I got older, I would go to Barnes and Nobles and buy certain books on CD. And then now you can download books, on your cell phone or whatnot. But that was something, she never told me to do that. I just witnessed her do that. And there's certain things that I witnessed my father do growing up that I do. Certain things that I witnessed my mother do growing up that subconsciously, they didn't even have to tell me to do it. I just seen them do it, and I seen the benefits of it.
Right, but you do understand that that goes both ways. Both for positive characteristics and negative characteristics. And I'm sitting up here showing y'all a video roll of Remy Ma sitting up here slapping another woman on the, posing topless, and slapping another woman on the butt cheeks and stuffing money in her drawers up here as her way of making a living in the middle of all these current events happening. So yeah, you can pick up some positive characteristics by observation. Having a man in the home is an example. I've spoken about that before. Dr. John Henry Clark has spoken about that. Absolutely. But that goes both ways. And having that negative influence, that is still having an influence too. So it's not like, oh, the positive is going to cancel out the negative. That's not the way that works.
Now, yeah, I hear you when you say that. But Papoose got with Remy Ma, let's say 20 years ago, early 2000s. So I'm not going to fault the man. He's probably what, mid 40s, late 40s. He's probably about 6-7 years older than me. So I'm not going to fault him for that. At this point, it just goes back to what I said previously. He's just playing the ball where he hit the ball in the sand dune, and he just got to play it out. He just got to play it out and just do the best he can to override the negative programming that his daughter may be subjected to.
And all I'm going to say, brother, is that's a hell of a spot to be in. Yes. So I'm having this as a cautionary tale because you're fighting uphill. You're fighting uphill. You should be able to have your kids turn out sensible, and you don't have this damn headwind fighting against you. Now, being a parent is tough enough. Being a parent is a hard enough job. Now you got to sit up here and run interference against what the other parent is doing. Sometimes they're doing it on purpose to be spiteful. They might want your kids to turn out bad because, okay, look, it might be a situation, okay, he don't want me, now I'm going to mess up the kids, so they're going to scuttle the ship. I'm like, that's a hell of a spot to be in. So as a cautionary tale, I'm letting cats know, hey, it's too late for Papoose. He's going to have to just take it as it comes now and deal with it as it goes. And by the way, she's not the only woman he's had kids by. So that's a hell of a whole lot of getting stretched around to do, bro. And the kids, and the most he can do now is hope the kids will be all right while he's been out here trying to live his fantasy with as many women as he can get pregnant and no discipline going on. And that's tough on the kids. That's tough on him, but it's the kids I have the most concern for. In your case, you seem to be singularly focused on that, and that's good. I wish other cats were like that. To just be like, hey, you know what? If this ain't working out, damn, trying to get another chick pregnant, let me focus on my fatherhood thing and focus on that, as opposed to let me get back out here in the dating market and start over again.
Yeah, most definitely. That's me personally. That's what I did after my daughter's mother and I broke up. Like, I was just like, let me get y'all back, Nas, shout out to Nas again. His daughter, Destiny, he said, he had a line, he said, it's hard to find a chick because none of them come before Lil Des. And he was referring to his daughter. So, but at the same time, in another point, I gotta say, man, shout out to Papoose for at least trying. And I don't advise any of you brothers to take risks like that. me, I'm not trying to put myself in Papoose shoes, but I think he took a risk on her. And Nas, he took a risk on Khalees. I definitely took a risk on my baby mother. So I'm not advising any brothers to take risks like that. I think brothers should be a lot more cautious and a lot more shrewd, because it's not fun when you're sitting before the family court judge and whatnot. And
How long did you know her before you got her pregnant?
I knew her since '03. She got pregnant in 2015, about 12 years. I knew her. I knew her for a while.
Whatever her red flags were, you saw them with your eyes wide open.
I did.
There's no way you got a decade with her and you didn't see every red flag known to man. So most likely there were some issues, from your upbringing you were dealing with. And some females know how to be very comforting. The problem is comfort is power. If you entrusting her to be comforting, you're giving her power. And the question is, do we have a person who can actually handle power? Because if they're a person who's more prone to abuse it than they are to use it, and you're putting yourself in their hands, you're putting your fate in their hands. You give them power, and next thing you know, it just turns evil.
Yeah, because I met her in '03 when I graduated high school, right? So at the end of when I graduated high school, my high school sweetheart, shout out to you, she broke up with me. She had, I'm gonna go ahead and say this. My high school sweetheart, she had a sports scholarship. I'm not gonna say which sport, but she had a sports scholarship to a major university in my state. And she was gonna start as a freshman, so she left. And I mean, she clowned me. She did some foul shit and really like broke my heart. So she was braiding my hair my junior and senior year. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get some locks. So I get put on to my baby mother, her and her mother. They had a salon, so I go there. They twist me up. She slide me her number. We get to talking and whatnot. And I definitely seen the red flags over the time. But at the same time, I'm mistaken at the time my baby mother's enthusiasm to be in a relationship with me for true respect and true admiration. And I know now that just because a female is pining for you and really trying to put pressure on you to get with you and all of this other stuff, she don't really, that doesn't necessarily denote respect and admiration. You get what I'm saying?
Passion is not respect. Desire is not respect. Sexual arousal is not respect. That is not what that is. Neediness is not respect. Demanding things of you is not respect. Being dependent on you is not respect. So, yeah. The other thing is, obviously, you didn't have some solid folk to speak about that with. Hint, hint, dad. We didn't have some solid folk to talk about that because he should have seen that coming from a mile away, because here you are, even at your age, if your daughter or your son encountered that, you'd be able to identify it immediately and talk to them about that. So that's what you're supposed to get. If you've been living 30, 40, 50 years, damn it, you're supposed to be able to recognize all this. And if you see it, if your kids are going through it, you're supposed to be able to bypass any illusions and get straight to, okay, kid, daughter, I don't care what you think you see. This is what is actually going on. This is what's actually happening. And if they got folk who've been there and done that to talk to, they can guide them through it. If they don't, they wind up trying to wing it on their own.
Let me say this real quick. My dad, right? Once again, rest in peace to him. The guy was a mental giant. He said something to me, and now I'm going somewhere with this. He told me something out of anger one time when I was like 9 years old. And he never hit me, or he wasn't the whooping type. He would just talk to me calm. But one time I really made him mad, and he said something to me. And 10 years later, when I was 19, it came true. And I came to him and I said, man, you said this when I was 9. How did you know this was going to happen? He was just like, man, I see things, right? So when I was with my baby mother, I brought her to my father's abode, right? To kind of, have my father assess her. And he said something while we were there. He said something to me real slick, because me and him had that type of relationship where he could just say something, not necessarily underhanded, but it was kind of coded and I could kind of pick it up. And if I didn't pick it up right there, I would meditate on it later and understand what he said. But at the same time, me and my father's relationship over the years, I could be kind of bullheaded, and when I want to do something, I fixate on it and I want to do it. And he'll come to me and be like, don't do that because X, Y, and Z. And I just blow him off like, no, I'm gonna do it anyway. So he knew me, like he couldn't just come out and just be heavy-handed.
Well, let me explain to you what that was, because the answer that you gave there is an answer to it. What you said, he said that's not correct. Jason, that wasn't correct. How you not? That's not correct. Well, then what is? When you said, how did you know that? The correct answer is, you're my son. I raised you. I see all the positive things I did and all the boneheaded negative stuff in me. I recognize that because that's me. That little boneheaded stubborn ass stuff you do, that's me. I see things. Yeah, you see me ass. You see what you did. You are my son. I raised you. All this. Let me tell you something. Like Mama Black. If Mama Black was here, I ain't gonna let her grab the microphone in her whole life and ever tell a story about me. But if Mama Black were ever brought on the program, never gonna happen. But if Mama Black was ever brought on the program, she would tell y'all, yeah, that's my son. Yeah, I raised him. Y'all don't got to tell me nothing about Jason. I raised him. I know what that is. Daddy Black would go in on me, so I'm not gonna let it happen. But she would say, I raised him. I recognize that. I recognize his dad in him. I recognize me in him. I recognize his grandparents. I recognize that. That's my son. And that's the same thing with your father. See me as he raised you. He put that in you. So of course he recognizes it.
That's just his shorthanded way of saying what you just said. He just shorthanded way, and I get what he meant, because me as a father, I see my daughter doing certain things that I did, and I see, and me knowing her mother as long as I've known her, I see a lot of her mother in her, and I see a lot of me in her. So when she does something slick, I already know what she's doing. I'm like, okay, that's her mother. And I got to catch myself sometimes and not say that out loud. Like, that's your mother. I got to catch myself. And sometimes I see her doing something slick and I be like,
well, that's the thing that we have to be careful for, especially for those of you who are single fathers and whatnot, because whether it's Nas, you, Papoose, or whatever, y'all are going to start recognizing how much of her mama she got in her, because you know what it was that broke up y'all's relationship. And she's going to emulate her mom. She's a female. She's going to emulate her good, bad, or the good parts or bad parts. She's going to start picking up on those nonverbal cues. And that's the parts y'all are going to start identifying. And that's what I'm talking about. That's when the real issue comes in, when you have that visceral reaction. She got a little bit too much of a mama in her, even despite your presence. So hopefully that's not the case, but you will start seeing those things. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get public up here on Zoom. I got a few folks here on Zoom tonight. Let me see if I can get public up here on Zoom. All right, we got public on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
It's Dwayne, brother. Jason, how are you today, sir?
Hi, brother. What's on your mind?
You know what? I think it's a lack of too much simping and not enough pimping. What I mean is just not having that pimp's mindset of not being played, right? Because I was kind of riding with Papoose. And then I watched his live last night, and he started getting into what was going on. And I'm like, yo, why are you know what I mean? Like, he came out looking more crazy than she did, as far as like, you were allowing this to happen. This has been going on for how many years? She cheated on you twice, and you're still around. And I just, it's crazy because I think like a lot of it, like I feel bad for the young cats that's coming up, because when we was coming up, I'm in my 40s. I'm 46. We had Too Short. We had, certain music that kind of taught us things. You know what I mean? I had my dad, I had my uncles. And not to say that I've never been played, but when I was being played, I removed myself from those situations. Or when I'm dealing with a certain type of woman, I'm not wifing her up. I'm not making her my girlfriend. If she's just a girl for the time being, for the weekend or whatever, that's what she is. And I'm seeing a lot of guys, like you say, they're paying a premium price for these low quality women that's not even worth their time and effort. And a lot of it has to do with, they're not used to dealing with a certain type of woman. So the first fine woman that they see with a BBL and a built body, they cashing out on her.
Yeah, for most fellas today, brother, the reason why porn has always been so big is crazy. It's insane, but it's always been big. And the truth of the matter is, it's always been big because most males do not have reliable sexual access. That's just the brutal. Yeah. Women know. Women don't think. Women know they can cash in their sexuality whenever they want to because they know most males are starved for it. Most males are not getting the amount of sexual attention that they need. I didn't say want, I said they need. And every woman knows if she really wants to, she can cash in whenever. So they know that that's an economy in and of itself. They know this. And it's a bad situation to be, brother. It's a bad situation.
Nah, yeah, it is. Like I said, I've been played twice, right? And each time, because I had advice from my dad, even advice from my mother and my aunties, right, as far as women, certain type of women to deal with and look out for, like I was able to leave those situations like unscathed. Even with my ex-wife, my son's mother, when I found out she was cheating, right, left that situation immediately, filed for divorce, split the house up, all that together, right. And it's funny to me because the guy that she was cheating with, they're married now, right? They got a kid. He's my son's stepfather. Me and him cool. We have a real cool relationship. I don't have no issue with him. She's yours now, right? And it's so funny, like the things that I was going through with her, as far as argumentative things like that. He's dealing with that now. And
it's not like she changed. She just found a new residence to do it in.
Yeah, and it's so funny because he asked me one time. We were at my son's football game, and he asked me. He's like, I just want to ask you. He's like, how'd you deal with that? I was like,
I said, divorced.
Man, honestly, I said, bro, that's your problem now.
How'd you deal with that? I divorced her.
Yeah, you know what I mean, like, but. Yeah, I feel bad for a lot of young guys, coming up, because a lot of young guys that I talk to, be at work or just come in contact with, and they ask advice for women, man, and it's like the lack of, certain individuals that we had, like I said, we had Too Short, we had Snoop Dogg, the music that we listened to kind of taught us a lot of game. You had, movies like documentaries like American Pimp, that kind of, it was like degenerate shit, but you learned a lot of things from that as far as dealing with women, not getting played, and knowing how to like read certain women and look out for certain women. And it's like, they don't have that these days, man. It's like social media has corrupted a lot of guys' mind because they have so much access to all kind of women everywhere, anywhere.
Well, here's the thing. We didn't used to need it either. So what I'm saying is that as the society has degenerated, you've had to have the society has become more gutter. So you've had to have a more gutter fluent male to be able to interpret that for the sons. It used to be that we were not overflowing with gutter females. Now you need a gutter familiar male to be able to deal with the degenerate environment that we're in and to teach the boys that this is the environment that we're in. So the reason it wasn't there, you didn't have the iceberg slims and everything, is because you didn't used to need it. Yeah. You didn't used to need it. Now you need a more gutter fluent father who can speak to the griminess of the streets, because that's where we're at now.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I lay on my plane. I appreciate you, brother, everything that you do.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, they've had to become more fluent in gutter because, you know, we had to have more pimpology because the society has become more like a whorehouse. So yeah, men have to become more pimp fluid because the society's become more of a whorehouse. And that's not a good thing. Let me go ahead and see if I can get an iPhone up here on Zoom. Oh, there you go. Timmy, what in the hell?
I'm sorry. I was calling and I actually was
y'all, she's putting like some white cream all over her face here. So what is that? Is that sunblock?
It's my cleanser.
Is that sunblock?
No, it's cleanser.
Oh, it's cleanser. Okay, what?
It's cleanser. Yeah, I'm about to cleanse my face.
Yeah,
and,
y'all,
like,
she looked like damn me, Night of 1,000 Corpses up here. I didn't know what the hell was happening. Michael Jackson's Thriller on my screen. Sorry. All right, what's on your mind?
My bad. Okay, so that's another. So I love this topic, but I feel like even you might have to expand on it because I don't know if you have noticed there a lot of those particular females who are doing that, right? I noticed that a lot of them are trying to get what you call them studs to trick on them as well. So, you know, I was listening to some guy named Brian Jamore, and he was talking about how his sister was a hoe and a stripper, and she settled for a stud, and basically the studs basically is tricking on her, like buys her nice stuff and do all this type of thing. But I started over the years, I noticed a pattern, like, and I know you said something that if a female has a whole bunch of men in their, you know, has a history of a lot of men, there's still be a female that's in there. I noticed that not only are they taking advantage and abusing the man and making them trick on them, but I'm beginning to see that they doing the same thing with these studs. Now, a lot of females who hit the wall or whatever happens with their relationship with men, when they turn to these females, it's not like they are going to change. I've seen a repeat, almost like a sanity. They doing the same thing and trying something different. And so, you know, I don't agree with the lifestyle of, you know, like same sex or whatever, but I feel like these females are like diabolical because they know, like, a lot of these, you know, studs, they either socially or genetically are that way. And
well, no, it's not that. It's not that. It's because when females ruin their options, females are far more prone to engaging in survival sex than men are. That's right. That what you're seeing is what I call survival sex. Now the mainstream media has started picking up on that term too. You're very welcome, you bastards. But anyway, women are far more prone to engaging in survival sex. So if a female is just down and out or whatever, she's lacking in options, then she starts expanding the numbers. That's when you start hearing them talking about, let me get a white man, let me get an old man, let me get a woman, you know, let me go deal with some boys. They might be underage. So women start expanding that circle of acceptable behavior as they get, you know, more buried off into survival sex. So when they ruin their best opportunities, then they start expanding it. And it gets grimier and uglier. But it's not because they have a genuine attraction for it. It's because they didn't hit hard times.
So the point with the boys, that's pedophilia. Like that, I feel like when you're a pedophile, that's something totally different. Like that's just like disgusting. Like that's just a different level. Like with a female and a female, okay.
Do you know how common that is?
No, actually I don't.
Okay. I ain't gonna talk about the Caribbean. I'm not gonna talk about. Oh God. I'm not gonna talk about South America. I'll just talk about right here in North America. Any housing project you can name. You don't want me to have the chat room give a show of hands. I'm not gonna do that, baby. Any housing project you can name.
So they send men off. So these females should be in jail then. That's disgusting.
What should be and what is are two different things. But Usher, R. Kelly, Diddy, we can go down the list. So what you're talking right now is an ideal, but that isn't the reality that we didn't witness. So that is actually far more common than you think. Far more. Not a little bit. Every week you look up, is a new teacher getting arrested. In your state. Well, I mean, you're overseas, but no matter where you are, there's a new woman getting arrested for that every damn week.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about teachers in schools. So much for the career women. So much for the career women. They done went to school and got degrees and every damn thing else. And yeah, let me go get some of this. Let me go get some of this underage fruit over here. So these are not dumb women. It's not a lack of intelligence. This is something else.
I know with Puerto Rican females, they do like younger men, like but I didn't think it was like on that level.
I mean, we talked about this here before, y'all. We don't even want to get off to like. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. We already talked to my man who called in from Miami and stuff. I mean, talking about Puerto Rico, Mexico, Costa Rica, Colombia. It ain't nothing. Y'all don't really want to have some Mexican YouTubers talking on this. It ain't nothing. Y'all don't want to have some Mexican YouTubers or Cuban. I got to go there with it. My cat's down there in Florida. Y'all know the drill in Florida, in Texas, in California. Underage is a, quote, relative term. Y'all don't want to get grimy with it. We're not going to do that tonight, but you don't want to get grimy with it. I mean, for us, that's scandalous. For some of these other folk, that's nothing. That is the norm. Remember, what's his name? Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez just got stabbed up by a dude who doing life for killing his underage girlfriend. What? They got Corey sitting on the damn yard with a fella doing life for putting a shotgun in his underage girlfriend's head, killed her. Now she in jail, and now he's in jail, and then stabbed up Tory Lanez. That cat right there, that's I'm not gonna say that's everybody because it isn't, but I'm just saying that is not unknown or unseen or anybody who live in California, they know full damn well you got a 14-year-old daughter walking them streets out there. Y'all know them cats who be hollering at her. You know the cats, you know the background, you know the lineage, you know where they come from, because where they from, there ain't no thing. Where they're from, that's not a thing. For you, that's a thing. Where they come from, that ain't no thing.
Good thing they sent them back. That sounds very horrible.
Well, I'm just saying, just keep your eyes and your ears open, because that's exactly what it is.
Jeez.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can get over here on Zoom. I got Garcia up here on Zoom. Let me see, Garcia here. Make sure you get up here on Zoom. For everyone on here, make sure you're available. We wouldn't want to have anybody miss out on the fun over here. Now, Garcia, make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on just so we don't have any trolling issues. Nobody else is going to see you. Okay. Wrong button. Awkward. I was hitting the button to tell him to turn his camera on. Hit the wrong button. Awkward. Oh, this is awkwardness. All right. Garcia, see if you can try that again. You might meet some technical difficulties, but see if you can try that again. This is an awkward moment here. Let's move right along. I got Tyler up here on Zoom. Yes, we got Tyler up here on Zoom. Okay, Tyler, what's on your mind? Unmute yourself. Nigga, you look like Rod Wave up here. I'll be damned. I was about to say, nigga, you supposed to be in jail. I'm so glad you blessed us tonight to call up Rod Wave. I'm about to say, this nigga's supposed to be in jail right now. He done called to talk to me.
Jason, hey, yo, it's Friday. You know what I'm saying? Feeling good. Memorial Day coming up. Just a quick fact. According to dating apps, Black men are the most desired above all other groups, and that's by all groups of women, Indian, Asian, doesn't matter. So just shout out to Black men. We are putting in work out here.
No.
I'm just going by the numbers, Jason. I'm just doing the numbers.
Okay, and here's my thing about that. As a proud Black male myself, yeah, we've always known that, but what I'm saying is that's not a compliment. You are the most desired. Understood. I don't want to be desired. I want to be respected. Yeah. Give me respect. We'll call that desire. Now, do we have that?
Yeah.
Because if the white men are getting not desired, but getting respected, they going overseas and hoes bowing down. You say hoes? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
They're going overseas and females are bowing down. I'm like, okay, so we're the most desired, but y'all bowing to them. Hey, let me get some of that bow action over there. Let me get some of that. Let me get some of that. That's the part that I'm missing. Give me some of that bow. I'm like, if this is desire, let me get some of that bow action.
Because you were talking about submission tonight, Jason, and you already know. I call in a little more lately because I've learned so much from the channel, and it's just helped me to grow, become a better man, improve my performance, productivity, increase my options, all that good stuff. And when I called in a couple weeks ago, I needed to hear what you said, and it was a tough one. And that was kind of the last bit of argument I had to protect and save single mothers. Because Jason, my mom is a single mom. This is tough, Jason. This is tough for some of us when you get out here and say what the reality is. And then we got to kind of look back and we got to, come to terms with what our lived experience was, without glossing it over. It's a tough situation, but we got to get to the point where we're dealing with reality. And, hearing about Rod Wave, I was kind of doing a little research. It's not saying much in the article right now. And then Papoose, it looks soft going on the social media. You're not supposed to do that. That's against guy code number one. We know that. But the main reason I call in, Jason, is because I want others to learn from my experience, because I've learned as well. I did some silliness like Papoose. Instead of leaving a previous partner, when I was in college, my girlfriend at the time cheated on me. And she cheated on me it ended up she was staying above a dude who was the twin brother of somebody who was on the football team at my college. And I crashed out, and it was tough. And so I said, okay, let me go ahead and join the football team. And, people have been telling me for a couple of years, go ahead, try out. It wasn't enough. So my main reason really was to go, get in better shape and go call this dude out. Long story short, he ended up playing, professionally. It wouldn't have ended up good for me, Jason. It's not enough weights in the world. It was an extra 70 pounds, an extra 4 or 5 inches. It just is what it is. But instead of leaving, I stayed, kept us both miserable, and wasted time instead of just getting up and, like you said, voting with your feet. It's hard to admit. We all think we can change. We think if we invest, we think if we love, if we provide, we can change the core of somebody, but you're just wasting your time and your money. And you can get the money back, but you can't get the time back. And so just, a shout out to any fellas out there who might be in the middle, might be trying to save somebody. Man, save yourself first. And then if you have time, then never try to save anyone who's not trying to save themselves.
Well, I mean, you said it right the first time there, because what happens is that as boys growing up, you're not taught to excel at something you can take pride in. Sex is a biological urge, but all that's supposed to be taken care of is a side effect. That's supposed to be a side effect of you being excellent, which means that we have not done enough with you and groomed you well enough so that you know that your value doesn't come from a female. Your value comes from you. It's a lot harder to bounce back when you think that you're being groomed to go get a female. When that becomes your goal in life and then that fails, then that's where things get thrown into turmoil. So that's the part that has to be firmly fixed. We raise our daughters differently than the boys. We tell the daughters you can get any man you want. We tell the boys we hope you can get a female. Except for the little pretty boys. Now the little DDG cats, they're told from the very beginning how they're desired by females. And, oh, look, the girls love him. See, we give them a different reinforcement. We give them a different messaging. And then the others just kind of left to their own devices. And let's be honest about this. Let's be honest. You just had Timmy on the phone. Timmy, by the way, Women, and I'm talking about the mothers. What? PTA meetings and everything else. Y'all know I'm about to say is grimy, but it's true. They start recognizing who the little, quote, cute boys are early. I'm talking about 3rd grade, 4th grade. They start pointing them out and start recognizing that early. That's not something that shows up in high school. That's 2nd grade and 3rd grade right there.
Yep.
That's 2nd grade and 3rd grade. So they start identifying him as a little lady killer young. You just get left on the sidelines. So you don't get any of that reinforcement early. They make it very clear who they see that in early on. So he doesn't have to fight for that. And he just thinks he woke up with it one day. No, you didn't. It's never that way. It can't be that way. It has to be given to you because affirmation isn't something you give yourself. If the rest of the world don't believe it, you can't either. So that reinforcement affirmation has to be from someone else. That's where they get it from early. If you don't get it, it's going to be a hard uphill. Now we're going to have to give you something, which is fine because that's the better way to go. A man trying to get by on looks hasn't developed usefulness. That's how he grows into a grown man. And unless he can get paid for his looks, and most can't, they're going to turn it against you. Like I told you last week, now the females are saying, nigga, you useless. You just a little pretty boy. Now they're beating you over the head with it. Now they've turned it into a negative. And that's what it becomes. I'll let you have the last word.
Jason, you're doing the Lord's work. Don't listen to the haters. Keep it up. I'm going to tap in with you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. All right, let me go ahead and reload Zoom here. I hit the wrong one there for Garcia. Let me start a new one here so we can go ahead and get that going. All right. Let's go ahead and get that up there so Garcia can join us. 5 windows want to jump up in your way right when you don't need it. We'll be on here for a little while. I tried to make this as quick as I could. Papoose was going on too long. I could literally have a 9-hour program. I could do a 9-hour program off of Papoose's video. Just off of his alone. It's been, 2 decades in the making. I could do a 9-hour video. But the moral of this story, folks, is, fellas, I'm not here policing your sex habits. This is just how liberal I am with it. If you want the hoes, chase the hoes. There are rules to the game. Pimpology, there's rules to it. If you're going to deal with a hoe, stop telling yourself that she's a misunderstood princess. That, well, Jason, she got slutted in high school, but it was just a mistake. Okay, you're supposed to be smarter than that. You're supposed to be smarter. Don't come here talking like dumb hoes do. You got a hoe. Accept it for what it is. Recognize it for what it is. Accept it for what it is. And then move accordingly. Jason, she's fun. Great. She's more exciting than the other females I've been with. Great. She looks better than them. Great. Man, ball out. Knock it out the park, bruh. Do your thing. Don't keep her. Send her ass home. Don't you get confused. Let's be very clear. Females know how to deal with simps. They know that if they keep their legs around a simp long enough, he's going to fall in love. Because he ain't got options like that. Hoes know you make simps fall in love by keeping your legs wrapped around him. Eventually, he's going to start becoming confused. And he thinks it means a lot more than it really does. You want him to believe that because that makes him controllable. I'm just going to tell him, hey, bro, just understand what it is. Move accordingly. Move accordingly. And when she starts becoming trouble, which she will, then you can pack her ass up and send her home. Recognize what you really got. You ain't got a wife. You have an amusement park ride. You don't have a wife. Enjoy the ride. And then get your ticket for the next ride. Don't let this ride send your ass to the cemetery. All right, let's jump back over here on Zoom again. Take 2. We got Garcia over here on Zoom. Wake up, Garcia. Wake up. Wake up, Garcia. There you go. All right, make sure you have your camera, make sure you have your microphone turned on, sir. I don't hear you.
Can you hear me? Oh.
There you go.
You got me? You can hear me?
All right, Garcia, what's on your mind?
I feel like you giving Papoose a hard time for trying.
Okay, what is he trying to do that he should not be getting a hard time for?
Trying to build a family with a black woman. I mean, what black woman will come at the hood with no problems?
Okay, why are we getting a female who is not family material?
What female family material?
Okay, it's not about who is. This one clearly doesn't have any family ability whatsoever.
How are we supposed to know that?
She was a single mom by one criminalized individual before.
Who mother wasn't a single mom?
What?
Yeah, who mother wasn't a single mom?
Demonize
all single moms.
Okay, I don't even know where to go with this, sir. It's literally called math and statistics, sir. Everybody's mama is not a single mom.
Man, what are you talking about, man? Math statistics, man. Everybody mom a single mom. Every person listening to this podcast right now or program, mom probably was a single mom. Who you supposed to go with?
Sir, everybody's mother is not a single mom. That's simply
statistically
untrue.
You said statistics, right?
That is simply untrue.
Statistically, how many black single moms are there? The mothers that got fathers in their life. How many do you know that got fathers?
Technically speaking, for the females, you'd be looking at about 40% of the population.
I don't know. I grew up in.
I do know. I do know.
And nobody had a daddy. In your head, people had daddies.
Yes, sir.
What hood you grew up in?
I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana, sir.
Oh my gosh! Come on, bro. For real?
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, we made the news here a couple of years ago because at Southwood High School, you had a whole bunch of black fathers show up there. We made national news in Shreveport.
Yeah, I know.
Because at Southwood High, we had a bunch of black fathers show up at the school.
National news. It's not common. It's not the majority. It's the minority.
If you doubt my city's credentials, I'm like, we made national news.
I'm not doubting. I'm just saying it's not the majority. It's the minority, right? That's why it's on the news.
No, sir. That's just your experience. And the bottom line is, even if that were numerically accurate, what you just said, even if that were, that does not alter what you need to do. That's just like saying, oh, I need to go work a crappy job. No, you don't. Well, they're all crappy jobs. Well, maybe most of them are, though that's a matter of vision. But that doesn't change the fact that, yeah, why don't we get ourselves in a position where we can be in the top 10% and don't have to tolerate that?
I mean, but you got to come from somewhere. I mean, you got to build from somewhere.
Right, and where you start should not be where you start should not be where you finish.
Exactly. So if he started with a hood chick and he tried to build it up to be something else,
that's the problem. She's not for something else. She can't be built up.
But how do you know that without going through it?
We already explained that, sir. He already had kids with another female before then, so he already knew what was going on. He wasn't new to this. You're acting as if this was his high school sweetheart. She was not.
So how old was the boy when he got in the boy life? How old was she? Well, how old was he?
No, they're in their 40s now, so they were in their late 20s back then.
So the boy was pretty young, the son, right? For him to call the boy the son, he might have been pretty young.
Okay, brother, where are your people from?
I'm from South Carolina.
No, not with that accent, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Not with that accent, he's not.
You putting people in a box. I'm from South Carolina, bruh.
Okay. Don't nobody wear no head rags like that.
And?
Okay.
I'm walking right now on South Carolina streets right
now. Brother, you look like DJ Academics. I don't know why.
I'm from South Carolina, man.
All right. Whole lot of that going on. He doesn't want to claim him. Okay, fine. He's already telling on himself. He don't want to claim him. That's okay. The bottom line is men have choices unless they deprive themselves of choices. And it is better to have a female who's a lot less glamorous and doesn't have those Remy Ma problems than to shackle yourself to a female who is obviously fundamentally flawed. Remy Ma is broken with or without children. She is broken with or without cheating. It is very obvious that she's a broken individual. A man doesn't do himself any favors by taking the broken chick.
What you think females taking? Broken men. We all broken. We gonna just not take.
Speak for yourself.
We just are not gonna take each other.
Speak for yourself.
Oh my God! Come on, bruh. Where you think we come from?
Speak for yourself. I don't know who raised you, but speak for yourself.
Man, come on, man. Your whole chat know what time it is, man. Come on, man.
Yes, they do.
Everybody grew up in mom and dad homes, and everybody grew up in perfect situations, right? Come on, bro.
No, it's not about perfect situations, but you do not have to be a broken degenerate to not be perfect.
You gotta be a broken degenerate, but you still got issues.
You don't have to have issues that make you unfit and incompatible to be a wife.
Well, so how many people know what a wife even looks like?
Okay, let's start with basics here. A female understands her draws are not supposed to be in the streets. A female understands that she's supposed to be soft and feminine and demure. A female understands that.
A female that learned from who?
She better have learned from the people around her.
Who, the people that grew up in the 80s and 90s that were on crack? That what she learned from? I mean, you got to look at the generation who raising these people. If you're not going to pick people that's broken and try to work this shit out with your own community, you're not going to be working it out with your community. You're going to be going to somewhere else.
What needs to happen is that if there are those who are unfit, then we should thin the herd.
So we going to just throw all the unfit, who we qualified unfit, just throw them away, huh?
Absolutely. That's the way it works. If you are unfit, you are defective. You should not be replicated. We should not procreate. We should not procreate broken people. If you are broken and degenerate and you are broken, degenerate and flawed, we're not supposed to replicate you. You're a deadbeat male with no work ethic, no vision. We're not supposed to have your children and make more of you. Pick up your phone, sir. I don't know what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to diddy me. Let's not do that.
No, but I'm just amazed. Like what black person don't have? Like, we came from slaves. Like what we all got some brokenness in us.
Yes, sir, like, but there's some brokenness, and then there is terminal brokenness. Terminal brokenness is not the rule.
Oh, okay, man.
Now, if you're trying to make the argument that everybody is terminally broken and that they're more broken than not, first of all, you would not have a functional society, period. It would look something more like Planet of the Apes.
Do we have a functional society? Do we have a functional, do you think the shit we got going on is functional?
Is that a serious question, son?
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that overall, as black people, do we have a functioning society? We got our own, that we doing shit and we building shit, and that's the overall sentiment around the whole society?
Okay.
Or is it a bunch of ratchet shit?
I suppose I would have to ask you, what is your definition of a functional society that would satisfy you?
Use the basic shit, man.
Okay, sir.
You know what is society?
No, I'm asking you. What is your definition of a basic functional society that would satisfy your definition, and then we'll go from there.
I mean, that's a multi-layered question. I mean, I fuck around and forget something, you can try to roast me on the shit. I think a functional society is a society that has rules and regulations on how we're gonna live in this world together and build a community up. I mean, we all agree to we all agree to the same thing, that how we gonna move forward in a functional way.
Okay, and give me an example of one.
Society.
Give me an example.
We all agree to put seatbelts on. Like the shit, we gotta all agree on some shit to have a functional society. We all gonna drive on the right side of the road.
Okay, well, give me an example of one.
Say that again.
Give me an example of such a society so that we can compare apples to apples.
What do you mean we have a functioning society right now? I mean, to some degree.
Everybody
follow the rules to some degree.
There you go. All right, we have a functional society right now, so the one you're in.
Yeah, but on a micro level, I mean,
wow, okay, that goalpost just grew Nikes and ran around. Okay.
Huh?
That goalpost just grew Nikes and ran around. So first you acknowledge that you're in a functional society. Now you're saying it's not. Sir, you're in one now.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, if you break it down into segments of societies and different communities, I mean, like, it's different.
Sir,
I mean, to some degree.
every society has dysfunctional elements in it. Every society has criminal elements in it. Every society has revolutionary and completely conflicting elements in it.
Yeah. And
take a look in the Middle East. You have some areas over there that have absolutely no issues at all. Then you got other areas that are unlivable war zones in the exact same geographic location where there are no black people involved whatsoever.
I'm not trying to compare myself to other people. I'm worried about what we got.
Okay, you were just talking about, you were the one who made it a black issue, sir.
Yeah, I'm worried about, I know, black people. Yeah, you're right.
And I'm telling you that anything I don't see.
Talking about the whole world.
And I'm saying I don't see where it's any different. You can't show me where it's different. So why are we making a black thing?
Because that's what I care about.
Okay, but you're the one who made the black thing, and I'm saying,
I'm
telling you, it's no. You're asking where your functional society is. You're asking where your functional society is, as if blackness has something to do with it. You already have your functional society here, by your own admission. You've already got it. Now, by the way, you're from South Carolina, and you're named Garcia.
Yeah. Yeah, it's confusing, right?
A black man named Garcia from South Carolina.
Yeah.
No, nothing suspicious here. Go ahead. Move right along.
Oh, it's nothing suspicious. What you mean?
I'm a black guy. Sounds foundational to me. That's foundational to me if I ever heard it. Absolutely. That's foundational if I ever heard it.
I'm so foundational, man. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
Absolutely. Of course.
You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Right up there with Brown, Jones, Johnson. Absolutely.
Man, my people live on the hike. John C. Calhoun. What you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about, man. You don't know nothing about South Carolina, man.
All right.
You don't. You just don't.
I don't know nothing about the Garcias in South Carolina. You're absolutely right.
I mean, it's more
Gullah-Geechee, yes. Garcia, not so much. So
hold up, man. Come on, man. It's all about my last name. It ain't about my first name.
All right.
Yeah, it don't matter.
All right. Garcia is your first name?
Yep.
That explains so much. That explains so much. I'm so glad you.
Hey, man,
I'm so glad you dropped it in there.
Surface level is funny. You think because my name is Garcia? Like, come on, man. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, brother. And suddenly a great big huge piece of the puzzle just falls right in your lap.
No, it don't. It falls out your fucking lap.
There it goes. There it goes. So much just got cleared up by just that one little factoid. So much just got clarified.
Man, if the chat believe that, man, hey, man, I gotta. That's crazy.
You know, y'all thought Bushika and Shantanika and Kavarius, and I'm like, okay, he one of all of us. Garcia is the first name. I'm like, all right.
Oh, I gotta have a ghetto ass name to be black.
No, sir, I did not say that at all. Absolutely not.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
No, sir, absolutely not.
That's what it sounds. What kind of name supposed to have?
No, sir. You got the name right there.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Sir, do you have any children?
Yeah.
Of course. How many?
4.
By how many women?
1.
Is she black?
Yep. Detroit, Michigan.
Are you married?
Was married. What else? You been married?
The comment that you made in the chat room was that Jason's never been married.
Exactly.
Right. And
you ain't never had no kids.
How that
you ain't never been through none of the shit you talking about.
And sir, how'd that work out for you?
Exactly. Why would they take advice from a motherfucker that ain't never been through it?
How much? No, sir. The question is, why would I take advice from a failure?
Yeah. But somebody gotta fail.
No, they don't have to fail, sir. But why would I take advice from you? You're a failure.
Get out of here, bro. You not a failure. You never even tried.
You had one woman, 4 kids.
On the sideline
you had one woman, 4 kids, and struck out. Why would I take any advice from you?
You goddamn. What's the dude of what's the guy? You Skip Bayless on the fucking on TV talking about some shit he never done.
No, sir. I haven't failed.
You skip Bayless, man. You skip Bayless, man. You talking
No,
about
sir, I
stuff
haven't failed. Why did you get divorced?
Yeah, I know you can't fail if you don't try. You just a motherfucker on the sideline talking.
No, sir, you don't have to sit up here and screw up to be smart.
Man, look, you in the game or you not?
Sir, you got knocked. What are you talking about? You got in the game, brother. You got fouled out the game on the
you
first
never done
quarter.
it. I'm just telling you. You're talking about stuff you never done.
But sir, you didn't do it either.
I done it. I've been through it. What are you talking about?
Why did you get divorced?
Why? Hey man, mental issues, mental health is a real thing.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
I mean, that's is what it is.
4 kids later.
And?
Where is she now?
Back in Michigan.
She got married again?
Nope.
Oh, well. How are the kids?
They right here in the bed in my house. They fine.
Well, you're outdoors, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not about to talk in the house to you.
Wait a minute. They're with you. Why aren't they with her?
Oh. Yeah, I'm the guy. I'm that guy. The kids with me.
So they live with you?
Yep.
They don't visit their mom?
Nope.
You have sole custody?
Yep.
How long was she on drugs?
I don't know what she on.
How long was she on drugs when she was with you?
I don't know nothing about no drugs. What are you talking about, man?
And there's no way in the courts in Michigan are so skewed against fathers.
So we in South Carolina.
It's not even funny.
We in South Carolina, man.
There is no state in America that is friendly towards black fathers, so it really doesn't matter where you are. So you're going to tell me South Carolina's friendly towards black fathers? Are you kidding me?
I don't know what to tell you, bruh. The kids with me. I don't know what kind of.
Do you know how throwed off and bad a mother has to be for the courts to do that?
I mean, I don't know, bruh.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I found out why you're so cynical about men's options with women. I think I found out why you're so cynical.
Why is that?
Water seeks its own level.
Say what?
Water seeks its own level, and you are projecting your experiences onto everybody else. It doesn't sound like she was a quality female.
It's not really that complex. Like, it's a real simple idea. Like, how can you take advice from somebody that never done it? It's not like really that deep.
What did she do for a living? What was she doing for a living when you met her?
She a nurse, registered nurse.
Nigga, what?
Yep.
I rest my case. Now, she wasn't an RN. She was like a CNA or an LPN.
Oh, she's a registered nurse, dog.
She is now.
She's been a registered nurse. What are you talking about?
When you met her?
She was a registered. When we were together, she went to school and got her degree to be a registered nurse.
There you go. Okay. Yeah, he found an LPN and.
No, she's a registered nurse, bro. You trying to joke?
Now.
Like, bro, it's not like it's real simple. I'm telling you exactly what she is, and you talking like sideways. Like, she's a registered nurse.
How long were you all married?
We've been married. How long we've been married? We've been married like about 4 or 5 years. We've been together for 10 years.
Oh, you're married. You're still married now.
Yeah.
But you're not living together.
Nope.
Is she alone tonight?
How the fuck? How am I supposed to know?
I'm just saying that's a wonderful example for your children. Now,
yeah.
This doesn't have anything to do with her. Why are we sitting up here still playing this game of being legally attached to their mother when we're not? That's a hell of an example. You want your daughters to emulate that example?
No.
Okay, well, they're going to follow your example, not your advice, buddy. I know that without having children, and you don't know that, and you had kids.
How I don't know? How I don't know that?
This is the way you're living right now.
I mean, if I can't find the bitch, I can't find her.
You got kids, and you're not divorcing her.
How you mean? I got to find her to divorce her?
No, you don't.
How? Tell me.
Y'all, this guy right here, Jason, you ain't never been married, and look how much more I know than him. Nobody knows how ignorant you are until you tell them.
Getting
married or divorced is a legal procedure. Just like anything else, all you have to do is show that you made best effort to serve her. The court just wants to make sure that you're not trying to practice bigamy and just claiming that you don't know where the person is. You demonstrate to them that you made best effort to locate her. It will take longer. Because it is procedural. But once you have demonstrated to the satisfaction of the court that you have made every effort to locate her and that she cannot be found, then they will grant you your divorce. Just like if somebody comes up missing. If a man just missing and disappears, he is declared legally dead, and then the wife can go get another husband. Otherwise, men could just ghost their wives or women could just ghost their husbands, and you would be legally handcuffed to them for the rest of your life. That's why missing people their bodies don't have to be found. If you have them declared legally dead, then the court will annul the marriage and off you go. Now, by the way, how do you know so much about her career and you can't find her?
Why those two things don't actually matter?
Yes, they do actually matter, because if she's a nurse, then that means her credentials are valid in a certain state. So you should be able to find her from there.
Yeah, that don't mean she's working.
But her credentials will be valid, and if she's keeping them valid, then she has an address and everything else on file, sir.
She got her address in my house. Yeah, I mean,
she has her address. She is in Detroit and has her address in your house in South Carolina.
Yeah, why wouldn't she? She used to live here. I mean, why would she? What do you mean?
People find folks every day. If that woman is
I'm just saying,
if that woman is still working, if she is still working, then she has an IRS transcript.
Not working. She's not working.
How do you know? How do you know she's not working?
Like you just said, she would have an IRS transfer. She's not working.
I didn't say transfer.
Whatever you said, man. She's not working.
Okay, then you don't know what I just said, so don't say that's the justification.
You found out somebody working or not.
How do you know she's not working? You're saying it with such authority. How did you check? How did you check to make sure she's not working?
You go to DSS, man. What you talking about? You go to file fucking DSS with child support. What do you mean? They look for the social security number. If they paying her money, they gonna know. If you working, they gonna know if you working, bruh.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
If I'm working a job and I got a social security number and somebody paying me, you don't think they can find out if somebody paying me?
That tends to be a process, especially if you're not in the same state.
But I'm just saying, over time, I mean, like, it ain't gonna take forever. I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, if you working, you working. Like, somebody paying you, they gotta pay taxes and shit like that. I mean, like, they gonna find you.
Yeah, you're gonna find them if you're looking.
Yeah.
But you've already demonstrated to my satisfaction that you've been in contact with her in the last year.
Huh?
You've been in contact with her in the last year.
Have I been in contact with her?
I didn't ask you. I'm telling you, I know you have.
Of course. I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah. You know exactly where she is.
Yeah, I know where she is, but I don't know her address.
All right. Remember, your daughters will one day grow up and they will be accustomed to a man like yourself. And the stuff you're doing, he'll be able to do that with them because they tolerated watching it with you.
And what's that?
Everything you're doing right now. Just get ready for your daughters.
Tell me.
Get ready for your daughters to repeat this.
Tell me.
Everything that you're doing with your daughters right now will be repeated.
Tell me, what am I doing?
They'll have a guy who's got a wife and we kind of ain't together no more.
Ain't no
let's,
kind of.
Let's have
together.
some
we
kids.
Eat together.
You're doing great so far.
You said what?
You're doing great so far. These are the.
I know. I'm doing a
these
good
these
job.
are the parents out there. What do you say, Jason? You're not married. Yeah. This is the married folk.
You talking from a
These are the married people.
You never been married. Like me, like it's just plain and simple. It's not really like a complex like situation. Like it's not really complex. You never married. You never had kids.
Folks,
you just don't know.
Folks, to all the ladies listening to me live or recorded, would you rather trust your future to Jason, who's never been married, or this wonderful married man on the phone right now, if you'd rather trust your future to me, and I've never been married, give me the green check mark. But if you would rather trust your future to the wonderful, venerable married man on the phone, give me the red X emoji in the chat room. So to the females listening, yes, I've never been married. I have no children. If you would rather trust your future to the never married Jason, give me the green check mark emoji. But if you'd rather trust your future to the seasoned, knowledgeable, experienced married man on the phone, give me the red X.
People got kids. They've been married. What are you talking about?
Okay.
It's a rite of passage. Talking about
brother, how old are you?
Rite of passage, dog. Like I can't.
Brother, how old are you? Brother, how old are you?
Who are you?
How old are you, brother?
Motherfucker on the sideline.
Brother, how old?
On the sideline.
How old are you,
Never been through
Garcia?
nothing.
How old are you, Garcia? How old are you?
What you been through? What you been through?
How old are
What
you?
you been through?
How old are you, Garcia?
Nothing.
How old are you?
You a nigga.
Brother, you need to be worried about who's going through your wife right now. Don't worry about what I've been through. How old are you? He's worrying about the wrong thing. Okay, his Costa Rica broadband is locking up on him there, so his Costa Rican broadband is going in and out of him there. But yeah, that was the married dude. So what do you mean? Y'all saw how this is why for the younger cats out there, with the fella I was talking to before who was talking about his daughter, why you have to have some older men who've been through it and seen some things and ain't gonna fall for the bull crap. That when they start handing out these lines and they're just expecting you to take their word for it and you don't question nothing. No, I did not believe for a damn second that he has not been in contact with that woman. He is too damn 10 toes down and too solid about that. The whole damn story, we heard that before. No, you've been in touch with her. Yes, you are in touch with her. That's why you're so solid about her. That's why you're so sure about that. Yeah, you're still talking to her now. Now, she don't want to be with you. What? But yeah, you can get in touch with her. You sure can. Those kids would not be there if you couldn't. You can get in touch with her now. Notice he tried to lead on like he couldn't until I said, no, you've been in touch with her in the last year. Well, yeah, I have. Everything he has said up until that point would have led you to believe that he hadn't been. Yeah, he's been in touch with her in the last year. Hell, probably in the last week. Well, yeah, but just because I can call her don't mean that I know where she at. Okay. T-Zod, I'm not really sure what that means. Can you clarify for me? I'm not sure what you mean, T-Zod. Can you clarify that? While I'm waiting for you to do that, I'll be watching. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Morpheus up here on Zoom. Okay, Morpheus, what's on your mind?
How you doing, Jason? Great broadcast. Yeah, that guy was a trip. He's basically Papoose. That's why he got in his feelings. I can tell from his voice. I'm a former married man, and I would never do nothing like that or disrespect what you're saying. You know.
Well, my thing is, more importantly, is what effect does it have on the kids?
Of course.
Mean, your children are watching this. You think they don't want to know where the hell their mama at? Their mama's not dead. Furthermore, and I didn't want to get into this with him, but his mama got their mama got kinfolk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he can't find her. Her mama knows where she at. Her mother knows where she at. Her daddy knows where she at. Her siblings know where she at. While you sitting over here bull jiving. And this is what your kids are living under. And if it was that serious, you would have been got the marriage annulled. So everybody knows where the mama's at. You're showing the children that this is a viable way to live. Have a man, he can be married, and y'all just floating around. That's the example you're going to teach them to be a wife to that kind of dude. Yeah. And it won't just be one, it'll be a bunch of them. So we're raising the children to be toss-ups. I ain't cool with that.
And the so-called wife is a RN, and we already know what type of timing they on. So let's get
no. As soon as he said that, I'm like, where the hell's my laughing emoji? As soon as he said that right there, you know what the deal is. So and once he said that, I'm like, yeah, that's because notice I didn't ask him what he does for a living. I'm like, you ain't doing nothing. You wasn't doing nothing then, you ain't doing nothing now. That's how you ended up right there. So, yeah, there you go.
I think the biggest issue that we as men have, especially my generation, because like I said, I was single. I was raised by a single mother, but I did see marriage through my grandparents and stuff, so I had an idea of it, right? So I wasn't totally blind of it. But no, I married early. I was 23. My daughter was, they just got, she was pregnant, whatever the case may be. But from what I'm not saying that she did everything wrong or I did everything right. I was too young. But what I will say, I think a lot of men have a problem. What's the word I'm using for it? Like checking the red signs. I think too many men, we give excuses for obvious red signs. Like Remy Ma, even when I saw Remy Ma when she came back to jail, and I saw how she started looking better, and she got little surgeries here and there. She started dressing very provocatively. And as a married man, I knew that's not a good look. Even if, you could say, oh, she's a celebrity. But Beyonce is not dressing as revealing as she was. There's a picture, you haven't showed it, where she's almost half naked. And this is at the time she's supposed to be with Papoose. And she's like halfway naked. And I always tell men, when you see a woman doing that, she's advertising, not for you, but for new dudes. And sure enough, she got with the Mr. Easy block captain. I peeped that a long time ago before that became official.
Well, brother, my thing is that there are red flags that men need to look for. Mm-hmm. Red flags you need to look for is not just sexual promiscuity, but sexual promotion. When you got a female who's talking about her sex habits online, talking about her sex habits in person, talking about her sex habits with her coworkers, if I can tell you the last time that you and your woman had sex, I know too much.
Yeah.
I know too much. You got females out here, got kids and every damn thing else with no regard for that. We know too damn much. If I can look at your timeline and tell them kind of intimate details, you saying too much. Dude, you don't have a wife, you got a hoe.
Exactly. And she just messed with you to spare time. You might be fulfilling an emotional role, because some of these women are obvious hoes and every guy knows it. And he's just a dummy that doesn't recognize it. So she's using him as an emotional tampon while at the same time advertising for new dudes. And
okay, let's be clear, brother. No. Every man knows it. This is instinctual. Just like you, I don't give a damn if you're the biggest beta simp or the biggest alpha male. You recognize somebody who's a threat. You recognize them the moment they come in the room. That's animal. That's primal. You know when you got a hoe. You know when you got a female who, if another man approach her, she ain't gonna turn it down. You know if that's what you got. What the game that fellas play is that you got a damn snake, you're tongue kissing a rattlesnake, and you're telling yourself she bit everybody else, she ain't gonna bite me. Not because the evidence shows you that she won't bite you, but because you're so desperate and needy, you need that to be true. And that's not what it is. So cats know what they get. They just keep telling themselves, well, she bit everybody else, she ain't gonna bite. Hopefully she ain't gonna bite me. And he rolls the dice.
I have to agree with you on that now. I think about it because, they don't. I notice for women, they don't think that, okay, this is my best option. Let me cool down. They don't ever think that. If they think they can able to pull you, whether you're a rich guy or whatever case may be, they don't think, oh, this is my lucky stars. They think if I can get him, I can get another version of him. They got more confidence than we got. And a lot of men don't want to admit that to be true. It might be on some delusion, but in some cases it is true. No,
look, I mean, the problem is that there are more sex-starved men out there than there are producers. So females, it's not that they're going to get somebody better, but they're going to get somebody different. And it depends, because most women can't do it. Most of them can't do it. So what they end up doing is going to go bag the biggest simp they can. And then from there, they basically just fall out the frame.
Can I ask you a question? I know you're against the passport bro things and stuff like that. And you're right.
Well, go. I'll let you finish your thought, but that's not an accurate statement.
Okay. I know you just said there's a lot of sex deprived men, and I agree with that. Do you think some of these guys going overseas, I guess, getting those needs done, is that some way of balancing out, or that's just delusion? I'm just wanting your opinion on that.
There is nothing wrong with being a global traveler. There is nothing wrong with examining all of your options. There's nothing wrong with that. There is everything wrong with selling a fairy tale that there is some pristine female nirvana somewhere over the rainbow or across the horizon. That's the issue.
I agree. I agree because I see what you're saying. You're saying these guys go over here thinking they don't need a game or they don't need to watch out. And me personally, how I look at it, I look at the men of whatever culture you're going to. So if you think, oh, Hispanic women are better, I look at the men. Are they super happy? Because I see a lot of Spanish men crashing out all the time. So Latinos can't be that great, or even white dudes, white women. Are white women that great? I see a lot of white men killing their wives and burying them in the backyard. So it can't be all rosy. Let's look at Asians. I mean, they're the biggest. What they call it? It's not really incels. There's a term for them in Asia for guys that don't want to have sex. They just don't want to mess with Asian women. So like it's not rainbows and sunshines. I think I look at race with women as all women have different levels of game. They do the same thing, but it may look different, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, Japan, South Korea. South Korea has already fallen below replacement. Yep. Japan is already below replacement. No black folk there of any appreciable numbers, so we're not messing up nothing. These are societies and places that are left to their own devices. Right now, we spent the last 40 years with people telling us that the problem was overpopulation. We are now looking at a situation that is clearly showing that actually the issue is going to be underpopulation. And I talked about that a decade ago. I talked about everybody was talking about the numbers in white society in America, and I was like, yeah, let me throw some cold water on you. You're actually seeing numbers fall across the board. Now, there's only about 2 or 3 places where that's not happening. India, Africa, and certain parts of South America.
I thought the Middle East was on there too, or no?
Middle East is relative because, like I say, on the one hand, you got Dubai and United Arab Emirates. On the other hand, you'll have an Iraq or an Iran or something like that. And remember, children are the investments of the poor. The more affluent a society becomes, the fewer children they're going to have, period. But what I am saying is that I don't want people buying into this idea that what folks online are selling you simplistic answers because they know you have a short attention span. So people who have short attention spans are going to be susceptible to simplistic answers, i.e. unrealistic, i.e. fictional, false, quote, solutions. Oh, the problem is you're in New York. The problem is you're in Dallas. You really need to be in Bangkok or Thailand or Colombia or some far-flung place you never heard of. That if you were only there, it'd be different. Meanwhile, the guys in Japan are so happy with Japanese women that they've fallen below replacement. Meanwhile, the men in South Korea are so happy with South Korean women that they've fallen below replacement. And you're telling me that you're going to have an easier time? Meanwhile, the women in China are going the same direction now. China. As a matter of fact, things have deteriorated to the point in China that now there is a theory going on that we all know the Chinese government lies about a lot of things. You can go look this up on YouTube. There is now speculation that the Chinese government is lying about everything, including its population.
What? I heard about that. Yep. I heard about that.
Because that's been such a huge selling point for them. But there's speculation now that they've been lying about their population numbers. And there's reason to believe that that could be possible. So what I'm saying is that everybody's feeding you this idea that there's some paradise somewhere over the sea. It's not right here where you can examine it objectively. And by objectively, I mean where you and I can both take a look at the same circumstances right now and compare apples to apples. There, you just get some far-flung traveler who comes back and tells you, take my word for it, everything's great over there. But I'm just saying, the folks over there, it's a lie. They're selling you on garbage. So that's the part that I'm against. I said the same thing before. If you're a lame in America, you'll be a lame over there. And if you're a lame over there, you'll be a lame if you come to America. So don't tell me that the problem is change of geographic location. The issue is bigger than that because hypergamy is global.
I'll add more to it, right? We all talk about, a lot of men, especially black men, talk about Brazil. I have a homie that is friends with a Brazilian, he owns a gym. And he was talking about how Brazilian women are. He's like, Most Brazilian women, they lose their virginity about 12. In their culture, you're an old woman by 22. So you might be going over there talking to a 22-year-old, you thinking she's young. She's been passed around a whole bunch of times in Brazilian.
And then they make the pilgrimage to Miami, where to you, she's a fresh young thing. Oh yeah, one more thing. She can leave her bad credit, her debts, and her sexual history back in Colombia or Brazil. So you have no way of checking her documentation. You got no way of figuring out what it is. None. You just got to take her damn word for it. And they know the drill. I mean, bro, they got Gucci and Fendi down there in Colombia like they do in America, like they do in Miami.
Yep.
So they come up here and they find somebody who's naive, and they know they didn't come to Miami because they were guessing. Nobody leaves their country and goes somewhere else because they're guessing what they're going to find. They're going there because they know what they're going to find. Brazilian females, Colombian females, Dominican females, they know where the places in North America where they're in demand. They can see the videos on YouTube talking about them. They'll tell you. They know the videos. They know the YouTubers. They know the influencers. They know the TikTok videos. They know that the marketing, there's a lot of marketing in their favor right now. And they know the places where they are in demand. So they're not showing up in Miami and New York and California by accident. They know exactly where they're going because they know where they're being promoted. They know where they're in demand. They know where they're being asked for. They know where they got a soft spot to land in. So that means they also know what role to play when they get there.
Yep. And you got to really watch out for the Colombians. I'm here in Florida. So the Colombian women, when they're here in Florida, they're known as gold diggers. Now, I heard guys that go over there. I have some friends that go over there and they're like, oh, it's amazing, all that stuff. But I was trying to tell them, Colombia is the highest case in the world for single mothers. A lot of people don't know that.
They don't want to talk about that. No, they don't want to talk about that part. Just leave that part out of it.
It's the highest case in the whole world.
Well, single mothers, STDs, things like that. I mean, you roll the dice and take your chances. But these women know that they're exotic in America. They also know that it's been floated this idea that they are women of some mystical, wonderful land that's just so wonderful. They know the rumors and the gossip that is spread about Colombia, both positive and negative. Back in the 80s, that was Pablo Escobar, was no man's land. You'd be stupid and crazy to deal with anybody from there. Today, fellas, options have gone to a point where they're making up fantasies. And these women know this. The Russian mail order brides, they know what's being said about them. They know. They've always known. The Chinese chicks, they know. They know what you're saying on your Facebook and your Instagram and your YouTube videos and your TikToks. They know the gossip about them. They're not guessing their way through this. They know what people are saying. They know that there are channels getting hundreds of thousands of views. They know about Fresh and Fit. They know. That's why they're coming here, going to the places they are, because they know what's being said about them, just like Americans know what's said about us. Damn. Yeah. They know Americans are big spenders. Americans spend money. We know what they're all saying about us. Well, guess what? They know what you're saying about them.
I think just men don't realize the internet made the world a global village. It really has. It's no longer like the 90s or 80s where you really couldn't see what's going on in America and you couldn't see what's going on in Colombia unless you went there physically. Everyone has streaming. I mean, look at that one big streamer, IShowSpeed. Like, no matter what country he goes to, a whole bunch of people follow him. They barely know English, but they're following him. So if they're doing that for that guy, what do you think these women are doing? You think they don't look at these Passport Bro videos and, so they can line dudes up? I already heard of horror stories. Even my friend told me one of his friends got drugged over there in Colombia, almost died.
Oh, brother, no, it's gone well beyond that now. Colombia was always a treacherous place. I mean, damn me, Pablo Escobar, Medellin, you shouldn't need to be told that. No, brother, I'm talking about Thailand. I'm talking about Vietnam. I'm talking about the Philippines. I'm talking about Indonesia. I'm talking about these places that are supposedly glamorous. Or on the come up. I'm talking about those. Yeah. I'm talking about the places that you that's a little best kept secret because they trade the kids into the sex trade. Yeah, I'm talking about them kind of grimy places. I'm talking about that. And they're already hip to the game. You're a mark to them. It's amazing. These same countries that have whole warehouses of people making crank calls and scam calls all the damn time. And you think when it comes to the women, you say that, oh, that doesn't go for them. These are places where these are hotbeds of sending all your spam email and your scam emails come from these places. And then you're going to get on YouTube and tell me, oh, the women are all traditional women. Well, who the hell's sending all these damn emails? Who the hell's making all these? Who the hell's hacking, breaking the folks' bank accounts? Who the hell's doing that? Who's doing that?
Yeah. And, the one thing I have to do, I agree with you when you say you want respect than anything else, because there are women that are like you physically and all that stuff, but then they'll be saying some slick, disrespectful stuff. And you got to check that at the beginning of the door. And I don't care if you are desperate. I don't care. You got to walk like you can get the next chair. I don't care if you broke or not. You cannot let a woman disrespect you. And crazy enough, when you stay in that, they come right back and apologize. But you got some guys out here too scared. They just let things slide, and then they get cheated on and wonder why.
Well, I mean, they don't wonder why. They don't. Look, I can tell men a lot of things, but one of the things in particular I have to really push them for is, can you develop a damn personality? In this modern era, you've had so many males who were raised, watching TV and video games, and they don't have people skills. And then they get upset when the females go for a fella who does, even if his name is Young Thug. Even if his name is Drake. Okay, you can sit up here and tell yourself because you're the biggest nerd there was that you're better than them, but he's got people skills. He can talk to a woman about something other than his anime collection. And to watch how many guys will get ventilated and get in their panties in a bunch because you say that. Fellas who don't know how to hold a conversation. I mean a real conversation. They don't understand what a real conversation is. Fellas who don't have anything that the woman would be interested or intrigued by. Because he's not doing anything interesting or intriguing. There's no mystery to him. It's very obvious who and what you are. Your level of productivity is sitting right in front of her, and it ain't much. So these are all things that women gauge. The bottom line is a woman wants the best deal she can get. And too many fellas today have been raised not to offer very much as far as being more than a paycheck. So he goes around frivolously, furiously waving his paycheck around. And all that's going to do is get you a female who's after some money or a come up. But she's not invested in you. And men don't sit around and have conversations, except here, about what would make you more interesting. And they don't want to hear that. They get offended when you say that. Now, they don't like it when the females respond that way. Now, when the females say, I'm fine like I am, even if I look like Lizzo, okay, now the women are wrong. But when I tell the fellas, by the way, you're not interesting. You don't speak articulately. You don't have good cadence to it. These are things that need to be worked on. Life experiences. Okay, having a bunch of hood experiences is one thing. How much experience do you have outside of that? How much traveling have you done? I don't mean traveling for the point of vacations. I mean traveling for the point of studying. To learning about places you haven't been. I don't live in New York. New York rocks with me because New York knows I've taken out the time to study it. So I could be a damn New Yorker. New Yorkers respect me because I'm from Louisiana, but I've taken out the damn time to learn how they live. And can tell you about the Williamsburg, the Manhattan, the Verrazano, Whitestone. I can tell you about these places. When I'm talking about where Remy Ma was, I'm like, hey, is she in the mall on Queens on your way out to the airport? Because that's really the only mall I'm certain of. I know they got a lot of shopping districts, but I can tell you about where the hell you live. So I can talk to practically any female from anywhere because I can tell her about where she lives, specifically where she at, specific streets, specific spots. Do you realize how much memory that takes up to be able to do that? Because I want to be interesting. The average male doesn't. He wants to get sex. He doesn't want to be interesting. Because I'm waiting for a chick to sit up and say, what you know about that? What you know about Second and Brick Hill? What you know about 3575? What you know about that? What you know about Halstead? What you know about that? You know, that's the moment you're looking for. And most males don't know, don't care.
You're right about that. Like even my own homeboys, they're like, man, you would talk to girls. Like I have a conversation, even if it's the girls I'm not even trying to talk to. They're like, man, you're really good at having a conversation. Now, mind you, I've done sales, I've done customer service. So of course, you have to know how to talk to people. And there's so many dudes that look at me like I'm amazing. I'm not really doing anything. I'm just having a normal conversation. I'm into a lot of stuff. I'm a little bit nerdy, but I can explain it in a way where it doesn't seem off-putting. You know what I'm saying? So the girl is fascinated, and now she wants to be into what I'm into. But I've seen guys. I'm not gonna lie. I think I look pretty decent, but I've seen guys that are better looking than me, but they can't talk to women for a long time. They're just relying on their looks, and that's it.
Or relying on the paycheck, and that's it. And now you become one-dimensional. And if a female has no other options, then she'll grin and bear it. Too many men, though, and this is conscious, fellas, we got to accept this reality. Too many men are consciously out here attempting to get women to grin and bear it. Oh, well, she's gritting her teeth, but so long as she roll with the program, we good. And I'm saying that's the problem. This idea that if we just starve them enough, they'll just grin and bear it. And you're one-dimensional. You know it. Oh, well, she needs to just roll with that. Okay, bruh, but don't be surprised if you're vulnerable and there's holes in the game. Because you wouldn't want a female bringing you her leftovers, and you're going to bring her. You wouldn't want a female bringing you the bare minimum. And you're bringing them the bare minimum and acting like they should be happy for that. Okay, well, that's a two-way street.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, me personally, I have like what I call the 3-key system, and it could be multiple. Anyway, basically have a personality, have your look together either with gym or dress nice, and have your money up. I mean, if you have all three, most women are going to be on you, but most men are operating on at least one. Either they operating on using their money or operating on their looks. That's usually what I see out here. Most people don't got more than 3 of those things I just listed.
Well, I mean, there's one that's missing also. And this is probably the most important one of all. Be ready to teach. Be ready to lead. Most men are not going anywhere, so you have nowhere to lead her. Most men don't really have a mastery of anything, so you have nothing to teach. Women assume, I've learned this, that women assume that a man has something to teach her. And she needs to know, you can talk about your damn anime collection if it is relevant to her life. Problem, I imagine most of it won't be. Now, I've made anime references, but only if they're relevant to your lives. Most of them, you're big fans of it and it has no relevance. So you can do that, but if it's going somewhere. And then again, you should be able to do that about everything. You should be multifaceted. Most men are not leading anywhere and they have nothing to teach. So therefore, your conversations with her will get very banal very quickly because you ain't saying nothing. Or you can only talk shop. And that gets to be an issue. So one of the things, learning about her life, you don't have to turn the damn ASAP Rocky. But a man benefits knowing about handbags, knowing about shoes, knowing about perfumes, knowing about bass notes, mid notes, high notes, and perfumes, knowing about those things because women frequent that. Now you've got something to offer. Knowing about the hairstyles and who does that. You have something to offer. You know something about her life. Now she's more apt and she's going to be more agreeable to engaging you on that level because you've demonstrated that you give a damn about hers before you ever met her. You know something. So most men don't do that. They're looking for everything to be handed to them. And the only thing that gets handed to you is low-hanging fruit. Now that will be handed to you. And there's where a big issue comes from. So, in the case of Papoose, the issue there is Papoose he was already living reckless to begin with. You got kids. And you don't have your thing together, and you are betting and hoping against hope that she's not going to get a better door open to her. And very clearly, she's been banging on doors since you met her. Very clearly, she's been holding out for another option.
He had warning signs. He just refused. He already said that she cheated on him multiple times before then. So, like, what are you still doing there? And she didn't get these surgeries for him. She got those surgeries so she can campaign to get some new dude.
I mean, but here's the issue here. She would respect him if he hadn't done what he did.
Oh,
He
if he
he
would have
turned
just
into
left, right?
he went to Prince Charming lover boy. That's not who she is. He would have been a whole lot better treating her like she is a side chick.
Right.
She would have respected that. As a matter of fact, she would have adored it because he wouldn't be begging for her time all the time. So she gets to go out and pretend she's the greatest rapper ever, pretend she is. And he's not pressing her for a bunch of stuff. And because he's not demanding to be no main, she knows he's got options. So she would actually still be competing for him. He made it too easy. Right. Made it too easy for a chick who ain't easy. If he had treated her like she was optional, she would respect that. The bottom line is, and this is the damn truth, women don't respect men who overvalue them.
Yep.
When a woman come to you with a gang of kids, she does not respect you if you overlook that. I said this before, just like a chick who come to you missing both legs. What? I mean, there's nothing against the legless chicks out there, but if you were the fella, I'm just saying, ain't never dated a chick with a pair of shoes. What? He ain't never been with a female wear a pair of pants. So I'm just saying, she would be saying, okay, how is it you ain't never dated nobody with a pair of legs? What is that? So it's not that she thinks that she's garbage. What she's being is realistic. Like, hey, wait a minute. I ain't got no legs, and that's a handicap. They literally have parking spaces for us. Handicap. How is it your whole damn sexual discography is legless ladies?
What?
Okay, when a female running up to you with a gang of kids, okay, she knows she got a handicap, and she knows that's not the most desirable situation. By definition, she's gonna recognize, and I don't respect you as much because, yeah, if you had there are better options. There are better options. And if you sit there and don't treat her like you see it exactly what it is, and you treat her like, oh, baby, that ain't it right there. You is the queens. She's like, okay, you're weak. You're sitting there thinking that you're saving her, and she's just like, you're weak.
Exactly. And that's why she's crashing out now, because now that he finally moved on to Carisha, now she's, because if you notice, when he wasn't moving on, she wasn't saying nothing. Even though people were talking crap about her online, she didn't say nothing. But until he moved on, and it was visible that he moved on, that's when she started getting mad. Now she claims the Breakfast Club. I saw the interview. That woman didn't even say her name, and here she go crashing out all last night.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. That's that dysfunctional mess right there that got Papoose thinking that he's desired. And what I'm saying is, please recognize the difference between a woman who loves you, whatever that word means. She certainly doesn't respect you, but know the difference between a woman who respects you and wants to be in a relationship with you versus a female who you're her little fighting buddy. Because here's the thing, Papoose is safe to fight with because he gonna come back.
Yep.
A man with options. Tell me, Jay-Z, Fat Joe, Kanye, name for me another built new Jadakiss. Name for me another built New York rapper that would sit up there and put up with that more than 10 minutes. Name one. Anybody. Joey Badass. I mean, he trying to get his weight up now. I doubt he would. Let me not speak too soon. I don't know him. You can't name another built New York rapper who would sit there and tolerate that for any length. First of all, she couldn't have no kids. Tolerate that for any length of time. Not even, you can't name a one. So she would never go on the Breakfast Club talking like that about Joe. And allegedly they ain't been together, although Joe ain't really clarified that in the recent past. You can't name another rapper that she would say that about. Not 50 Cent. Tony Yayo. You cannot name another New York rapper that she would pop off like that about anywhere. You can't name one that she would go to the Breakfast Club and pop off about and think he gonna be there when she gets home.
You know what's the crazy thing? I see him doing the same mistake with Carisha. Do you see it?
You mean with Clarissa?
Clarissa, I can't say her name. I'm sorry. I feel like he's doing the same thing, overvaluing her.
Yeah, the issue there is that he's going back to the playbook. She's got some issues of her own, to be totally honest. But the real problem there is that he's drug her into his dysfunction.
Yep.
Now she's a part of that mess. Yeah, you're getting attention for all the wrong reasons, Clarissa.
Yeah.
This is attention for all. This has nothing to do with boxing. This doesn't help your resume. This doesn't help with promotions. This doesn't make anybody want to make a marketing deal with you. This is just a big ass mess. It's a big ass mess.
Oh yeah, and I see, it's obviously he has a type, and I think it's going to go down the same way. It's like you said earlier, and this is what I always noticed that they were always going to go down is because she's the more famous one. He's technically has all the skills, but he really didn't apply himself to that. He applied all the skills towards her, but not towards himself. And all women want some guy to look up to.
Well, okay, let me correct your phrasing there. It's not so much applying the skills, it is applying the status. Cardi B is, I've told y'all this before, Cardi B is bigger than Offset, but Offset is more respected. So Cardi B got to look up to Offset. That's the way it's always been, and that's what it's going to be. Offset never really stepped off his grind like that. Yeah, he did some of the pandering pancake, cupcaking thing, but on balance, he still kept it G. That's why Cardi B has a baller who now she got to admit the old boy, one of his other chicks done set him out. Talking about she pregnant, I think. But so I can say, Cardi B, you did all that just to end up right back where you was, baby. Yeah, you're right back where you were. You thought you thought they were different. It's not so much that the men are different, baby. It's you are who you are. And there's only going to be a certain type of man who's going to make a permanent commitment to you. And his name is Offset.
Yep. Because you got, like, what, 4 kids? Men are not trying to mess with women.
Okay, but regardless of the kids, brother, this is Miss Bodak, WAP. Yep. I mean, that's who you are. That's who you are. Right there. And you're going to need a man who is willing to accept that. And the bottom line is there was only one man who was willing to go in on that and make you a mother. That's the one you gonna get. Right there. Now, you can return to the sexual marketplace and you can get another man, but he'll have to be a weak, run over, sapped out simp.
Yep.
And he's not gonna want to have kids with you. There's the killing thing about it. By the way, because you're not going to want to have kids with him because he's weak, and he's not going to have kids with you because he doesn't really trust you. So there's the way that goes. So basically, she'll be able to get somebody as long as he's a genetic dead end or a social dead end. You'll be able to get that as long as that's what she can get. As far as another guy at the top of his game, killing it, making it happen. Oh no, baby, that's it. No, that's not going to happen. Yeah. Find you a pinch and pimp somewhere or something like that, but. No, that's it. In Papoose's case, I mean, look, we always knew from the beginning there, Remy Ma just shot past him in status. Earned or not, fair or not, it is what it is. That's what happened. And rather than him adjust his status on that, he instead became her biggest cheerleader. And all that makes you look like to her is her dependent, especially if it works.
Yeah.
She doesn't want you being the manager behind the throne. She wants you to be bigger than she is. She wants you to not need her. She wants you to have status enough that you float on your own. He's got another girlfriend, but let's be honest. I mean, how is Papoose raising Clarissa's status? We see how Clarissa has raised his. We don't see how he's raising hers. Therein lies the problem. And that's basically what he's been fighting with. So he's getting attention, but he's not getting attention for what he's built. And eventually that's going to catch up with Clarissa too.
Yeah. If you be a woman's biggest fan, she'll treat you like a fan, as they say.
You know, all that queen and she's shining like a diamond stuff. And I'm like, yeah, bro, we're doing it again.
What do you think that comes from? Like, do you think that, because I'm raised by a single mother, but I'm not like that. Like, what do you think that comes from? I've seen men that have the mentality.
Cats don't. I mean, if you want me to just keep it 100 with you, the bottom line is a man is valued for his accomplishments. I will simply say, what has been Papoose's last significant accomplishment for himself? Not attached to Remy Ma. Just one just his name on it.
You know, they always say he's good with words, but I think that's what a couple of years ago.
Okay, what I'm saying is that's a skill. Tell me an accomplishment. That's a
Right.
skill. So tell me what he has accomplished, a hurdle he's gotten over, something he's achieved. Show me an achievement that he's made that has just his name on it.
You're right, because even what's her name was what made her own battle thing or whatever. And he didn't do that.
Yeah, Remy Ma's the one doing this. She's the one with the name for that. So
And you see that
somebody in the chat room said being a great father. What? Okay, all right.
That's great, but unfortunately, society don't care about that because that's something you're supposed to be doing.
I mean, that's not an achievement. That's a biological function. But
Right.
the bottom line here is we can't really name anything that he has achieved in and of himself. And everybody's playing coy around it. And you don't really just come out and say it like that. But the bottom line is, bruh, you've achieved some things for her, allegedly, but you've achieved some things for her. We do not see where you've been able to replicate that for yourself. Not even at the same level as her. It's like, okay, bro, if you're the power behind the throne, why is it you were never able to build your own?
Yeah.
So
And
it's
she's
not that we're saying you got nothing, but what we are saying is it never parlayed into the level that she's got.
Right.
And it's glaringly obvious. Everybody sees y'all. You can't be a power couple. You can't be a power couple with a wife who is so outrageously overbalanced in power.
You have to do it like Beyonce and Jay-Z, whatever you care about them. We see what Jay-Z accomplished by himself.
Oh, but he still is.
Exactly.
Really, Jay-Z went to the executive role. He's mobbed up with the NFL. They ain't got nothing to do with Beyonce.
Correct.
The managing people, Rock Nation, they ain't got nothing to do with Beyonce.
And
that's all him.
And you see Beyonce stay in pocket. She's not dressing too revealing. Because trust me, if Jay-Z was way beyond underneath her, she'd be out here naked like Remy too.
Jay-Z can replace her.
That's it.
And she knows it. Now, whether or not he wants it to be is a different matter, but he can replace her. The bottom line is Papoose can get another female, but the bottom line is this is not a great, I mean, Clarissa is far from a bum, but then again, Clarissa is also an athlete. And the problem with athletes is they have a shelf life.
Mm-hmm.
Her attributes are physical. And and the bottom line is, if Clarissa was really so stellar, why the hell is Clarissa's married boyfriend being on IG Live for hours talking about Remy? Hey, Clarissa, by the way, if you were really that chick like that, why is your man not on IG talking about you and just you? And every time that Remy Ma wants to go postal about it, he should just put up something real smart or real snarky or real salty and be like, this is why you're jealous exes. Can y'all feel me? And keep it pushing like Kim Kardashian was doing. By engaging on this level, you're making it look like you need her to talk about you. Brother, if your life is popping, you don't need her. Hey, Clarissa, if it's popping, he don't need that. This is hella disrespectful. Y'all basically don't have a relationship. You got a threesome.
Yeah. You know what? He probably does still care about Remy Ma. And she probably knows it too.
Oh, he absolutely is very, very much still in love with Remy Ma. And that much is glaringly obvious. Remy Ma loves having her little fighting buddy she can abuse. He's like a little pet doll that she can beat the hell out of. She likes doing that, and he's safe to do that with. He already showed you he'll swing on everybody except her. So he's safe to abuse, and she likes having that. So she can go in on him as much as she wants to, and he'll just stand there. That's why I was saying, if she tried that with literally anybody else, it wouldn't have worked. It works with him. She likes having someone she can abuse. The old Eurythmics song. She likes having somebody she can abuse. If that ever went away, it would change. So that's the relationship that she has with him. This blatantly abusive one where she gets headlines and shine for beating up on him. And what I'm saying is, bruh, you'll never convince me you're going to move on because you're still fighting with her. Putting her down means putting her down. That's what that means. Whatever your hopes, ambitions were, whatever, it means letting that go. And he's telling you he doesn't want to let it go. And Clarissa is just along for the ride unless or until she finally realizes there's no future here.
Yeah, because he sure didn't file those papers. I've been divorced. It don't take that long.
Well, I mean, according to him, they claim he just filed them yesterday. So, but as usual, brother, like I say, anybody who tells y'all that they can't get divorced, it's garbage, it's nonsense. If they haven't gotten divorced, they do not want to be. If a female wants to divorce, there are enough heartbroken men in here who know that if a female wants to divorce you, your ass is divorced.
Yep.
If a female wants, nigga, you got the damn papers, didn't know they were coming. If a female wants to divorce you, she gonna show you how quick it can happen.
Absolutely. You gotta pay that little fee, but they'll pay it.
Well, when she's ready to move on to the next man, when the next man done gave her the green light, she's gonna show you just how quickly she gets loyal. Okay, let's go ahead and rush this on through. All of a sudden, you're like, ain't nothing to talk about. She doesn't want to talk to you. She don't want to negotiate. She's no. We're just gonna go ahead. Let's go ahead and get this done. Okay, well, that's the way that works, people. Yeah, that's the way it works. If they want to be done, they're gonna be done. If this is dragging on for 3 or 4 years, they don't want to. In Remy Ma's case, no, she doesn't want to. She doesn't, because there isn't really anything waiting for her out here. Yeah, there isn't. But just because there's not something better waiting for her doesn't mean that she really wants to be with you like that. She just wants to continue what y'all been doing, but it doesn't mean that you're her best, that she thinks you're her best option.
Yeah, she get to mess with other dudes, and he just sit there and take it. You know, from her point of view, she made it. You know,
well, I mean, he had a usefulness at the time as far as the ones who were available. That's what it is in the rap music industry, especially in New York. It's about fighting for who was available. Beyonce got Jay-Z, #1 rapper. Kim Kardashian had to take Kanye because #1 was already taken. So she had to get Kanye. After that, well, Kendrick Lamar already got somebody, so he's not available. Drake ain't gonna marry nobody. He'll sleep with everybody on earth. He gonna grab everything moving, and he'll get a couple of them pregnant, but he's not gonna marry any of you. None of that. So who you got left? As far as built name, they put out something in roles. Not a lot of them to choose from. So Papoose was available. He was there, and he was the one who was available.
Yeah. A lot of these rappers are married behind the scenes too. So yeah.
He was the highest status rapper who was actually available to her.
Correct.
That was it.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Brutal reality, but that's what it was. He was the one who was available at that time. So she went for that, even though that's not what she really wanted. And she's been following up behind Fat Joe ever since, although we don't know what the hell's going on there. And the bottom line is, Papoose, no matter what was occurring, brother, was it worth this? No matter what anybody wants to feel or think, take a look at what he's going through right now. What in the world was Remy Ma giving him that was worth this? What? Take a look at what DJ Envy's wife done had to go through. And as far as being in Diddy's harem,
nigga, what?
Y'all take a look at what does it cost you to be part of Diddy's harem? Oh, hell, you better get your ass back over there with Papoose. Yeah, once you hear what it costs to hang with Diddy, oh, you'll be running to get back on the C train to get back to Papoose. Y'all know those Instagram videos where they say they're doing too much at the gym? Y'all seen those Instagram videos and those TikTok videos about, how they doing too much at the gym? Old boys on the damn treadmill running with the damn bench on his back, and, folks sitting up here doing chin-ups with the barbell hanging from their feet. And yeah, those videos they're doing too much at the gym. That's what it's like walking in the Diddy freak off. You thinking it's just gonna be some sex, and then you see what's going on up in. Oh, you're like, oh, wait a minute. I'm a hoe, but I ain't built to be that kind. I'm not that kind of built hoe. Just wait a minute. I thought I was ready. Oh, I'm not ready for all this. They are doing a bit much. Why you got so much hardware in here? Diddy, what is the IV drip bag for? What? I dare say a lot of y'all have had some sexual encounters. Some of you have probably had numerous sexual encounters. My military folk, my nurses, my flight attendants, my hairstylists, my college students. Some of y'all done had a lot of sexual experiences. How many people in here have gone to a hotel or a house with somebody and they had an IV machine in the room? Damn. Have you ever had sexual relations with somebody that there was an IV drip machine just standing in the corner? Not one they were using. It's just over there in the corner. I dare say you would say, I'm scared. I'm scared. He didn't just come with a pack of condoms. He came with some albuterol and some saline. And a few EpiPens. Just in case you go into anaphylactic shock. He's got defibrillator pads. Wait a minute. Yeah, Diddy had IV drips. Now, you've had a lot of freaky things in the room, I imagine. Some of y'all had baby lotion. You like it freaky. Diddy ain't that freaky. Everybody got baby lotion. Everybody got Astroglide. He has IV drips. What? And defibrillator pads. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's about to go down up in here? What is about to happen up in here? I've brought a lot of things to the orgy. An IV. When they start bringing IVs. When they start bringing IVs and defibrillator pads. When they start doing that. You know, like, when you go behind closed doors with Diddy, they taking the locks off the doors. Oh, you check in, but you ain't leave. You leave when Diddy ready to leave. You get to go when Diddy ready to go. You better check that damn itinerary at the hotel. Diddy told you you're going to be there for the weekend. It's like, okay, Diddy, I understand you stay for the weekend. Why is it the front desk said that you reserved this room for the next 2 weeks? You said we're going to be here for 2 days, but the front desk says we're going to be here for 2 weeks. So am I leaving? Okay. Yes, sir. So, Papoose, you're going to get the call. Papoose going to get the call. Yeah, when they hear how Diddy over there getting down, it's like, okay, let me see your Papoose answer this phone. Find out, is Rob Bass still around? What? The Kumo Didi, the side chick? That's a Run DMC? It's like that. They start going through their Rolodex. Wait a minute. It's got to be a washed up nigga still getting some residuals around here who ain't been to the freak off. Got to be that. So, fellas, listen. Bottom line. Papoose didn't mess up by getting with Remy Ma. The Remy Ma's of this world are a dime a dozen. They're a dime a dozen. Fellas, if you want to take her to the hotel, motel, have the freak off, the freak in, the freak out, do what you do. I'm not mad at you. That's what she there for. Send her home afterward. Don't you sit up here and sleep with her so long and get so deep off in it that you start falling in love, telling yourself you're in love, and then she's going to satisfy all of these fantasies you've come up with in your head. Well, she's making sex easy, so she'll make everything else easy. No, she ain't. Leave it where it is. I need the men today to stop sitting up here idolizing this idea that you're going to make a housewife out of every damn body. You need to be cool being single with options so that you got the ability to exercise them when you choose. The problem is the reason most of you are desperate because you know you ain't got the options. So it's like you better grab the first thing smoking because you can't really say no. Well, this is what happens when you can't really say no. This right here. And she is going to be giving Papoose hell for the rest of his days because Remy Ma is in her 40s now. She's in her damn 40s now. She is not going to sit up here and let this go. She's 44 damn years old. Just looked it up. 44. She gonna be, and just had this kid a few years ago, nigga, she gonna be fighting with you till you're 60. She's gonna be rock'em sock'em robots on you till she's 60. You're gonna be in your 60s with Remy Ma still going at you. When them breast implants finally start drooping and nobody's looking for, let me tell you, nobody's gonna be looking for her to make an album when she's 50. Not even Fat Joe. She's not going to be the freaky chick in the videos. She's going to be the freaky grandmama. That ain't going to sell. Nobody, she's not going to be a sex symbol at 40 in menopause. She is not, Remy Ma is going to be for Remy menopausal. Nobody survives that. Halle Berry, Vivica Fox. Nobody survives menopause as a sex symbol. Pamela Anderson, you're not going to make it. She's 44. If she's not already menopausal, it's going to be next year. You think they're still going, you think that's why she's sitting up here like a porn star. Let me go ahead and do the same sex, lesbian, freaky stuff right now on video because nobody going to be checking for that when she's 48 and 50. They're not going to be looking for that. Courtside seats at the Knicks? Who's going to be trying to do that? Another album coming out? You think Fat Joe, they're going to be looking for the next young thing, baby? Diminishing returns. It'd be far cheaper and far more effective to get the next young thing. Nobody is going to be looking for you to be the hot grandmama. Tell yourself that. They're not looking for you to be the fat granny. The sexy granny. That's the problem. Papoose could have saved himself a whole lot of headaches, but then again, I don't think that was his goal.
Nigga, please.
No, seriously. I don't think that was his goal. I think this was his goal. Fellas, the reason why you as a man cannot identify with females like that is because then eventually you start getting the idea that life is supposed to be a soap opera. Oh, I'm going there with it. You start buying into the idea that life is supposed to be a soap opera. All of that frenetic, manic energy, all that conflict energy, you start telling yourself that that's what it's supposed to be. Well, all eyes are on you and folk are talking about you, and you start telling yourself that that's soap opera stuff, that that's what it's supposed to be. So you start looking for a female who can indulge that. You start looking for your life to be this beautiful tragedy. Now you start looking for a female who can fulfill your tragic expectations. You don't actually think you can win, so now you're looking for somebody who is going to fulfill your tragic expectations. That's the problem. And I want to submit to you all that Papoose has fallen in love with Remy Ma. She fell out of love with him, to that, whatever that word means. So now he's fallen in love with chasing Remy Ma. Like the Joker and Batman. Like Smokey and the Bandit. Like Tom and Jerry. Like Ren and Stimpy. Like Itchy and Scratchy. He's fallen in love with chasing Remy Ma. Fighting for Remy Ma, not having her. So like your gossipy aunt talking about how the dudes she messed with don't really fool with her like that. This is what his life has become, chasing her. He gets attention for it because he doesn't actually believe it can be better. Hell, he already gave her the best parts of it, so that's not even what it is anymore. If you want to know what's fueling this, in my opinion, that's what it is. That's what it is. For those of you, for the fellas and ladies who have not messed up and made those mistakes, take this as a cautionary tale. This is a cautionary tale for you. You can get sucked into drama, either your own or somebody else's, but understand the bill comes due and it's horrendous. Papoose is going to be fighting with her for the rest of his days. And take a look at the wonderful job that she did with her first son, currently looking at murder charges. And now you're going to be hoping and praying that she doesn't twist your children the same way. Before you go off congratulating your favorite celebrities, your favorite influencers, hoes you see online, by the way, check out their kids and then see the horror stories. She was a single mom when you met her. You supposed to lay up and roll out. She was a single mom when you met her. You were supposed to lay up and roll out. That's what it is. You fellas can't handle this stuff. These women are not wife material. That's not what they are. And letting them sit up here and sing this siren song where they whine and moan and beg you and try to convince and nag you that they are. This is what it turns out being. This right here. Papoose could have laid up with her for the last 15 years and everything would have been cool. He tried to turn a hoe into a housewife, and this is the way it ends. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to say thank you to everyone who's contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo here. Shout out here to Joe Morrow, Nancy King. Thank you very much for your support. Mix Infinite here. He's had a lot to say here tonight, so get that off your chest. My man Sage is trying to stick up for New York. He's like, we all ain't like that. Enough of you. There's enough foolery going around, brother. There's enough foolery going around. Mike Check Productions, thank you very much for your support tonight here. Alanda, welcome back, ma'am. Alpha Male Pimp Network representing. Thank y'all very much here. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. You definitely want to go ahead and check it out. We do that every weekend, 12 noon Central Time. You definitely want to check it out as well, so check it out. We've been on for over 5 hours tonight. Folks, I thought we were just going to do 3. Quite frankly, I thought we were going to do 3, but Papoose's videos were so long. So, hey, look, this is what I do. If you want short videos, go to TikTok. If you want to thoroughly flesh things out, hey, we give you the business. So all my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my stay-at-home parents, my self-employed people, we done got you through your shift. We done got you over halfway through your shift. So sit back. For those of you listening to it recorded here, you're like, oh, they see that five hours. I'm like, I'll be damn, Jason, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and game you up on that and get you up to speed. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.